something new, always on it, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lies to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in, truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now we back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah. Friday night, the vibe just right. Always honest, sometimes right my plight. Weekend here, the hustle unwind. Kick back, chillax, leave the grind behind. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. Honey in my tea, rhythm in my veins. Weekend remedy for weekday strains. Lyrics lace the night, moon spotlight. Unplugged symphony till the daylight. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life. F you to the stress, F you to the grind. F you to the worry, ease your mind. F you to the noise, F you to the hype. F you to the drain, we're living life.
Friday night, y'all. Let's get it going. Unplugged. Coming up shortly.
Unplugged from the chaos, remote control. Soul on pause, now I take the stroll. Breathing deep, city's heartbeat slow. Find my peace in the urban glow.
Wait, stop. Reverse it. And welcome to the show, everybody. It is another Jeranism Friday Unplugged. It is Friday. It is the, what do we got? 23rd of May. And I believe we are ready to go. Let's get the thumbnail on the screen. We've got a special edition tonight. We've got Big Tech from over there at the Kick podcasting platform joining us to do a simulcast. I believe he's live there. We will get him on the screen here in a second. Let me make sure we are all good. And we should be good to go. Are you there, Big Tech?
Yeah. I'm here. Are you there?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here. We are here. We are live. He is Big Tech. He's a globe shill. And I am Jaron, the most loved flat earther, former flat earther.
Jaron, my interface looks weird. You're in a small...
Do you want...
I'm in a bigger... How does it look on your stream? Do you have us both?
Yeah, my stream looks nice.
All right, cool.
But if you want me to resize them, I can. It's just I want the better picture for my screen, for my stream. I don't really care much about your stream, to be honest. But
got it. I don't know how to do that. That's pretty cool. I got to learn how to...
Yeah, you can adjust them in StreamYard and stuff like that. So tell everybody who you are. They may not know, and then we'll say hello to some people in the chat if they don't know you.
Hello, everyone who doesn't know who I am. I'm Big Tech. And I just woke up, by the way, and I'll tell you the rest, whatever, but Jaron, I'm sorry, bro. We were going to be here at 3.
Hey, it's all right.
I was going to be awake before that.
So I took a plan.
And then I was going to be ready. And then I woke up kind of miraculously. You know, have you ever done that where it's like you wake up right on time? I woke up right on time late. Right. But I mean, I woke up and I grabbed my phone and it said 3 o'clock.
And you're like, oh, perfect timing.
Yeah, oh, good. I'm supposed to be streaming right now. So at least it wasn't 4, but it would have been better if it was 2. But
that's all right. We are here and nobody's throwing rocks or tomatoes yet, so we are good. Somebody wants to know what's with your filter. Yeah, I don't know. You're doing a little monochrome thing. Is that what you got going? I don't know what that is. Don't know. He likes to keep it interesting. That's all.
I want to keep it interesting. I would like to have like a VTuber. I would like to have like a cartoon avatar.
Oh yeah, those are cool. I've seen those.
But I don't, so I just put all sorts of weird filters on myself.
All right, I like it. I do want to know, where did the name come from?
Okay.
Because Big Tech, I mean, you know, I'm from the Bay Area, so when I think Big Tech, I think
everybody's gonna be cool, right? Like I'm not drunk, I'm not on drugs. I literally am just like not awake yet.
We'll wake up.
I know
it'll come eventually.
Kind of weird right now. I'm drinking coffee.
I don't do that kind of stuff.
What?
I don't drink any caffeine.
Why?
I think I feel better without it. You know, I don't feel like I need it. So you just kind of force yourself to do it for a certain amount of time, and then you just get over it. So I'm
probably good.
It is. I think it's good, but we'll see. I'll probably drop dead of a heart attack next week, and then you guys will all laugh and think that Red Bulls are the secret to longevity. So
I'm gonna take some peptides.
Peptides, huh?
Putting them in my coffee. I got one of the guys on my stream. He's into like nootropics.
Okay, I've heard this stuff.
And like experimental biohacking chemicals.
Okay.
And he told me about this stuff, and I bought it, and I've been taking it. So I'm probably gonna get like superpowers.
All right, you take over the stream whenever that happens, please.
But yeah, this is like wake up juice.
I know it might wake us up. So I tuned into your show yesterday just to see what you were talking about, and it was right when you were playing one of the, if not the greatest, flat Earth ballads ever. Can we hear that?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna listen to this. This is a gem if there ever was one, and it might get stuck in your head. I'm just telling you right now.
I'll finish introducing myself, and I'll tell you my name, the origin of my name. I remember you asked me that.
Okay, we got those 2 things.
And then let me pull that song up for you.
Yes, it is a masterpiece.
So that's actually kind of why I'm so tired, Jaron, because I did a stream 2 nights ago that went late. And then I stayed up all night, literally all night. Didn't go to sleep because I was writing songs on Suno.
I'd say it's been a fair amount of time.
I was writing AI songs all night. And then I did another stream the next morning because I was so excited about the song and I was still kind of lit. We streamed all day. And then I tried to sleep that night and I didn't catch up. I only slept for like 4 hours for some reason. And then today, earlier, it caught up to me, you know?
So you're just behind.
and I thought I need to sleep. I'll just take like a little 2-hour little catch up nap. 6 hours later, I woke up at 3 p.m.
Let me make sure you can hear my sound guy. He's always bugging me over here. I don't know if you can hear him or not. What are you asking, Enrique? I don't.
You got a sound guy?
Yeah, he's right here.
Hey,
I
jefe.
don't hear.
See?
Why, Dave?
You don't
Why
hear?
such a culero? Thank God I never downloaded this app porque estupido. And I am already tracked by ICE, and that's a plenty for this hombre.
Did you hear that or no? It's not going across.
Yeah.
It's my sound guy. Thanks, Enrique.
Good job.
Yeah, yes.
What's the sound guy's name?
Enrique? He's
Of course.
he's a good guy, and I just got he says some random things every once in a while. So, what are you gonna do? Yeah. So that song is awesome. DP Debunks in the house. What's up, DP? Nice to see you. Shifty Eyes in the
I'm gonna
house.
play this song. Oh, I gotta stream it. Oh yeah. Hold on.
We should be able
I
to hear
gotta screen share. Let me open the song. How do I the song details? Yeah, that should work. Should work. What if I?
You do need some sort of
I'll
music
click
video. I
record.
wonder what could I put to play while you're playing this?
Yeah, just put something up. I put something up on my stream. It's
Maybe
easy.
I'll
to
put like a
find.
flat Earth montage or something. Of some kind.
Yeah. Put that up.
Let me see what we got here.
What do I do? Present.
Yeah, if you go share screen and then
share
hit
screen.
share with sound, there should be a little button. Little
Oh.
button.
Wait a minute. I didn't hit the button. Okay. Some screens that you share with sounds. Okay. There we go. You tell me when you're ready with the.
I don't really have anything, but I
Okay.
could find something, I guess.
Everybody really likes my haircut, so I don't mind if it's just me on screen.
Yeah, I like your haircut. I'm a big fan of the that look. I think men are better looking that way. I think that they are more powerful, more.
I think you're
alpha.
good looking too, Jaren. I
Thank
think
you.
you're hot.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that. You just made my day. You just made my day. All right. Well, we have
Thanks.
what's this? The people of flat Earth. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna use it. See how it looks with it. Let's put it over here. When you are ready, I will put on some graphics for us, and we'll throw in our little 2 cents in the background.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Roll the video. Here it comes.
Roll the beautiful.
can hear it.
input. Let me hear. I do not hear it yet. If it should be playing yet, I don't hear it. Should we be hearing it?
Yeah.
You might want to share it one more time and
I'm
try and click that little button. And it's perfect timing for me.
gonna
Anyway, left
Figure it out.
screen, and we'll do a display capture.
Share screen. Don't show these tips again.
Is there a little button in the bottom left?
Also share tab audio. Yes.
Yes, there you go. There you go. You got it.
That was on before though.
You guys will love this ditty. Is it only on? If you needed to send me the link, that'll work too. If you want to send me the link on Telegram, and then I can play it.
I'm gonna do that.
Okay, just make it easy
Just
on
gonna
us
let you
all.
play it. Then you'll have it anyway. You're gonna play it 100 times.
I think I will play it quite a few. Is this the people of flat Earth? What the hell is that?
Okay, it's on Telegram.
Okay, we'll grab that. And I see it. What is the name? We want to tell everybody the name. Sorry, give it away. It's a good name.
It's called Satan.
Yes.
It's supposed to be called I Love Being a Flat Earther.
But I think what does it do? It takes the first words that you put in the lyrics,
Yeah,
right?
just took the first line of the song and it named it Satan. That is the first line.
All right, let's see. Here it goes. Enjoy the song, everybody. This is great.
Okay. Jaren, share it with me. I can't hear it.
Oh, hold on. I got this new. I'll stop it 1 second. I got this new mixer and I need to figure out how I get the sound back to you. Hold on 1 second. I think I can. Oh, I only know how to do it on Zoom. I got to do it over here though. So let me go to the settings. Let's see, what is it doing for my audio? Default mic and speaker goes to the Pro FX3.4. Yeah. You aren't hearing that? I think that if I think I can get you to hear it if I do this, but then the problem with that is I believe it causes an echo. Let me see. Is there any echo from me talking? No.
No.
Okay, let's see if there's an echo on this. Tell me if you hear it now.
floating in space, held
I don't hear
together
anything
by.
yet.
You don't hear that? Wow.
Mm-mm.
Okay. That didn't help anything. Let me think. Where is that playing? So hold on. Let me go to my sound settings. This is what happens. You get a new
That's
mixer. You
awesome.
gotta. Yeah. So let's think here. So this is what is this thing called? Not sound settings. I need to go to volume mixer. Open volume mixer. All right. So that's playing on Google, and it says Google is going out to Pro FX 3.4. Right. Pro FX 3.4. And then you should hear the mic line out. Why wouldn't that work?
Tell you what if we start from the beginning and we press play at the same time and I'll just stream it on my side?
Okay, let's do that. When you say ready, let me get it to the beginning of the song. And I am, how do I know if it's
I'm going to play it on 3. I'm going to kill 1,
Okay.
2, 3, click. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was it. Do it again. I jumped the gun. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Just let. Okay.
I'm waiting for you.
Okay. All right. Here it goes. This is the countdown.
Okay.
This is it. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Ooh, yeah. Satan, why do you lie to me? You say Earth's a spinning water ball floating in space, held together by gravity. Stay away from me, you ugly devil. I see through all your ridiculous lies. I know that the earth is flat as a pancake and there's a dome above the sky. I love being a flat earther. The truth is so clear to me. The world is run by wicked lions, Satanist conspirators, but I'm fighting for the flat earth team. I love being a flat earther and knowing God cares for me. Long as I'm stuck in here under God's magical dome, I'll be fighting demons on the flat earth team.
It's a great team.
Ooh.
If you like being thrown under the bus, fantastic.
Satan, you thought that you tricked me with all these fancy science words and rocket hoax trickery. Stay away from me, you ugly devil. I know that satellites are really just balloons. Every single bit of space footage is fake. Nobody's ever going to the moon. I love being a flat earther in a world of confusing mystery. All of my friends think I've lost my mind. Flat earth is my new family. I love being a flat earther, and I know God's looking down on me. We're all trapped in here with demons under God's big superdome until Jesus comes and takes us home.
Come quickly, Jesus, please.
So many are falling away from the truth, swayed by your evil lies. They went all the way to Antarctica and watched the sun circle in the sky. But I know that there's gotta be a way to deny what they say they saw. Maybe they filmed it in a movie set.
Aaron did not pick the best video for this.
No, I didn't. Just
And
text.
who cares what the smart people say? I don't care that they call me slow. They ask me how the sun stays up in the sky. Shut the fuck up, man, I don't know. I love being a flat earther. I love being on God's team. All of my friends think I've lost my mind. Flat Earth's my new family.
Man, this part's not that bad.
I love being a flat earther. God is up there looking down on me. We're all trapped in here with demons under God's big superdome until Jesus comes and takes us home.
Come quickly, Jesus.
Trapped in here with demons under God's big beautiful dome until Jesus comes and takes us home.
That is a masterpiece. That is excellent. I'm happy that you. Oops. That's not where you stop it. Do it over here. I'm very happy that you actually gave me that song, as it will be played often on
Isn't
my
it
show.
just so good, man? Yeah,
So good.
I got to make the video for it. I'm gonna put together a good video.
I'll just give you this
just
one.
as good.
I'll just give you this one. I just put on the screen. Just put that one on there.
Yeah, that one you just put on the screen was
Yeah.
that was fire too.
That was fire.
Well,
That was
everybody
fire.
really liked those visuals.
My editing skills are top notch, so don't give me a hard time for that one. No, that song was excellent, and it God's Big Superdome is probably the funniest thing I've ever heard. You think that like if we could put a dome on the whole Earth, you think first there'd be a dome like on a city, like just one. You would start small and kind of build up from there, not just go like, can we build a dome? Yeah, you think we could build it on the whole Earth, 25,000 miles? You know, yeah, we could do that. And then they just built that one, and then they just never really felt like showing that they could do it on a small scale. I can see why. They probably used up all the glass, if you think about it.
My favorite line is during the refrain at the end where he's like, "They ask me how the sun stays up in the sky. Fuck you, man. I don't know."
We're not. It's not advanced yet. We're not at advanced flat Earth yet. That's super advanced. We're not there yet. I never got there. In 10 years, I never got there. So,
yeah.
Okay, we are all set.
That's actually my favorite killer question for the flat earthers.
Better than where's the South Pole?
Well, they just say just opposite of the north with that. They
That
just
makes
like
sense.
follow your compass. Just follow your compass. Wherever it points south, just go that way. Say something like that.
Talking to a lot of Australians, are you?
I mean, there does seem to be a lot of them.
It's surprising. I mean, when I went down south and I just realized that it's completely obvious to see that it's the opposite of the north. It's like, man, couldn't somebody have spoke up from down here? Somebody
Right.
could have saved me a few years. No, I can't. I just try not to blame anybody else. It's my fault. I'm the Dumbo, and I just keep telling.
Oh, let me
myself
fix my camera again.
that. Yeah, we just see a
I'm
backwards.
so good. I'm so good at OBS, bro.
Now it says Gib Hitep, something like that. Can't read it.
What if I do?
But you never did tell us where Big Tech came from.
Just hold on. I'll
Yes.
I'll do it. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. All right. I'm Big Tech. Look, I used to have a different name. My real name's Mike. You can call me Mike if you want to. Doesn't care. But actually, no, call me Big Tech, but just keep it between you and me. Don't tell anybody my name's Mike.
We will not tell anybody.
Big Tech is well, look, I always liked technology. I named myself after the enemy of all mankind,
Mm-hmm.
which is Big Tech. It's going to kill us. And so I like the villain. I'm always like, in Batman, I always like the Joker better than Batman.
Right. Were you
And,
ever a wrestling fan? Were you always a heel fan?
No, I never really. I mean, I thought it was cool when the big roided out guys were like yelling at each other in those little promo interviews, but always the wrestling seemed cringe to me. I just never got into it
It's a little cringe. It's a little cringe.
because I could, I guess some people can suspend disbelief or something, or they just root for them anyway, even though they know it's fake. But I couldn't. From the time I was a kid, I'm like, why are they pretending to hit each other? This is so like the first time I ever saw it, I'm like, well, that was a fake hit. And,
Yeah, I don't think it ever
very
sold
first
anybody.
time, and I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, I guess
I
it's
always
kind of
thought
like
it
a
was weird.
movie, right? A movie is fake, so nobody's getting shot, nobody's getting punched, but you can kind of, I
Yeah.
guess it's like you said, suspend disbelief, and then just
Yeah.
kind of go with it as an
Yeah.
escape.
Yeah, that was the thing. It's like, okay, there's a bunch of grown men and women all pretending that this is real, and I'm supposed to just go along with it.
Right.
Yeah,
it's a crazy business.
And I just didn't do it. I don't know why.
Crazy business.
But anyway, no. So I was never into wrestling. But I start when my first actual handle when I became somebody on the internet. I used to be called Galaxy Jesus.
Sorry. Great name. Galaxy Jesus. All right.
Yeah, I thought that was a cool name.
It has some, I don't know. I guess it rings.
It was too
Pretty
weird.
nice.
It was too weird, and it actually
little weird.
bugged some people that were like, "Oh, that's blasphemy, Big T." That's blasphemous.
Oh man, I've already gotten my earful of Christians not very happy with me numerous times in my career.
So I changed. So one weekend, long story short, I should come up with a better fake story for my name. But the real story is that one weekend I built a gaming PC. Well, actually, I just replaced the motherboard on my gaming PC that had burnt out, and I felt really cool because I figured out how to do it, and so I called myself Big Tech.
It worked.
because I had done something with technology.
Jared in the chat said, think about it for a second, though. People in Australia and other countries in the South have never seen the sun move in a different direction like us in the North have not seen it in the South. Yeah, but the difference is the flat Earth map coincides with the North. That's the sun goes the correct way. So for us, I could see how somebody in the North might buy into it, but in somebody in the South, the sun is going the other way. It can't possibly do what the flat Earth map says. So anyway, sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yo, are we talking to flat earthers right now?
There's a couple still. They show up in my chat to yell at me and
cool.
throw me under the bus and do a couple other things.
Nice.
Peter Esselstrom, did I see Peter? I think I saw that you bailed on my VIP group, and then I saw the reasoning for it. It said because I believed in Katy Perry's space thing. Is that correct? Did you leave my VIP because you think Katy Perry's thing to space was fake? Which makes no sense, by the way. Makes no sense. They're not even going to space. They're throwing them up like a reverse bungee jump. It's a glorified carnival ride. And
yeah,
you
the
guys
big
are all claiming it's
skydiving trip in a pod.
Yeah. It's like, why are we claiming, why would you claim that that's fake? What is the point of that? Nobody thinks they're actually going to space. It's not selling space travel. It's not spelling the.
I've been thinking about trying to start a new movement, like claiming that skydiving is fake.
Oh, that is fake, though.
Like, come on, dude. You telling me that these people are jumping out of an airplane thousands of feet in the air, going hundreds of miles an hour, and they're fine.
And then the parachute opens and it doesn't get ripped to shreds by the atmosphere?
Yeah, their face would get ripped off by the speed, right?
They're
And
going
like,
3Gs. You ever seen somebody do 3Gs? They can't even breathe. They pass out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. It is a reverse bungee jump, but it is real. It's like, I just wish people would just, and it's like every single explanation that flat earthers have given for it being fake have just been them not understanding or them finding.
Yeah, but didn't you see how the door opened funny?
Oh, right. Which definitely did prove it. If they wouldn't have done that damn door. Oh, it's a PR stunt gone wrong.
The door opened funny. Obviously, the whole thing's fake.
Yeah, and they had a
can
mannequin.
fake the entire trip, but they can't fake a realistic.
They forgot that part. There was a struggle.
I don't get what their whole even.
All the CGI worked great. The thing going up in the sky, them floating around, everything went great till they landed, and then the door just blew it all.
The dozens of exactly the same type of thing that they've done before for years, those were all fine. This one was fake because Katy Perry was on board.
Right, and Gail Kim. Was that her name? Gail something.
I don't even know who the other bitches are.
Right, I agree. I'm just saying that those flirts in the South are just denying what they've been told. I'm not a flirf, just saying I can understand how Southerners can be flirts. Yeah, but let's just take ourselves and put ourselves at the tip of South America looking west, right? So we know on a flat earth map, the sun has to go to the right. That's where Australia is and Africa is over there. So the sun has to get over there and get back, but it goes to the left and goes under the earth and then comes back up 5 hours later in the southeast. So how did it light Australia and Africa? Well, that's easy. Now it's easy. I was a dum-dum for a long time. But the South is not a lie. So the South is not a lie.
The South is a lie.
Oh, thank you. That's what it is. Gail Kim, the former WWE wrestler. Okay, that's why I'm getting confused.
So you were into wrestling?
Yeah, certainly back in the day. Like I went to WrestleMania 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 31 or something like that. Just
whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
You were in.
Well, for those 6 years for sure. Yeah, no, it was, I used to enjoy it.
Do you think that has anything to do with why you were able to get so into flat earth, like the ability to suspend disbelief?
No, I think of it quite differently.
Why?
Well, I thought one was a scientific enterprise, to be honest with you, and the other one I thought was entertainment. But it turned out that one of them was Turns out
they were both just entertainment.
I don't even know if I would give flat earth an entertainment vote at this point.
Oh, it is.
For you, yes, you weren't involved in it. You haven't had to deal with these people after you've left. The entertainment part left the building a long time ago.
Well, that's the entertainment too. I mean, the chat has turned into a heel.
The chat is a heel. Yes, exactly. They are the
or
Iron
you
Sheik.
switch actually. So in their world, which flat Earth really is just an entertainment for these people, and they're suspending disbelief. They're buying all the way into it, so they're marks, and you have turned into a heel.
Yeah, it's me who's the heel. I think I did a heel turn.
Now you've done a heel turn.
I was out raising Dave Weiss's hand as the winner, and then I let him go, and then I went from behind him, steel chair to the back of the neck.
Yeah, you steel chair Dave Weiss. Exactly. That's why they're treating you like this.
He's owed about 45 more, 55 more. So got to figure out when to get those in. I just want to say, love your show. Now that you've seen the truth, keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Is Gail King the BFF of Oprah? Yeah, that's maybe her name's something else. Oh, it is Gail King. Got you. Now I get it. I said Gail Kim.
Mm.
They should not have names so close to each other. That's going to bug me. Yeah, so, okay, we got your name. That's good. I'm glad we got that. And
Yeah, good.
I think
What
that
about
you
your
and-
name? How'd you get a name like Jeranism?
it's just my name, my first name, and then ism at the end. And it's meant to be at the beginning. I made a video, and I was like, I'm just going to make it my own religion. But then you start having followers, and then people are like, oh, you have a religion, and people follow it. I'm like, okay, now that wasn't a good idea.
Oh, they should have known you were a heel from the beginning if you did something
Well,
like that.
I was controlled opposition from the beginning. That's what they say. 10 years. They put me in 10 years ago, and I was like a sleeper cell. Just kept waiting, giving all the flat earth facts and all the details about it being true. And then I did the old Benedict Arnold. So
I believe it.
yeah, I mean, I got paid a lot for it. Like $3.66, I think, which is pretty nice.
Sweet.
I tried to get them up past $5. They're like, not having that.
Wait, I heard you're a big crypto guy, though. Are you loaded now? That shit's over like $100 million a piece.
I can't say loaded. I'd say it's nice to see that, but loaded is not the case, unfortunately. You know, when I started YouTube, which was 2015, from 2015 to 2017, I didn't make a penny on YouTube, but I lived off Bitcoin. So, because I used to write articles. Get this, I used to write articles for this website called BitScan. They used to pay me 0.3 Bitcoin per article. It used to take me. Yeah, this is 2013. 0.3 Bitcoin. So
They
one
used
time,
to pay you $30,000 an article.
right, and the damn article took me about 4 hours to write. So that's it's
Yeah.
like $9,000 an hour. Not bad. Not bad.
I bought 10 Bitcoin back when they were $500 each.
And what happened to them? You saw them in a safe somewhere?
Yeah, then I sold them all when they were 1,000 each. I made
Right.
$5,000.
And see, that's the thing people don't understand. When people think that like somebody bought Bitcoin at $1 and they are still holding it right now, like, should I sell it today? It's worth it. It's like that didn't happen. Anybody bought it at $1 sold it at 10. Anybody who bought it 10 sold it at 100. And anybody who's bought it at 100 sold it at 1,000. Very rare that you would hold on to that, unless that was your design. That's what rich people get to do, right? Delayed gratification. Yeah, so I guess I'm a crypto guy. I am disappointed in the crypto sphere, if you will, just because it's all scams. A lot of people have lost their ass. But did Peter say something back? Did he come? Oh, I thought he said something back. So anyway, it's all scams. All those stupid side coins and all those what are they called, shit coins, just really killed people. And I still have people falling for these scams. Guys out there, please do not ever think that you can get something for nothing. There's no thing in the world where you can say, oh, I'm going to give you a Bitcoin today, and then in 3 weeks, you're going to give me 1.5 Bitcoins. That's called a Ponzi scheme every single time. And yet people message me all the time like, oh, did you hear about this one? Minecapital.org or something. I'm like, what is it? Oh, they make 5% a day automatically, and it gets added to your account. I'm like, dude, that's a scam. Like, what do you mean? I can see the numbers in my account. I can see that I've made $60,000. I'm like, yeah, they're numbers on a screen. Go ahead and try and hit withdraw and then watch them laugh at you and run away. But people, they get sucked in and then they just feel like it's a real thing that they're going to get that. It's like nobody, like if you could guarantee a 5% return, you would not go to people on the internet and be like, hey, can you give me some money? We can guarantee a 5% return. You'd go to the richest people in the world. Hey, Warren Buffett, I can do 5% a day on any money you give me. Boom, you're set. You're done. He would buy in a second. So it's just not real.
And anytime that there's going to be a certain amount of people who go in, and then if some of the people in get rich, that means some of the people got ripped off.
Correct.
It's the only way it works too. If you exit with more money than you entered with, that means somebody else is exiting with that much in the negative.
Yeah, it's
That's
a
the only way it can add up.
Zero-sum game. Yeah, it has to.
Yeah. So all of these shit coins and stuff, like every one of them is a rug pull. Every one of them is like you said, it's a Ponzi or something like that. So there's no win-win for everybody to join one of these. So anytime somebody starts one, they're running a scam on part of their audience or whatever. So whoever comes in last is holding the bag when it goes to zero.
And you know what I really think happens? I think people just don't give a shit about anybody else, and so they just want to be first. They just want to be in that group.
I mean, that's really what you got to do. As long as
Yeah.
you're guaranteed to be the guy who gets out first, that's fine.
I don't know about guaranteed, but that's the gamble part of it, right? But whoever started the coin is the one sitting there with a bunch of coins in their hand, just waiting for the price to go up to a point where they dump it on you, and then you get stuck with a coin. I mean, if anybody looked at my wallet, I'd be so embarrassed with the amount of coins that I've purchased in the past that have just gone to nothing. Just it'd be so embarrassing. I don't want people to see those. Like, I don't know how that got in my wallet. Somebody must have sent me that for free. I certainly would never have made that purchase. I do crypto consultations, for God's sakes. I would never do such a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I had
And
50
we can
Bitcoin
figure it.
at one time in 2012, 2013. Had 50 Bitcoin in a wall safe, but they were
Oh,
only
that
worth
feels good.
about they were worth about 600. And then, like you said, sold a bunch when they got to 1,000, and sold a bunch when they got to 1,500, and sold a bunch when they got to 2,000. And so yeah, and I had two things happen to me. So that was the first thing. So then I got into this mode where I was like, oh, what we got to do is hold next time. You never want to sell, you want to hold. So then I bought in on this coin called Pirate Chain, which was ARRR. This is probably now 3-4 years ago. And I bought it at like 11 cents and 4 cents. And then sure enough, it starts going up. Before you know it, it's worth $16. And at the time I had 10,000 coins. So I had $160,000. My wife said, can we take 20 out and get a car? And I said, no, we are not doing that. We now think like we're rich. We don't think like we're poor anymore. 2 days later, the coin crashed down to, $4. And then it's like, oh shit, do we sell now? No, hold on to it. And then it's down to $2. And hold on to it. Might do something with $1. Now I think today it's back to about 11 cents. So I learned. So now I realize there has to be a happy medium. You have to, when you see that 160,000 is when I should have been smart enough to say, let's take out 80,000 and be happy that we have 80,000 left, and we have 80,000 in cash, instead of thinking I was cool. And now my wife gets to throw that in my face whenever she wants. Right? Remember, we could have had that car. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I remember.
I've often said that Bitcoin for me was a way to make $5,000 and feel like I lost $1 million.
Why do you say that?
Because I used to have 10 of them. That'd be worth $1 million now.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
I sold them, but what I did is I cashed them all out. I made 5,000 profit.
Right.
But what I feel like is that I lost $1 million.
Well, you did, technically.
Did.
Yeah.
So it's a way to make 5,000, but feel like you lost $1 million.
The hard part is
because winning 5,000 should feel good, but it doesn't.
It
feels like I lost $1 million.
People always come to me now and they're like, okay, so I want to get into Bitcoin. I got, $300. So tell me how to do it. I'm like, I don't know if I would do that. Like $300, if it doubles and Bitcoin goes to 200,000, you'll have $600. And that's the chances of that happening are pretty rare. You might want to rethink your strategy there. It's a little late to be putting $300 in. Now, again, if you're going to do like what do they call it? Dollar cost averaging, where you pull $25 out of your bank account every week or something, probably not the worst idea. But if I had $300, I'm not sure I'd put it in Bitcoin. Not sure I'd do that. See who's here.
I'd put it in Tesla.
In the
even
Tesla
though
stock?
Tesla's way up, I think that's still going to go way up more. Even
you think so? Do you have a Tesla?
Not yet. Looking forward to it though.
Is that your plan one day?
Well, actually, I'd like to be able to just roll in those Robotaxis. Look cool. It'd be nice to not even have a car.
You mean
maybe just have one for when I need it, but like mostly if I need to go somewhere, just click the app and have a Robotaxi pull up.
The self-driving ones?
Yeah, those are coming out this year.
Yeah, I've gone both directions on that one. In a perfect world where we trusted government and everything, it's the greatest thing in the world. But if you don't, if you think the government's out to get you, which I've thought a couple times in my life, then you probably don't want to get one of those, because you'll end up like that. Didn't some girl drive off a cliff into water or something? I forgot when that was. Like somebody's wife or something. I can't remember. Anyway, it was in a Tesla. But
I would rather die than live as though the government's trying to kill me. I'd rather just die anyway then. That's too much stress. Just let them get me.
It's a lot of stress.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about that.
I've kind of realized that a lot of those...
If the government's trying to kill me, they'll just kill me. So it's like, I'll just...
Yeah, or else they're really bad at it. And I don't think they would be that terrible at it. Like taking years to do it.
On.
They just keep trying and keep failing. It's like they don't have...
Also, if you don't get killed by the government, like you probably didn't even live then. You probably didn't even do anything. So
right, they're not after you.
It's kind of cool to get killed by the government.
Yeah, you're a martyr. You become like...
That means you were a badass.
Bill Cooper, right? Everyone looks up to Bill Cooper. He was killed by the government, so... I want to be like him.
Supposed to live forever anyway.
Tony Coriolis in the house. I see you. Charlie, what's up? I saw you earlier. Oh, and then there was something else I was going to say, but I forgot. Seeing if there's anybody else that I need to say hello to. Real Singus. His self-driving is ass. Well, I just know when I was with my sister recently in, where were we? San Francisco. We pull up to behind this car and it's got all these fancy gadgets and gadgets on it, and I'm like, what is that? She goes, oh, those are self-driving cars, there's nobody in there. I'm like, what? And it was just so weird.
Yeah, the Waymos.
Yeah, Waymos. And then the light turns green, everybody starts pulling forward, the Waymo just sits there. My sister had to honk at it for it to move. I was like, this car, it was a bad start. Yeah, it's a bad start. I might have a video.
Yeah, they're going to be shitty at first, but as the years go on, they're going to get really good.
They're going to get really good. And then what I started thinking, and I was always against them until I saw that one, I'm like, you know what? There's no road rage in that car. There's no drunk driver. That driver's not going to be distracted. They're not going to be hitting their kids when they should be paying attention to the road or reading in paper. I saw one guy eating a bowl of cereal one time driving on the freeway. Like, wow, that's impressive. With his hand like this, a bowl of cereal, just eating, driving with his knee. Man, more power to you. More power to you.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to ride in a car with no driver. That'd be great. Dude, last time I got in an Uber, it was like stinky Asian driver. Nothing against Asians. Ew.
Hey,
but
they shouldn't be allowed to be. You sure they're allowed?
Bad.
They're allowed to drive those cars?
I know, right? I didn't feel safe. And he wasn't a good driver. He was like too heavy on the throttle and the brake. So my head was like, ugh,
even my wife, who is Asian, would agree they should not be driving Ubers.
And he smelled, dude. And I'm not even being like,
what do you smell like? I'm wondering what that smell would be.
Stank. He smelled like halitosis. He smelled like bad breath. Like the whole car just smelled like bad breath and body odor.
That's not fun.
It was gross.
It wasn't Indian and you smelled curry, right? That's something I can't stand. I can't take that.
He just was a stinky. It just smelled, and it wasn't even. It was the kind of odor that you can kind of feel and taste.
Oh God!
It was making me nauseous. I wanted to get out of the car, and I was getting car sick because of how he's driving. I thought this is a nightmare.
What do you think of facial recognition stuff? You okay with that?
Well, no, that's all coming, and that's like part of the devil's bargain with all this stuff. I think you want to talk conspiracy theories real quick. I'm gonna make a prophecy for you. What's coming soon? The next thing, and it's probably going to have to do with Bitcoin.
Okay.
I think the next thing they're going to do, we've had 9/11, we've had COVID. The next thing that's coming is the big cyber hack, the big cyber attack. And it'll be something like maybe they'll collapse the economy with somebody hacks the blockchain or something like that. And they'll blame it on crypto probably. And all at once, they'll do two things at once. They will unify the world into a single world currency. It's like somehow immune from cyber attacks, and they'll institute biometric identification for being online, so no more anons.
That's what I think they're going to do as well.
Yeah.
Because we buy these packs of Giants tickets every Black Friday to go to the Giants game a couple times a year, and it's crazy when you go there. We don't have tickets anymore, and I walk right in, and my face pops up on the screen, and it says for entry, and my wife and son just walk right through, and that's how we get into the game now. How soon will it start saying, unvaccinated, you cannot, did not pay your parking tickets, you can't go into the game, spoke to somebody rudely without, politically correct language or something.
Said the N-word 7,000 times on Twitter.
Right. Made fun of an Asian for being a bad driver. Can't get into this game. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. All right, let me show you this video real quick. Just a short little screen of the Waymo. As soon as I saw that, I got to pull this thing out. There we go. This is the Waymo driving by itself.
It's my first time ever.
What is this thing spinning on the top, though?
Yeah, right. Well, that's what's cool about Teslas. They have none of that gear. Like this thing's got like a giant Xbox on top and all these little spinning gadgets. They're like laser LiDAR detectors and everything.
I think it's the International Space Station.
Watch it turn green and the thing just sit there.
But the Teslas just run off cameras that are built in.
Go.
And so that's why I said buy Tesla, because once they get that dialed in, and they will, it's a matter of time, but they will dialed in real well. And then Tesla won't even have to sell cars anymore. Think about it. Just every time they print a car out of their factory, it just hits the road and starts giving rides and making money. So now he just has a money printer.
That's the weirdest thing to see a car next to you that has no driver. You're like, okay.
Super weird.
Very weird. But like I said, it's not going to get upset. It's not going to get drunk. It's not going to be stoned driving 45 in the fast lane on the freeway. So that's all good things.
And you can go get drunk. You can go party with the boys at the pub and then just stumble out, hop in that car in the back seat and just ride, because it'll have no steering wheel. You can't get a DUI.
And I gave up drinking. What an idiot. What an idiot I am.
You can take it back up.
Just pick it up. Why are you drinking again? Well, because of the AI taxis.
Because of Elon.
Yeah. Thank you, Elon.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. So for that screen. So anyway, that's a Waymo car. Those are fun. Facial recognition I think is coming. That's going to be scary. You probably don't have to purchase anything in the stores anymore. You could just they already have stores like that you just go in and grab things and walk out and it charges you.
Yeah, they just put it on my tab.
I forgot where I saw one. Maybe an airport or something. When I was,
they have Amazon stores like that or something.
Yeah, maybe that's. I thought I saw one somewhere, but
yeah, but Walmart's going to be like that. You just take what you want and just go, and they got it. Just charge you.
Wow. Yeah, it's pretty scary.
That'll be nice. No more standing in line at the grocery store.
But
the worst part.
All the prices are going to go sky high because people don't realize that all the theft that happens with those self-checkouts, which half the people are stealing shit, and that cost all goes back to us. So isn't that lovely? I do like paying.
But what if it eliminates it all, though? What if it's impossible to steal now because you can't get in without getting scanned and having enough in your account?
See, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think I'm also okay with, like I've said before, that if they had little sensors on the road and like if you were speeding, it like alerted the police, hey, a car just, because as it is now, if you just speed because there's no cops around, nothing happens to you. You just speed down the street because you don't see any cops. But with somebody who has kids, I'm like, you don't need to be doing that. Leave earlier. You don't need to be driving so fast places. So like somebody said before, like we have the capabilities now with AI and things that you think they'd be able to put little detectors everywhere. And as soon as somebody drives too fast, it alerts the cop, hey, you had somebody speeding over here. I would actually be okay with that.
Well, the self-driving solves that too. Once everything's self-driving, you can't get a ticket. See, imagine, dude, no more registration, no insurance, no car tickets, no maintenance, no nothing. You just swipe the app, hop in the car. You don't have to drive. You can just do whatever.
Whose fault is it if it kills somebody? If there's no insurance?
Not my fault.
I know. I was just sitting in the back having sex with that girl. We weren't doing anything wrong at all.
Yeah, we were chilling.
She was just on my lap. We thought it was allowed.
Pulled out I was playing Nintendo Switch.
When we killed that kid, we didn't mean to do that.
But that's the thing too. It'll get so good that it'll be safer than a human driver. It'll have a better driving record. You'll be more likely to get killed by a human driver than a self-driving car. In a certain, in the next few years, we'll cross a moment where it's like human drivers are more dangerous, and then everybody will lose their license.
I have a listener, David Sanchez, who drives trucks for a living. I wonder if he's afraid of his job going away.
Yep, probably. Well, first it'll be just like the truck drivers will just be in self-driving trucks, and then they'll just be chilling, taking naps, and your job is to get there and like unload the truck or fill it up with battery juice or whatever.
Whatever they do.
Yeah, whatever. It'll be they'll be co-piloted, but then they'll be phased out.
I wonder if they have to load up the entire city into some system first or something. Seems far-fetched. They can just let them loose. The other thing I saw recently that was kind of cool is there was a city who did an AI thing where they put in a computer system, put all the stoplights, all the stop signs of the whole city, and ran it through AI, and AI came back and said, do all these things, replace this light with a stoplight with this stop sign with a stoplight, and they completely got rid of all the traffic in the city over the weekend. Like they came back on Monday and all the traffic had been alleviated. It changed the timing on some lights, so when it's busy, it lets more greens go through. So that's pretty special, pretty ingenious. So AI could do some good things. It might also do some terrible things. What's your thought on something I just see as one of the biggest problems that we have is the fact that now you can get more clicks, more views when you lie, right? And if you jump on an event, say Trump gets shot, and you're the first person to come out with a video about it or a live stream, that's what's going to get the most clicks. That's what's going to get the most views when that's the least informed opinion, right? Those people are just going to be going live, saying things that aren't true.
Yep.
So, because we can't combat that, you're not going to be able to stop people from wanting to be first if that's where the money and clicks are. So what do we do with that? Isn't that just going to continue to get worse?
Yeah, it probably will. I think a lot of that stuff's going to get way worse. And now that, have you seen the new AI videos too that are just,
dude, I saw one with,
can't even tell if they're real or not.
I saw one with Joe, who was it? Somebody talking to Mark Zuckerberg. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, that was Theo Vaughn.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it was
wait,
that.
Wait.
Was that real or fake?
That's my favorite new genre because that was real.
Wait, that was a real one.
My favorite new genre is real videos where people are posting them going, wow, AI is getting crazy. And you can't tell if it's real or fake.
Oh,
man. It's actually real.
It's
like getting rickrolled or something.
So that's a real video. That's not
That's
AI.
a real video. Just Mark Zuckerberg is such a weird, freakish, fake robot person that you can't tell if he's real or not.
I actually saw that and I'm like, it's not that good yet. AI's not that good yet. He looks terrible.
No, that was real. That's from his actual
I gotta bring this up
3 weeks ago.
No way.
Yeah, where he's like, yeah, I don't drink coffee.
Yeah,
I've never had it before. That was real. He's just actually that awkward.
That was so weird. I thought this was actually AI. Why did I think that? I looked right at Zuckerberg and said, oh, it is AI.
Because Zuckerberg has
so
been
weird.
AI for years.
He might be AI. He might just be AI. Look at how weird he looks. Let me bring this up. That is, I just looked at it, watched a little bit, and said, "Oh man, it's not that good yet." And here I am, just wrong.
Like I said, that's my favorite new genre, dude. Somebody did that with
Look at there it is. Look right here, like that looks so fake. I was like, "Oh, that's not that good yet." It looks so fake. Now everything looks like
he's
AI.
just so awkward and cringe. You're like, oh, it's AI. That's from Theo Vaughn's episode 3 weeks ago.
Wow, I totally got had on that one. Just because of how dumb Zuckerberg looks.
Yeah, and the way he talks too. He's.
I mean, here, I don't think I even heard it.
Oh,
Just feel like I'm always,
it's because of how dumb he looks.
Why? You know?
Okay.
I don't know. I just think I've always felt like that. I've always felt like kind of frenetic, It's like
Zuckerberg. Anywho. All right, so everybody knows what we're doing. This is a simulcast, and we're going to be talking about I don't know what. Well, I think you and I have the same religious opinions, I believe. You're kind of in line with Adam
about
Green.
Flat Earth too.
Yeah,
that's fun.
You and Adam Green kind of have the same beliefs, right?
Yeah, almost exactly. Does your audience already know about the Adam Green, the green pill?
They know that. Yeah, Adam Green's been on my debate show a couple times. He didn't. I have to talk to him finally because he didn't want to really talk to me about flat Earth, and of course now I see the reason. So at the time, I was kind of one of those guys like, oh, of course he can't get into flat Earth because it ruins his, Bible is bullshit line. So, but now I do see that I should probably reach out to him again. He would probably be a good interview. But yeah, he does great work. I've always appreciated the stuff he's done, and it's along the same lines as what I believe, that it seems like the Christians are worshiping the God of the Jews and pushing him to everybody and the Jews. So so that's a little scary, obviously, and it seems like maybe Jesus came. I don't know if he was existed, but if he did, and he ever said anything wrong about the Old Testament God, they would have put him on a tree and then told a different story, maybe. So who knows? But I know we have that same thought. What's your opinion of flat Earth? What have you been dealing with lately? Has it died since the?
Well, I kind of tuned out a little bit. I tuned in. I've known about flat Earth for years. I spent a whole weekend being a flat Earther one time when I first found out about it.
Oh, you mean you believed it for a short time? Or
I sort of like let myself. I think that the best way to examine something is to like really adopt the worldview of the person who believes it.
Okay.
And you don't really understand the belief until you've believed it. And so I did that. I was like, all right, well, what if this was true? What would that be like? So I spent the whole weekend believing the Earth's flat. Oh, and I had seen at the same time, you've probably seen that video where it's like, look at these mountains that have plateaus. Those are actually cut off giant ancient trees.
Yes, the trees, giant trees.
So I was doing that at the same time too. I was like, all right, mountains are actually ancient tree stumps, and the Earth's flat, and there's a dome, and the world is not what I've been told. All right, so the globe is a lie.
Correct.
I'm in a world that's filled with a conspiracy of like these satanic elites that are faking rocket launches
every other day, by the way.
Yeah, the whole thing, right? So I went down the flat Earth rabbit hole. I saw the Eric Dubay videos and some other stuff. Saw the fake trees thing.
Did you get the app?
All right, so this was before the app.
Okay.
Dave Weiss wasn't even a guy yet.
He wasn't even a guy. He was still a female. Didn't know that.
I don't know how long he's been around.
The timing's fine with me. Right.
But no, this was probably 20. I don't know. It was like 2015, 2016, something like that.
Okay. Thought you were going to say 20 years ago, and I was going to call bullshit.
No, I was like, I think that's still kind of like the early YouTube days. Like Flat Earth was still kind of dominant on YouTube back then. So
yeah, 2015 for sure. Anybody says 2014, I wouldn't believe them because Mark Sargent's Clues came out in February. I came out with videos in February. I think Dubay may have done some stuff before that, but I'd say February 2015 was the kickoff of the greatest coming.
Yeah,
to
that's probably
Jesus
when it
moment.
was. Yeah, I bet it was spring summer of 15.
Fun
well,
for you.
So yeah, that so I was like, all right, we'll see what that feels like. So I was a flat earther for the whole weekend, and that was a trip. So
you weren't dating a girl, were you? Because I'm sure you weren't after that. So
no,
okay, good.
No, I was just walking around on a flat earth, and I was like, wow. And so but what I did, I found out it actually feels kind of cool. It feels awesome. Like thinking that all that's going on, and that and everybody else doesn't know is part of it. And just sort of like believing it for a weekend. Anyway, for me, I thought that was wild. But anyway, like
you should try 10 years.
It's about as long as I could do it. It's about a weekend.
Nah, 10 years. It's not bad.
Yeah, you did it for 10 years. That's cool.
It's only like 17% of your life. It's not that big of a deal. It's tiny. If you think about it in the whole stretch of things.
So anyway, I kind of like I my mom fell into it for like a minute, and I talked to her about it one time, and she was like, "Oh, okay." And then we went over some things, and I had this was a while later when she told me she was getting into flat Earth. She was also getting into like Q. She like had found
scary.
conspiracy theory rabbit holes, and I was like, "Mom, come on." She's like, "What? Look, you haven't seen this." And I said, "All right,
You don't
all
know
right."
this.
And I was real nice to her. Of course, she's my mom. But we had a little talk, and in our talk, we realized together how many things she didn't really know, and it was surprising to me because she's real smart. But she went through school a long time ago and spent her life having kids and stuff. But I mean, we got into the point in the conversation where she was like, "I'm like, Mom, why does the moon look like that?" We were sitting outside. I'm like, "Why does the moon look like that?" Because it had like a shadow on part of it,
right?
It was going through the phases. And she's like, "I don't know. Isn't that like what is that? That's like." The Earth is like part of the Earth's shadow is on the moon. Is that why that's happening?
Dude, I can't laugh at that. My wife and I, when we first got into this, we were walking around my bedroom. I can still remember it, trying to figure out how that worked. And I actually had to finally ask somebody, like, I don't get it. How come we can't make it work? They're like, that's not the Earth's shadow. I'm like, what? What is it?
Yeah.
So, you learn as you move along.
Mm-hmm.
But
and I realized, like, oh, my mom does. She thinks the phases of the moon is an eclipse.
Right.
And so I explained to her what it is. I'm like, Mom, it's round. And that's like part of it. You know how there's a daytime on the Earth and there's a nighttime on the Earth? What you're seeing is kind of like the line between day and night on the moon.
Right.
And so the part that's facing the sun is light, and the dark side is the other side. And the reason there's a little curve shape to the shadow is because the moon is curved. And she scratched her head and thought about it. And she goes, oh yeah. Oh, all right. And I'm like, yeah. And so, and when that clicks for her, she goes, "Oh, okay. Oh, now I'm getting it." and then she's all right. So if that's, and then right at the same time that set in for her, I saw it set in for her. Like, okay, so then if that's probably what's happening on the Earth too, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably the same thing. I mean, I know that doesn't prove it, but yeah, I can see how that would be the same thing here. And I'm like, yeah, that's the same thing here. And then I said, also, Mom, look, we're in California. How many times have we been at the beach at sunset? She's like, I don't know, like 100. I'm like, yeah, as we go. Where does the sun go at night? Like, you see it, and she's like, well, I'm like, well, we see it go in the water, right? It just goes right down in the water, but what it it goes away and it goes low and it gets real small, and then at one point it just vanishes into the water. And I just asked her, Mom, is that because it's going really far away from you on a flat plane, or is it because it's being rotated out of view by the rotating sphere? And she thought about it for a second. She goes, yeah, it's the sphere, isn't it? Yeah.
Hey, give her some credit. It took me 10 years to get to that point, so give her some credit. It only took her 10 minutes and took me 10 years. But no, I mean, it's kind of expected. I know how a lot of people that are still stuck in there feel, because you get told so often by people, oh, you did such great work and you're going to be remembered forever, and can I get your autograph? And that your brain kind of builds this little barrier, like, oh, I like this feeling. I'm not going to even think about things that might break that down. So that was my issue. And then it was, thanks to Will for giving me a $35,000 trip.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah, I tried telling him that I don't believe in, beachfront property in Hawaii, but it's not working now. He's not buying. He's not biting. He's not biting, and you're not going to pay for any more stuff that I don't believe in. So
tell him you don't believe in the rocket launches, and he'll pay for you to go up with.
So we all said we're going to
Bezos.
I actually wrote into Jeff Bezos to ask to go on that, but no calls.
Cool.
No calls. Imagine that. Because I want to be the ultimate shill. Imagine the shill level that I attain by going on that ship. It's a probably all-time high.
That would be the ultimate one.
Yeah, I think there's probably no higher.
I saw Witsit floating it too when he was covering that. that maybe he'll get a free ride on it, but we'll see. Actually, if I was you guys, I wouldn't go because Bezos is the kind of guy where he might actually blow the rocket up just to get rid of a couple of you.
Yeah, I figured that, and then
Fucking flat earthers.
and then imagine that. Then I'll die, and everybody on Earth will believe the Earth is flat because of my death.
Yeah.
So I mean, that gets really
Exactly.
tricky. That's a good novel, Stephen King. If you're out there watching the show, we might be.
So back to the story though,
Sure.
like real quick, the reason I got back into flat Earth is because your trip was coming up to
Mhm.
Antarctica, and it wasn't just about you, but I knew that the final experiment was happening in December last year.
Right.
So I thought, oh, this is going to be good content. The flat earthers are going to find out that the Earth is a sphere. So in like September or something, I started covering a bunch of flat Earth stuff, watching debates.
Could you have called me
saw
or
some with
something?
you.
Reached out, maybe? No.
Yeah, I think I reached out to you around that time.
I think it was
And I
after.
started like making fun of Witsit because he's so incredibly cringe beyond even just the flat earth stuff. He's like a hilarious person to laugh at. And so I started making fun of him, and I was just making content out of it on my stream, kind of being a little bit of a bully, but all in good fun. But that's why I'm into flat earth now, because I covered it on my stream for a few months, and looking into all the best flat earth arguments. And I got into the
there's some
flat earth
doozies.
discords, and I argued with the guys in the Discord
I won't even go there.
and stuff like that.
I debate Witsit here in about a month, I guess. It's
Ooh,
3 weeks, really. I think it's June 17th. I think it's the Father's Day weekend. He's having a summit or something, and we are going to debate there. So I feel bad for him. I don't think this is something he wants to do, but he wants to do it. Because, I mean, they just have,
what do you guys?
they have nothing
What
left.
are you gonna debate about? He's gonna spin it into heliocentrism, isn't it? That's
I
all he
don't
talks
really
about
know.
lately.
I don't really get what argument he has. I mean, again, you can ask him where the South Pole is. He's not going to have an answer. We both saw the South Celestial Pole, so I'm going to say, okay, we saw that, right? What's underneath it? I don't know what he can possibly say to that. How did we see the sun south of us when we were in Antarctica?
All you saw is lights in the sky, bro. Lights on the ceiling don't tell you the shape of the ground.
Right. One of the greatest. Oh, by the way, that was a poll question. Let's see what we got percentage-wise. See if there's anybody thinking in the world today. It says, can you look at lights in the sky to determine the shape of the ground? We got 74% yes. Not bad. It's better than I expected. But
74% of them are wrong.
no. 74% are correct. You can.
Not according to Witsit.
Oh, according to Witsit. No. According to all flat earthers, because they get to decide what evidence is accepted. And it's weird that they just decide to accept the evidence that doesn't debunk it them, which is a smart move. If you're going to pitch a theory, if there's evidence out there that debunks you, just don't accept it. Just say,
Yeah.
we don't look at that for this particular case. And then
So I determined in my whole experience with them that the argument boils down to this.
Okay.
The argument, you can tell me if it's beyond this. Am I missing something?
Sure.
But it really, really does boil down to, I looked for the curve and couldn't see it. Therefore, it must not be curved.
Yes, I think it has a mixture of the absurdity of a globe Earth spinning in space. And I think that sometimes you just have to accept it, right? I mean, the evidence tells you that's the case. So it doesn't matter how absurd it is. It's the case. So,
Well, yeah. So that
suck it
they just throw that out. Well, I haven't been to space,
right.
so I wasn't able to see that curve, and I
Right.
don't accept all those videos and photos and everything. So that's why that line is in there in my song. Every bit of footage from space is fake.
Right. It has to be all of it.
So yeah, I could just throw out every single bit of footage from space. So we just remove that from the evidence. What's personally observable, repeatable, testable? I've gone out with my P9 million camera and I've looked for the curve and I didn't see it. Therefore, there must not be one.
And water lies level. Even though that's a
There
globe
it is
claim,
again. I looked for curved water and I couldn't find any.
right? And you're not going to
So-
find it.
So there isn't. And
Yeah.
so really every argument boils down to I didn't see the curve.
Yep.
It's a million different forms of that exact statement. I looked for curve, didn't see it, must be flat.
But then even when you give them evidence of curve, they just dismiss that as not being evidence of curve. Like I started filming the rocket launches from Vandenberg from here where I live. So you're in California as well?
Yeah.
Where at? South or?
North San Diego County.
Okay. So from your spot too, you could watch those launches from Vandenberg. I think they're like 300 or 400 miles away from you. And
yeah, I never sat out and like time to launch, but I've seen them in the sky a bunch of times. You know, ripping through, making.
Yeah, there's a great
ripples in
site
the
called.
atmosphere.
I just type in the search Vandenberg launch, and then there's a page that comes up. I forgot what it's called, Space Launches or something. But anyway, I can check that.
I've seen them scraping against the firmament a bunch of times.
Oh, they hit the firmament real like at 13,000 feet high too. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
The planes, they know how to get on top of it. They fly up over it, and then the planes are up there. But
Dude,
not so
wait a
much.
minute, hold on. I had Dustin Nemos in a debate the other day
not
in a
Nemos.
Twitter space.
Is he still around?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, he left me
He
alone.
told
finally.
me that they have triangulated the sun, and based on measurements, and he was showing me a footage of clouds behind the sun.
Oh,
You've
boy.
seen that one?
Yeah.
He told me that the sun is 3,000 miles up.
Correct. That's what Flat Earth would say. And it's not even good math because you can't use a third observer. It's just a two-person observing, and then as soon as you add a third person, then it gets wonky. So they can't do that.
Then I said, okay, so Dustin, 3,000 miles, a mile's 5,800 feet, or is it 5,400, whatever it is?
5280.
5,280. There you go. 5,280. All right, 5,280 times 3,000. That's like 16 million feet. So those clouds are 16 million feet up.
Oh, what did he say
They're
about that?
behind the sun.
That's hilarious. See, that's where they get screwed up, and they can't. Like Dave Weiss is his excuse of why I'm able to see these rockets, because I don't see when I watch the rocket launch. When I finally see it on my horizon, when you go back and pair it up with the actual launch, it's a minute and 5 seconds after it launches. So where's the fuck's the rocket for a minute and 5 seconds? It's just nowhere. It's nowhere, and then all of a sudden there it is on my. So they have to pretend it's in vanished land, or so Dave Weiss says it's actually behind 20,000 feet of clouds that condense down to the horizon size, and it's hiding behind there. But then I'm like, Dave, that means that all the evidence we have of like Canigou and all these mountains that are long, I'm like, Canigou's only 9,000 feet high, and we can see it from 175 miles. So where's the 20,000 foot clouds that are supposed to be blocking it? The size of it doesn't even make sense. It's like debunked on its face. No, they don't care. And I've learned what flat earthers do. They just have us all blocked, and so they don't actually hear or even listen to any alternative position. And then after you just get indoctrinated so much, you just hear it every day. Water finds its level. We know it's not a sphere. Blah 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 blah. Then people just adopt it, and they're very sure of themselves because they don't ever hear any argument on the other side. So it took me a while to learn that because I had to learn like, where's all my numbers? Where's everybody? And I just realized, oh, all the flat earthers block me, so they don't even hear my debunks. I mean, they're not even listening. So they'll be stuck there for a while.
I was interacting with Owen Benjamin a few months ago. He got real mad at me and Adam. He came on Adam Green's stream, and I had a little talk with Adam beforehand to press him on the flat earth stuff lightheartedly just to have fun.
Right.
And he got real mad.
Was this before or after the trip? Do you remember?
Just before, I think.
Okay.
Because I think one of the questions was like, if they see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, how are you gonna handle that?
Okay.
And but anyway, Owen spent the next week kind of like freaking out on us on stream and making fun of us for being science religionists or something.
Yes, he loves that. He likes that.
Yeah. Oh, you're in a science cult and you worship Neil Steele the Bike Tyson or something. And he was like, yeah. But his deal was like, it was funny because I think Adam had brought up something about Professor Dave.
Okay.
Who, if you search Flat Earth on YouTube now, you get Professor Dave videos where he's debunking Flat Earth.
All of them, yep.
And what's funny was he didn't seem familiar with Professor Dave. And then later that week or something, he goes, I went and checked out this Professor Dave guy. And I'm like, you've been a flat earther for like a decade, and you just for the first time encountered Professor Dave? And what that tells me is like you haven't taken a moment to go check out the arguments against what you are believing.
Right.
Like you haven't crossed over to the other side to consider the debunks you're just totally in an echo chamber of people who believe you. Which, by the way, is Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss talked to Owen in an interview shortly before or after that one, where Dave is like, well, that was me and my guys, right? It was like me and my guys because you were like wondering about the moon landing, and then like in my like group they were like, oh, Owen Benjamin's doubting the moon landing, so we all went over there in your live stream, right? And we were like hitting you with so many facts, and you just couldn't answer them, and we just watched you in real time become a flat earther, and that was like me and my gang, Owen, and it was so great to see you come around to the truth of the flat earth. And so Dave Weiss put flat earth in Owen Benjamin's head, and he's been stuck there.
Yes, that's true. It was Dave Weiss. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And that was a great voice. That was a great impression.
That's what he sounds like, huh?
Plug your nose into it. I bet you it sounds a little bit better.
yeah,
There you go. That's it. That's all you got it.
Yeah.
You finish it off.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
A little more
Bruce.
lispy too.
It is a little lispy.
real high voice. Guys, buy my app.
Yes.
It's crazy.
It's from NASA. It's from NASA.
Yeah.
No, it's
This
not.
is an image from NASA's website.
It's
It's not
from-
a photograph meme that somebody totally faked. It's real, right from their website.
Yeah, it has these bushes in Mars. He's like telling the lady, it's from NASA. I'm like,
Look at
pretty
this.
sure that they didn't put out a picture from Mars with bushes in it. Pretty sure.
Look at the Coca-Cola can on Mars. Isn't that unbelievable? That's from NASA's
It's
website.
from NASA, guys. It's from NASA. Scientists have looked into it.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so that's weird, man. You know, that's why I feel sort of, I don't know, like morally or whatever justified. I think it's fair game to be a little mean. You know, a little mean in the way of like, you know, a little bit of joking that might hurt their feelings, or a little, let
Yeah,
if
the
they
only thing is
squirm
that
under
they'll
the
turn you
pressure
off.
of some mockery or something, because if you're making fun of them, it's like, all right, but you haven't done the good thing, like the good faith thing, the thing that would be respectable, that we would have to be respecting you for, where you've gone to the other side and you've like, all right, so you're repping all of these 100 proofs that, you know, Eric Dubay put out or something, but have you gone and watched somebody debunk all of those?
Right.
No? Okay, well then you're just a bad faith person. You're not curious. You're like not engaged, doing the due diligent research.
So again, this is
to
what
make sure you're right.
it's done on purpose. It's done because if you started to make fun of a flat earther, they're just going to block you. It's easy for them. They never have to see your videos again. They don't have to see your face.
Yeah.
And then they, the problem with that is, of course, that then they just keep hearing these things repeated, and they actually think that they're good evidence, and they think that they are concrete evidence. So you always hear flat earthers say that we've never measured curve, that kind of thing. It's like, well, what do you mean? They've done surveying where that's exactly what they were doing. But it's like, again, they just are able to dismiss anything. They just say, we haven't measured curve. And then anything that ever did measure curve, they just dismiss. I told them, well, where's my rocket for 1 minute and 5 seconds? Where is it? It's in, my wife came up with a great name. She said it's in Vanish Land. I'm like, you're right. It's the only place it can be. It's in Vanish Land for 1 minute and 5 seconds is a long freaking time to wait for a rocket to appear on the horizon that should have taken off from there. But yeah, this is the problem. I don't think those guys hear us at all. I think that that's part of what they do. They just block everybody. And hopefully they don't lose friends and family or their jobs or kids, because that would be tragic. That would be tragic. And I see some that might go that direction because they're just so sure of themselves. You should see some of the messages I've gotten from people that are just the most disgusting things you've ever heard in your life, just as if they are in the right. And when you know you're the one who's in the right, you're like, oh man, I don't even want an apology. What I do want, though, is at some point in their life, them to realize that they were wrong. That's all I want. I don't care if I'm around. They don't have to bring it up to me. They don't have to tell me. I just want to know that at some point in their life, they think back and go, oh shit, Jaron was telling the truth. Oh boy, I told him to go die, and I hope his child and wife die. Probably should not have said that. That's all I want. They don't have to say it to me, just in their own head, so that they feel like dirtball. That's
Yeah, I have a I stream on kick.com/bigtech, and we shout out my channel. Everybody
yes,
wants
it's
to
in
go
the
to
description
Kick
as
and
well.
follow me
I did
real
put
quick.
that in the description.
The reason I bring it up is because, like on Twitch, we've got these like stickers you could post in the chat, little emotes.
Mhm.
And one of the ones that I made is a picture of Dave Weiss, and it's his face from a little documentary that he made. It's this one moment where he talks to this old woman.
Oh yeah,
She's like a
Ruth.
great grandmother.
Ruth, she's like 106 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she talks about how when she was a kid, they taught that the earth was flat or something when she was in school.
Yep. And from that one
And
interview, he's blanketed. That's the truth now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's this one moment, though, that we screenshotted his face where we call it Duper's Delight. You've probably heard that term
Mhm.
before. Where you can see that he got her to agree that the earth used to be flat, and then he gives her a hug, and she's like, gives him this nice old lady grandmother hug, and he's hugging her, and he turns and looks at the camera with a sort of like weird grin. He's like, "Ugh, see?" And I screenshotted his
Did he
face,
rub
and
his
we
hands
post
like
that all the
this?
time. What?
Did he rub his hands like this as he did it? I'm not just a
Dude,
guess.
it was so creepy, but that was a key moment in that, because this is what he's doing. He's playing on your grandmother and your funny aunt, the wine aunt in your family. It's like somebody in your family,
Right.
your aunt, your grandma, your uncle. He's lying to him, And they're also buying his app and they're buying his t-shirt and they're sending him super chats and he's grifting off of these gullible people. Many of them are like, they're in the Rumble conspiracy theories online and stuff like that. They're at home. They've been out of school for a long time. They're a little dull from living a life that's long, and they don't know how to debunk all this stuff. And they're a little too trusting. God bless their soul, And so when they hear this thing and he's like, oh yeah, it's totally real. Oh God. And it's fucked, dude. He's like just grifting your grandma. That's half of what he does.
Yeah.
And so that one scene is perfect where he hugs her and then he looks over her shoulder at the camera and like makes eye contact with the camera. It's kind of like, ew, get off my grandma.
You know how unaware these guys are, though, that they actually go to high schools and give presentations, and the high school,
I've seen it.
Yeah, the high school does it though as to make fun of them, is to like show the children what can happen when you lose your mind, and then like these guys actually think that they're presenting science information. But I guarantee
that's good.
It's a good thing, because I think if you allow them to see that and then show them why he's wrong,
how to watch out for grifters and scammers.
Yeah, be aware.
People who can't think.
Because they're everywhere.
So what's your thought on Dave Weiss? Do you think he's retarded and can't think, or he knows and he's lying? He's just in on it?
Well, I mean, I would have told you something different months ago, but at this point, he's lying about me. The latest thing is now I'm a clone. So he says that it's not me talking to you on my shows anymore, whatever that means.
Has he really gone that far?
He's even said that Whitsitt and I were fooled by a fake plasma ball sun. That he knows a Microsoft guy, a Microsoft whistleblower, who told him that there was a fake sun down there at that time. And, so he can't tell us the name of the Microsoft whistleblower, though.
From Microsoft, yeah,
Microsoft guy.
Typical Microsoft.
Those Microsoft people, they're always involved in that. So yeah, I mean, he has to go there, because I think flat earthers start to realize, which they didn't before the TFE, what it actually means if we did see it. So that's why they're all in meltdown mode, and it has to be fake. Because the alternative to that, if it's real, well, it means that it's time to shut her down. And I don't think that they want to do that. So
that's why I knew that. It's obviously everybody who can think that is the end. It's a good thing to call it the final experiment, even if it's not an experiment. The experiment was really to see what flat earthers would do. That's what I've been saying. What will flat earthers do when they find out that the earth's actually flat? Let's see.
Well, my decision was made, before I even got back. It was like, oh, shit. I just kept telling those guys for day 2, 3, and 4, I'm like, you think the sun will set now? Do we still have a chance? Maybe it circles you for 2 days and then sets. No, not probably just going to keep circling. All right, whatever. Yeah. So, you learn. You live and you learn. But, taking a beating from my former friends, it's all right. We can handle it. They're not very accurate. So that's a good thing. And they like to lie a lot, so that's always helpful, because you just tell people they're just lying about everything. The people saying that I'm getting a house, that I got paid off in a house, or I'm getting a car, and crazy. You want to hear how funny the getting a car thing is? There's a guy, I'm not going to give his name because he's in the chat, people might recognize him. Always been a big fan of mine, and Mark Sargent. He likes us both. So beginning of 2024, he told me, hey, I'm getting a lawsuit payout sometime this year, and I'm going to buy you and Mark Sargent each a Tesla. And I'm like, yeah, right, dude. And he's like, no, I swear, I'm a man of my word. I would never say that and not be true. I'm like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. So as the year went on, he kept calling and being like, oh, just a couple months. I'm like, dude, why do you even say anything? Like, stop saying it. I don't believe you. It's like, no, you and Mark, you're both going to have a Tesla. So then come November, I know I'm going on the trip, and then it hits me like, oh, my luck. I'll go on this trip, see that the Earth's a globe, and this guy's going to give me a Tesla when I get back. Like, that'll go over real well. So I told him, I said, you can't give me the Tesla. You can't do it. I told him this one after I was back. It's like, why not? So I'm no longer a flat earther. So if we do see Mark come in with a Tesla, I do know who gave it to him. And I'm not getting one. I'll tell you that much. So my trip actually spoiled my Tesla, believe it or not. I could have remained a flat earther and gotten a Tesla, but
should have did it.
I probably
should have just kept being a flat earther. Should have just did what
would have been a lot easier.
What's it's doing? You get a Tesla out of it. You'll still get a Tesla anyway. We'll get you one somehow.
Yes, one will come down. Just not one of those trucks. I'll give that back.
You don't like the Cybertruck either?
No. I think it's the worst.
It is kind of dorky looking.
It is bad. It is bad looking.
Have you seen one in real life though?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen it on the road.
What I
mean,
like about it, even though it's ugly, I totally agree. But in real life, what the first time I saw one, it occurred to me like this. I came out the grocery store and there was one in the parking lot, and I had to go Google it real quick.
Mhm.
And after I sat there and I looked it over, I'm like, all right, it's weird. And then I looked at the car next to it, and for the first time, I saw, other cars look dumb now in a weird way. It sort of changed the way I see other cars because
they look
it
dumb
does
and like
look
toys. Almost.
Yeah, they look like toys. This
Yeah.
thing looks like a futuristic spaceship, and I'm not used to it, so I sort of don't like how it looks.
Right.
But now the other cars look like Hot Wheels. They look plastic.
Yeah, I have
Stupid.
noticed that. They do make it look like they're toys. Like you
Yeah,
could just
it
crush it
mobs.
or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Did
I'm
you
like,
remember
this
when
thing
Elon
looks
Musk
like
threw that
it's-
rock at it? He was supposed to like show how tough it was, and he threw a rock at it and went right through the window. That's probably one of the funnier moments ever. Do you remember that?
And then I think I got a ride in one.
Yeah, have you ridden one? I've never even been in a Tesla. Period. I have to step up.
The
my
only
game.
time I was in one was in that Uber ride with the stinky Chinese guy I told you about.
Oh, he's
only time
affording
I've
a
been in a
Tesla
Tesla.
and driving, smelling like that. I'm gonna have to
Well, I
doubt
mean, if
that.
I was driving Uber, I'd be riding a Tesla. It was the low end one though. It was like the E or whatever.
I don't know which ones. I don't know them that well.
Anyway, I want to get a cool one, but
I like the Model S. They're nice.
yeah, that's what I want. I want the S with 1,000 horsepower that goes super fast.
Those
That'd be
things are nice.
sweet.
Very, very nice. And my dad drove in one. He said that once you drive in one, you'll never want to get in another car ever. It's like whisper
That's what everybody
quiet,
says.
super smooth. So some of them blow up in your garage, but that's all right.
Worth it.
Yeah, I think so.
You want to handle it? I see a flat earther in your chat,
Okay,
but
which
then
one?
there's somebody from my chat had a question for you. What was the best argument for flat Earth before you came out? What was the number one to you?
I think that seeing too far, which is funny because the globe tries to deny that actually happens, but we see more than we geometrically should because there's an atmosphere, and the atmosphere works like a lens and allows you to see further. I did a video where we took what you had that conversation with Z and Nachiketa at one point, and you were talking to them about refraction, and he was saying, well, that's got to be proven. You can't just say that. It's got to be proven. And then we cut in Melodome he had a globe at his house, and he put a thumbtack on the back side of it so you couldn't see it. And just by putting a piece of lens in between the camera and that, it lifts it up so you can see it. It's like, there's your answer right there. So it's funny. Like, we have to prove that as well. It's already been proven. Refraction is not a mystery. It is there, and it happens. So, and then you got Dave Weiss telling people like, oh, well, look at these lights behind the curve, and they all line up right at the horizon. They don't go any higher. They don't go in the sky. It's like, well, Dave, yeah, because you're seeing further on the ground. So where do you want those items to go? They would be on the ground. That's where you see them. They're not going to go up into the sky, but he doesn't get that.
Right.
So, but I think that's one of the good arguments. And then from there,
that one's not easy to comprehend, right?
No.
If you're already somebody who's not,
I mean, I think
you sort of do have to just go like take it. You would say on faith, but it's like it's just an explanation somebody's given you. You'd have to just sort of accept. Oh, okay, so the atmosphere can do that. Like if you don't really get it, if you're somebody who just can't really.
I think the easiest recruiting method is probably to just find somebody who already has doubts about government, has doubts about the moon landings, has doubts about anything that you can bring up 9/11. And then once you get them on that and they're admitting, yes, governments can have these big conspiracies, then it's very easy to sneak in there the flat earth. And then if you use things like, well, do you feel like you're spinning? Have you ever, do you feel like you're spinning 1,000 miles per hour? And of course, Dave always shows like a body of water, and he's like, look at this body of water. It's still. And it's like, Dave, hold a plate of water and spin once a day. Guess what?
Yeah.
It's going to be
You're gonna
freaking
fly
still.
off.
Right. It's going to be really still. So again, this is the problem with scale that, people don't really grasp. I didn't grasp until I really started drawing with GeoGebra and just seeing, you have to keep zooming in until you get to the surface of the earth and then just realizing it is all flat. It's all flat everywhere. And I think that's probably the hardest thing that flat earthers can't grasp is they can't grasp that there's 1/8 inch of curve for every 660 feet. Okay. So that's 2 football fields. And what they don't get is that if you did 2 football fields with 1/8 inch of curve, then you move to the next 2, it never changes. It's not like, what do you call it? It's not exponential.
It doesn't stack up, right?
No, it's just every 2 football fields, 1/8 inch of curve. So you would never see that. Imagine being in the ocean and looking 660 feet in front of you, 2 football fields in length in front of you, and being able to determine if there's an 1/8 inch of curve. I mean, every wave that you see, every ripple is infinitely bigger than that. So you won't ever see the curve there. And I don't think they can grasp that because then they're like, well, where does it curve then? It's like, well, the earth is so big that it curves so little that you don't see it. and they can't grasp it. They're like, no, but all spheres have curves. It's like, yeah, I get that, but I think it's because we all are used to seeing balls that are basketball, beach ball, baseball. That's our idea of a ball. And even when they show you the planets on a computer simulation or something, it's all little things. We see little spheres everywhere. So our brains can't even comprehend a giant sphere that is not just giant, but is like impossible to even comprehend the size of the sphere. And it's so big that it curves at such a tiny little rate. And then the 8 inches per mile squared is one that you can usually sell people on, but I now see why that would never be used. Like, why would you ever use that? Because we never stand in one location and say, okay, now we need to measure if we're still level at way over there. No, we're building things, so we'd always just build where we're at, put a level down, make it level, build the building. So I'm somebody who actually thinks that we don't even take into account the curvature for a bridge or railroad tracks. They might say that we do, but I don't think that they do. I don't think you would. Or I used to have a problem with canals. I'd be like, how could a canal be 700 feet lower at one end than the other? But then I realized, oh, they just build the canal. Just move along and build the canal, and you're always going to be building level where you're at, and the Earth curves on its own. You don't need to do anything. It's already doing that for you. So same thing with planes, everything else.
Yeah, there's all these little things that if you're not, capable or just tapped in on like finding the little problems with the flat Earth arguments, they can fly right by you. And I can see how it can happen. So I have compassion for those, like that 108-year-old lady that Dave Weiss is scamming. Like, I get it. Like, she's just not with it, and that's fine. But that's what makes me sort of despise the flat earthers a bit. It's like, all right, you're just sort of playing on the weakness of somebody else. You found some place where they're not, they're not equipped to defend against this thing, and it knocks them over, and now you've got them in your flat Earth app or whatever.
The hardest part for me to say that, though, is if that's happening, is because I didn't feel that way. Like, I truly felt like I was being honest. I truly felt like I knew the truth, or that I felt like we had some secret that would fix the world. So that's the problem, is that it's hard for me to call people liars when I'm looking at, like, well, are they just so deep into it like I was that you actually feel like you are being honest? Although the one thing for me is, if let's say Dave Weiss went on the trip instead of me, and then he got back and said that he saw the 24-hour sun, well, I would be starting to listen to everything he said, because and then he switched to say he flipped sides. I'd be very interested in, wait a second, you were a flat earther for 10 years. Now you're not. There must have been something huge that would make you make that move. So that's how I would have treated it. And then I would have looked into what he said and figured out that it was the truth, and probably been able to come out. Now, for me, I don't think people are doing that. They're not thinking to themselves, oh, Jaron was a flat earther for 10 years. Now he's not. What is he saying? That is his reason, because they just chalk it up to what everybody else is saying, which is, I've been compromised. I'm a sellout. I sold the big globe or something. Neil deGrasse Tyson came by. We had coffee. He gave me $1 million check and was on his way, that kind of thing. So I guess that's, for me, just the hard part. I don't, even like Dave Weiss, although Dave Weiss is lying about me, saying things about me. So it's like, okay, well, he's obviously lying about things to get his truth across. And it just becomes obvious. Like, he has no choice but to call it fake, because it can't be real, or his map's gone. His whole app is gone. So it has to be faked, or it has to be. And he tells a story about it. He's like, oh, they got up behind the plane when the pilot wasn't looking and switched out the sun. I'm like, holy shit. How's anybody buying this? Nobody got up in the sky behind the plane and switched out the sun.
I got to ask you something a little personal, but hopefully it's... Wait, do you smoke weed?
I do.
I've got a theory that's actually posted in my chat right now. What do you think about this?
Okay.
His theory from Marty is that Flat Earth really took off at the same time that high-strength legal marijuana came into existence. Wonder if there's a correlation.
There could be, but Dave Weiss doesn't smoke weed.
But I think Dave Weiss is just a grifter.
Okay, well, that's so far we're on. Okay, that would solve that part. I'm trying to think if there's what flat earthers don't. I guess I don't know them well enough. FTFE smokes, so he should start seeing the flat earth anytime soon. Just going to start to notice that there's some problems with the globe.
So I don't think that weed makes you a flat earther, but I think some people become more susceptible to it. I'm not saying that this is what if it was just the case that you can become more susceptible to falling into it by being a little from being stoned.
Let me tell you this. So somebody told me this like maybe 10, 12 years ago. And when he first said it, I was like, okay, thanks for that bit of information. And it's just rung true throughout my last 12 years. So he told me, you want to make money in the world? I was like, yeah. He's like, you just need to come up with something that makes people more lazy. I'm like, what? He's like, And I just kind of dismissed it. But then everything that's come up, whether it's bottled water, whether it's DoorDash, it's like somebody would have came to me and said, "Do you want to get in on DoorDash for $500? You'll get half the company. We're going to be doing fast food deliveries." I've been like, "Yeah, right. Who's going to pay for fast food delivery? They can just go there and get it." That's how ridiculous I would have been. But now looking back at it, you're like, oh, it made people more lazy, and look at it's thriving. So I think that the idea of conspiracies in a way is the kind of same thing. You want to make people, so that's what Dave does with his app, right? That's why people want the app, because he puts all the videos collected for you. You don't have to go look for them. It makes it easier, makes it lazy for you. And weed makes you lazy. So it does probably all tie into the fact that most people would rather not go do research on it. That's the thing.
And what it also does is it puts you in this place of like the common weed trope is like, whoa, man, like what if like what if we're all like, whoa, man, like time, like what if?
But shouldn't that allow people to believe in Saturn and all the planets and stuff? It kind of goes both ways. You should be like, man, yeah, we are on a spinning ball, man. We are chasing the sun 660 miles per hour.
What if we're in a simulation, man? Which is probably true. But like, whoa, like that kind of mindset is a weed phenomenon. And so maybe it's not all bad. I'm just saying, like, maybe the downside, maybe the trap, maybe the the other side of the coin,
right,
is that it maybe makes you a little too willing to consider far out ideas, and then a little too dull to debunk the bad ones. Who knows?
I think when I used to get high and sit on the couch, I would watch documentaries about space. So I think it's for me, it would be the opposite. That but I see what you're saying, because it is going to make you open to that. Whoa, man, they just are lying to us about everything. And here's what I come to realize too. You know that the shape of the earth is the one thing that they can't lie to us about. And that's the thing I'm going around telling people for 10 years. Oh, they're lying to us. Like, they can lie about a lot of things, but what you can't lie about, you can't tell somebody, hey, you live here, and then it not be there because the observations won't match, right? If you tell somebody, hey, you live on a sphere, but they really don't, then whatever the sun's doing on the really don't, whatever that is, a plane or a cylinder, whatever, then it can't match what you're telling them they're on a sphere. It just wouldn't work. So you can't even lie to people about the shape of the earth, because they can figure it out themselves. I mean, the thing I don't think flat earthers realize is you can take the globe, and we know everywhere is mapped on the globe. We'll call any location, call anybody who lives anywhere, Australia, Iceland, wherever, and then ask them if their sunset, sunrise times match SunCalc or match the Andrew Marsh model. And when they do, then you live there. It's that simple. I mean, there would have to be, if we didn't live there, there would have to be somewhere that you could go and say, look, this does not match the sphere. But there is no such place. Everywhere matches exactly what the sphere does. And so that's what I wish more people realized, even in the north and south. Like, it should just be easy to figure this out. If you went to call somebody who lives at 40 degrees south and tell them to check out let's say the angle of the sunset on December 21st, and then go to 40 degrees north on June 21st, and you will see the identical sunset, only backwards. So that's because the north and the south are opposites of each other. And if they're that, then they can't be flat. There's no way it could be flat. And they married each other. They are complete polar opposites, if you will. Get it? Polar opposites. But so yes, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing to me, is how do you get that across to people that are flat earthers? Because they just hear me and they just shake it off. I don't know. It could be something else. It could be like, they're willing to do anything. They'll say, oh, Jaron, I know you saw the sun go backwards, but it could be a super fluid two-way mirror inside the dome.
Yeah.
That causes a refraction, and it just happens. It's like, well, no, but the sunspot stayed the same direction. Like, well, that's how a real mirror works. Like, what? A real mirror doesn't switch things right to left. It stays true. Like, okay, so now we got a real mirror in the sky with a superfluid ceiling and refraction. I like it. What else? Anybody else in the chat?
Yeah. So, and then you'll hear from the same people. Occam's razor, right? What takes the least amount of moving parts and is the simplest explanation?
Right.
It's like they'll do that for the earth doesn't feel like it's spinning, so it's probably not. And then you're like, all right, but what about this? And they go, oh, superfluid mirrors,
right?
Blah blah blah.
Refraction.
Okay, wait a minute. You just added a bunch of weird stuff.
Right. And Occam's razor, it's like you can answer any, like, why do we see the sun do that? Sphere. Oh, but why does it do this?
Yeah, my best
Sphere.
answer for the Occam's razor is like, okay, well, if we're gonna do Occam's razor, then when I look out at the ocean at sunset, then Occam's razor says the sun's just going in the water. Right? Because that's what I'm seeing. I'm literally seeing it with my eyes. It went right in the water.
Right.
Occam's razor.
Yeah, I always use the one of bugs in your tummy. I always tell people when they're like, we don't feel the spin. We don't. It's like, yeah, but do you feel the bugs in your stomach? But do you
Yeah.
believe that they're there? And do you know that they're there? And how do you know that? And it's because we have microscopes and people have looked, and you can go look yourself if you really want, and have them pull some bile out and look in there, and you'll see little swimming creatures. So, maybe you should think about that before just declaring that it's all fake, because it's like doesn't even make sense if you're going to fake somebody. Like think about if my wife came home right now, she went to the store, she comes back and I was like, oh, where were you? And she's like, oh, I was in Zimbabwe. Be like, what?
Yeah.
No, but you left at like 3. No, I went to Zimbabwe and came back. Like, no, you didn't. That's impossible. So you can't tell a lie that's just so out of this world. But yet that's what flat earthers believe that they did about. They're just like, let's just say we're on spinning balls in space and that we're flying around at crazy miles per hour. Like that wouldn't work unless there's the amount of evidence that makes anybody go, oh, no, that is the case. So it's just.
Okay, well, wait. Where are you at with the moon landing?
It's a tough one now because it's multifaceted. Number one, seeing that these guys fall apart with the final experiment. And these are the same guys that I've listened to for years tell me that the moon landing's fake and the reasons why, and all their research has shown that. And then I see them absolutely shit the bed with the final experiment and get every single thing wrong. I mean, the trip was 100% legit, and these guys act like they found something when they've never found any. They've never found one piece of evidence that goes against that. So that's scary because you're like, okay, these guys are not the best at actually determining whether or not their research is decent or their conclusions are decent. So that's number one. Number two, a couple things that I used to believe were the case kind of got thrown back at me with Dave McKeegan and I have been doing these videos. I think we've done 2, and we do one not next Friday, but the week after. Is just getting together and talking about some of the issues people have with the moon landings. And so far, he's pretty much debunked the ones that I've given him. There's some questions that about some mountains that you can see that just don't seem right size. They look fake to me. Again, that's not a good evidence or argument. But so I still do have some questions. There's numbers that they give you as far as the height of things that just are so wrong. You look at it and you can tell, like, there's this ditch next to Apollo, I think 15's landing. And I was looking at it the other day, and I went to the topographical map to see how deep the ditch was, and it's supposed to be 1,000 feet. And literally, we have pictures of the astronauts standing at the rim of the crater or the rim of the valley, and you could just see the bottom of it. It's like, that's not 1,000 feet. There's no freaking way. And so, again, the problem with that is that's not debunking anything, because NASA could always come back and say, oh, we got that height wrong. You're right, it's only 300 feet. So, just because you find anomalies like that doesn't mean it's fake. But for me, I mean, I don't know where you stand with it. At this point, I think there's, tons of evidence as far as pictorial evidence. There's 16,000 pictures just on Flickr, which does seem, I do understand the argument that why would they go 6 times, right? It seems like it's just extra. If you're going to fake it, maybe you go once, maybe you go twice, so nobody says, why did you only go once? But to go 6 times seems a little bit of a stretch. So, I mean, yeah, I would say I'm definitely more, I used to be 100%, it's a conspiracy, it's all a lie. And now I'm definitely worried that I'm going to be in the club that says that it's real. So worried in a way that, like, as if I can have more rocks thrown at me. I don't know how many more I can take.
Now you're never coming back. Now you're 100% a shill.
Oh, total
if you
shill.
say
Total
that's
shill.
real.
Total shill. No, and here's the thing. I've already told people, like, I really can't see saying that it's been proven real, because I think they could just go back. Like, it really should just be that easy. The way that they've described it to us, the way that we understand orbits, the way that really it's not that
I
difficult.
think they will go back. I know that it's taken a long time.
It's taken a long time. Yeah, that's the thing.
That's one of the arguments, though. They go, oh, you can't go back anymore. It's like, well, just look at the timeline of the space program. They did the Apollo program, and at the exact time that they stopped making Apollo equipment, that's when they switched over to making the space shuttle.
Right.
So they just switched. Now they started building the space station. It's like,
Right.
why didn't they keep going? Well, they made the space station the priority. They only have a certain amount of money and resources and engineers and
I made a documentary that said, it was called NASA Going Nowhere since 1958, and I just showed that every president since Kennedy, really since LBJ, has gone back and forth, Mars, Moon. So it almost seems by design to me. And then I even predicted in the movie, I said, oh, when Trump comes, Trump's going to move it back to the other case, and then when Trump's out of office, then it will go back the other way. So from what I've heard, Trump is now going to cancel the SLS system, which is the moon trip that was supposed to happen in whatever 27 or something. So then if that gets canceled and he tells Elon to go to Mars, they'll start gearing up for that. And then when the next president comes in, they'll put it back on the moon, and it's just going to keep continuing. So I'm not really sure what the reason for that is. So you don't think there's any chance that humans can't get a certain distance from Earth? Like, for instance, let's say that the radiation of space increases with your distance from Earth. So at 250 miles, the radiation isn't that bad. But at 450 miles, at 500 miles, at 1,000 miles, the radiation gets to the point that we can't survive. Would they have lied about that? And that's the reason we don't have anybody going anywhere besides low Earth orbit. I think there's a possibility of that. But also, the evidence is starting to look the other way. I've looked through that. The 16,000 photos are pretty incredible. How much, and then it makes me not sad, just that for something I was calling fake for a long, long time, and if it's real, it's the greatest thing mankind's ever done.
Yeah.
So
I totally get why people are skeptical of it, especially with the industry that's been created around questioning it, right?
Right.
But for me, I did the same thing. I looked into, all right, so you got to look at the other side. What are the arguments against? And I haven't found a good argument against the moon landing that isn't also easily debunked. You know, there's an answer for all these questions that seem really good.
Yeah, there is
and if you fake, that's sort of a persuasive rhetoric that works really good. He was like, what about this? You're laying out a bunch of these things that seem like holes in the story.
Right.
And then you go, wow, it's probably fake. But then if you go one by one through those, I haven't found one that isn't answerable.
Do you think, though, that let's say that NASA is obviously the only one going to space, the only one who has access to the moon. So couldn't they create a fake situation like that? And then as things came up over time, so somebody brings up, hey, how come this is happening? How come this? Well, they could just fix the record so that they can always cover up. Because if you're the only one going somewhere, you could do that, right? For instance, let's say that I'm the only one who comes in my house, but people maybe can look from outside my house and they can look through the window. They see some things. But if I'm the only one in here and I'm saying like, and somebody's like, well, this, I can kind of see the corner of the room doesn't look like it would fit in this photo. And then I just kind of doctor up the photo a little bit and go, no, this is actually the way we did it. And they're like, oh, okay. So it's just, if nobody can actually come into your house and verify what you're saying, that's the only thing I worry about is could they, and then I do think they would have to fake it, because if you go back to the 50s, they were pumping out video after video after video to children in school saying, man will go to the moon. Man will live in the stars. Man will build houses and build construction projects, and we'll have cars and we'll have airplanes on the moon. So if you say that enough, I don't know if you could ever come out and be like, oops, actually the radiation is too high. We can't. But again, would they actually go to the steps of saying, okay, we're going to fake this? Talk about a humiliation if it was found out or something.
Yeah.
So that's why I think
I feel the same way about, there's people who believe that 9/11 was a bunch of bombs in the buildings.
No planes, people?
And there's people who believe that there was not even any planes. The planes are just holograms or CGI.
Right. And yet there's videos now. I mean, again, this is what I mean by like take time for things to come out. There's videos out there, like 50 videos, 50 shots of the plane.
50 different angles.
Yeah. And it's like 50
and they're live reacting to it. They're saying like, oh my God, look at that plane. Look at, oh my God, another plane.
And there's like people on the ground, people everywhere, people all around. Yeah. So I think I have a hard time with that one too. Now, was it the exact planes that they said, or like, do you have a problem with the Pentagon? The Pentagon does not look like a plane hit it. That looks like
it doesn't look like that, but that footage is like that's a weird little security cam footage that takes like a
well, that I'm not even. Let's say we don't look at that one. There's supposed to be like 27 cameras on the front of that building. That's the most secure building that there is. So it just so happens that when it was hit, they were working on that side of the building, so none of the cameras were on, or if they were on, we've never seen the footage. They've never shown us a security camera from the building, and it looks like the hole that's in the building is not a plane hole. It looks like it's a missile hole. But again,
it does look weird.
It does. That's the only thing that I would say about that one. But the buildings and them coming down seem to be pretty. Now, was there explosives lined up in there or something? I don't know that.
So I was going to say the same thing. It's like, yeah, I do actually still think that 9/11 was an inside job. But the story of the inside job is that it was people in our government who wanted that to happen. And they sort of like, there were moves that were made that allowed it to happen and sort of choreographed it. And it was for a specific purpose. But then the question is, how did they do it? And that's what I find is a problem with that one. It's because when people say it was an inside job, they think that means it was people inside the building with bombs. It was the art students, and it was the dancing Israelis and elevator repairmen putting in thermite and stuff. Like, no, that's not the inside job. The inside job is the clean break memo and plan for a new American century and the
Right.
neocons and all these people who wanted an endless war in the Middle East. That's the inside job.
Right.
So then the question becomes, what's easier? To smuggle in what would have needed to be thousands of pounds of explosives, by the way.
Right.
Like, just do the math on how many explosives it would take to bring down that building in a controlled demolition style. The amount of choreography of the explosives and the wiring, and
yeah. What if something went
and
wrong? It's like so.
the thousands and thousands of pounds that would have been put in there. What if they got caught? Like,
Right.
nobody has come out and said we found any evidence of that. Like, that's actually really, really hard to pull off.
An easier thing
But
is to just let the jihadists
Flying
do
a
it.
couple planes into a building isn't even as hard. So, like,
Right.
if they wanted to do it, that would be the easier way to do it.
And then what you do is you have a drill on the same day, so that it kind of confuses
Exactly.
the people. You know,
The smoke screen, yeah, you scramble the jets. That's the insiders can do that, right? They can do, oh, we'll have this drill happening at the same time that the, yeah. So
because you all
that's
hear all
easy.
those guys they're all questioning when they say, "Hey, we got a hijack." They're like, "Oh, real world or simulation?" Like real
Right.
world, they're like, "What? What do you mean? I've never seen that during a simulation." They were literally right in the middle of a simulation when it happened. So,
Right.
which I've seen is the case on a lot of these things. Is San Bernardino was one I looked into
Mhm.
pretty closely. That was a simulation going on either in the same building or the next building or something. But that was one of the weird ones for me. But I do think there's some false flag like events that I used to believe in that I don't anymore. So it's a new way of looking at things. It definitely
Yeah, it's like the Vegas shooting. There's a lot of weird stuff about the story that we get from the Vegas shooting. But then if somebody comes out and says there was no shooter or there was no bullets, like it was fake bullets and a fake gun,
right.
and the real thing of the Vegas shooting is that somebody was doing a bake heist and they had to they had people in the crowd playing sounds of a gun and pretending to drop dead. It's like, no, dude, no, there was really a shooting. It's just like the story they told us about. It's not true.
Yeah,
You know, you can go too far.
Yeah, I think, and I did. I clearly did. I can't see. T-Bone Beats says, "Do you doubt moon landing because you doubt our capabilities?" Well, yeah, I think that for me, what feels to be like the height of our abilities is, I don't know if you've ever seen like a what do they call it, like an F-22 Raptor. You know, those planes that they can actually like fly and go vertical, and they kind of like fly with their belly forward, and they do flips, and they like that. To me, seems insane. That's pretty incredible. So then when you say, oh, but we also have these things going way faster than that and way further than that, then I do kind of question it. But you know, once I saw that the Earth is a sphere, then all of a sudden orbits make sense. Then you're like, okay, well, if orbits make sense, satellites make sense. Okay, well then the shuttle makes sense. So then from there, you kind of start to, I don't have a problem with low Earth orbit at this point. I saw the ISS cross and by the way, just I got to point this out over and over again, just for everybody out there listening, the only flat earther that ever posted a video of the ISS crossing the sun and the moon was me. So there's a reason why the other people won't do that. It's because when they find something that goes against the flat earth, they hide it, right? Whereas me, when I found something, I posted it like, hey, look, this is a problem. Why do we see the ISS? I see it at the exact time it says it's going to be there. And then I was able to calculate the speed. We did it together on my show a couple times by just I saw it at this time, taking a place further down the line, seeing when they saw it, calculating the time, and every time it came back like 16.5 to 18,000 miles per hour. And there's no answer for that unless you're talking technology that none of us have ever seen, which would be somehow projecting a little black shape onto the sun at different times for different people all across the world. That's a big step. So
Yeah.
I think that I would be surprised if I'd be surprised though if we don't go back to the moon. If we can go, they should go. And I think that it's surprising to me that they don't realize like that's the biggest conspiracy theory there is, right? Wouldn't you say that the moon landing is probably the biggest one of all, or maybe 9/11?
You know, there's a side to it too, that if you want to get real conspiratorial, it could be that they
secret space program. Oh,
they in triple parentheses, they have maybe determined that having a certain amount of people caught in this conspiracy kookery, if you want to call it that, actually has an advantage. And it could be that debunking the moon landing conspiracy is actually less of an advantage than to having a certain amount of people continuing to believe in it.
Wow.
Because I've discovered, like, let's say, what if it was the case that there is an actual conspiracy going on that if it was revealed and proved, that would upset the global order.
Okay.
let's say, what if there's a real thing happening that's bad and it's secret and there
Right.
are conspirators and they're taking advantage of us, and if they were to get exposed, it would be over. One of the best ways to hide that would be for that every conspiracy theory group is full of maniacs and retarded people.
Right.
And all sorts of fake conspiracies that are sort of like so divisive and hard to believe that smart people, normal people, people who aren't in that, let's not say just smart, but like normal people who have like a healthy degree of skepticism, every time they find themselves into a conspiracy theory world, all they find is kooks.
Right. That's the psyop, I think.
Yeah. So maybe they're like, wait a minute, if we prove that going to the moon is real, we lose the smoke screen that hides the real conspiracy.
Good point.
You know, they like, it could be literal feds. So like, who knows? Maybe Eric Dubé actually is a fed, like a psyop designed to make people think that
he came out with a book completely written before anybody ever did anything. He had a book completely written, all done, and he's from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
So what if the best way to hide the real scam is in plain sight, covered by fake scams? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
that's
what if
definitely
debunking the moon theory would actually help us to reveal the real conspiracy? So they're better hidden when it's covered by weird stuff like flat Earth and Sasquatch and who knows what else. And so people go like, oh, that's just 9/11's inside job. Oh, that's like no planes people who are just bizarre. I don't want anything to do with that. And so normal people kind of disengage from conspiracy theories because there's too much weird stuff.
Right. I think that's by design, and I've actually noticed it with the people even that have come out of the flat Earth, is that we now are looking back and seeing all this other stuff, and we're like, oh man, the flat Earth is killing the truth movement, because it became so divisive that you had very few people who stood up in the truth and said, no, the Earth is not flat. Maybe you had
see, that's what I mean. The best way to kill the truth movement is with a bunch of people saying things that are not true and calling it truth.
Right. And then saying that if you don't believe it, that you're a shill and you're, you don't understand, you're not awake. Because that's the thing right now. Flat earthers think if you, doesn't matter what other truth you're saying, if you say the Earth's not flat, then you are compromised. You're a shill. You are, controlled opposition. So yeah, they've done a number at really making conspiracy theories look, because you figure if you're an educated person and you are starting to hear MK Ultra, you're hearing about Gulf of Tonkin or something, and you might be kind of starting to go, wait, these things are starting to be shown to be true. They're starting to be shown to be proved. We should, but then you see, they're saying the Earth's flat? Never mind. Never mind. These guys are out of their minds. And I think that's,
yeah, exactly.
You might be right. Because did you ever see where Stephen Hawking faked that experiment? The helicopter experiment? So
I don't think it was Stephen Hawking, but the editor of that thing. I know about the helicopter coming up. Here's my theory on that one.
Okay, I'm ready.
My theory on that one was the editor, who's the final person who's responsible for all of that, is whoever's sitting at the desk editing the video.
Correct. We'll call him Eddie.
What he's trying to do is put out some engaging content. He's trying to put out something that looks good, and it's going to get a lot of people to view it, and they're going to sell ad space on their whatever. And so when he's putting it together, he can show what actually happened, or if he takes, maybe for some reason, when the helicopter was landing, it looked really good, and then just playing it in reverse, and then putting the water in or whatever like that. It's like it just made it look really good. So the editor just did that, and so now we can go, oh, it's a scam. They're like trying to trick us. Or what if the editor just did a little bit of, scene splicing and movie magic because it made the final production look awesome?
You made me think I'm going to find out who the editor was. I'm going to send him an email, see if he'll talk to me. Because I would love to hear that. Just ask him, hey, what was the decision here? Everybody knows that it's a fake scene, but because what those guys probably don't realize, because you're right, they're a TV show. They're not a scientific enterprise. But they should realize that, well, I guess I can't say they should realize, but flat earthers were looking for years for that big experiment, and then here comes a show and it's on PBS, and so then they were very paying attention to it. And then when they do that hurt, because that's the number one question I get from people when I say I flipped. They're like, well, why did Stephen Hawking fake that experiment? And it's like, I don't have that answer. I mean, it's, because the Earth's a ball. And so if they had any missing footage or something, then they just said, we'll just do it in post, because what the hell, the Earth's a ball. So we'll just make it that the results showed that.
Right.
And
Hey,
it's just,
what if at the final moment they just didn't have the camera rolling, or the camera bumped or something, or
right.
or
Well,
there was glare off the water that made
well, I
it
can actually tell
slightly
you why it
obscured?
is. It's because
Who
it's
knows?
6 miles. If you just do the 8 inches per mile squared, it comes out to 24 feet. Okay. So
Okay.
they probably thought going out there, oh, we'll be able to hide this helicopter behind 24 feet. The problem with that is they didn't take the telescope into consideration. You have to take the height of the telescope out of the equation, and then it only comes out to like 8 or 9 feet. So I think they kept trying to lower that helicopter, but it was never hiding behind the water because it was only 8 or 9 feet of curve, and they didn't really realize that. So they just said, we'll do it in post. Say 24, and then we'll just say, and then they, probably weren't thinking that, oh, they can figure out the math, and the math says it's only supposed to be 9
So they've
feet.
got live reactions of the people going like, "Oh, it's gone and it's back up,"
which is
like that.
That's fake, right? That's what I think. Yeah, and I know that too because that what's her name, Bobineau, Kat Bobineau. I tried talking to her on Twitter. She blocked me. Same thing with that Jim Fitzsimmons, which is really weird because I just say, hey, can I ask you some questions about the show that you're on? And they just block me. It's like, so I think that's probably because they don't want to be interviewed and be asked the question. Like, well, did you lie about saying that you saw the helicopter go behind the water? Because it's impossible. It's only 8 feet of water. The helicopter is 12 feet tall. So how did you do that? So again, that's probably what happened.
Yeah. That's what I think. It's just like they know it's right. So they're not just, they're not, you could go, oh, they're in on it. They're trying to make us think that the earth is curved. Or you can go, oh, they were boneheads who set up an experiment that they didn't crunch the numbers right. And they realized, oh, this
right.
shit. If we play it the way that it looked, everybody's going to say the earth's flat because we did the numbers wrong. Long enough. It only had 8 feet. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
and it's just so set up too because they have the helicopter guy rises up. And they're like, "Stop! He can see us now. What height are you at?" And he looks at his altimeter and says 24 feet, which altimeters don't even do that. They don't like list 24 versus 25. It's like they made it too obvious. Like that's exactly what the math says it would be, 24 feet. And he's like, I'm at 24 feet. Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure you are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure you are.
So they're trying to make something that illustrates my theory too. Like I can't, I don't know for sure if there's ever been any green screen footage from the ISS. I have seen people say this is from the ISS, and you can see there's a green screen and stuff.
Right.
Which, by the way, I could make that with, Adobe Premiere. I could make ISS footage look like it has a green screen. So I don't know who to trust on that.
Don't trust flat earthers.
I could put, I don't trust flat earthers. I could put bubbles into a NASA spacewalk easily. With
that stuff's so simple.
Editing software.
We all
then they say, "Oh,
was...
look at this! We found a bubble." It's like, did you?
Or did you put that in there? There's one. Have you ever seen the video where the guy goes into the bathroom and supposedly drops a screw? He's like back behind the bathroom, and then you hear like this noise drop, and then he kind of goes up. And forever, I thought that was a real footage. And then Melodome sent me the original, and he's like, "Look, at flat earthers doctored this. They actually add the sound of the thing dropping." And then again, that's what's so weird about this whole thing is that who's out there doing that? Who's the ones faking truth or stuff? Is it the controlled opposition trying to make the truth look bad? I'm not really sure, but somebody out there is doing some, like the person who showed a picture of a mannequin hand for the Katy Perry launch. They're like, look, there's a mannequin hand, and we know that it's a fake thing. No, the mannequin hand was from 2017, right? Yeah, where they launched a mannequin, but somebody had to go and grab that, cut it out, put it into today's conversation. So that person is clearly being deceptive. So do they not believe in it then? Like I never, because I believed in flat Earth, so I certainly never faked flat Earth evidence because I believed in it. What am I going to do? So when somebody doesn't do that, when they fake it, you're like, well, what is that person doing that for? Like,
there's a bunch of people out there who are scamming. They're doing those fakes because they're just liars, like with a bad intention of shilling and stuff. But then there's a bunch of other ones who are just in on it, like ironically. They're like, oh, I'll make this flat Earth thing because it's funny to trick people into thinking the Earth's flat, and they're just sort of like trolling.
Oh yeah, there's probably a lot of those, and then they laugh hysterically when flat earthers run with it and start saying it to them. Yeah,
like there's going to be flat earthers who are going to play this song that I just made
and think it's real,
and they're going to like, this is my jam. This guy really gets me, and they're going to think that it's like a really good flat Earth anthem, but they won't even realize like I'm making fun of them.
Right. So when you do those, do you write the lyrics yourself and then put it through Suno, or do you have it write for you? Do you use Chat GPT? I'm just wondering.
I wrote all those lyrics. I actually just had an inspired moment where it should be from the perspective of like you're having a conversation. Because here's my favorite things about the reason why it starts out with Satan.
Yes.
Right?
Is that because of denodal?
That's the funniest part of flat Earth to me, is because when you're in flat Earth, I've met a few who are like not. Bible flat earthers, and I don't even know how they do it. They're like, we're scientific flat earthers.
That was me,
but we don't believe in the Bible.
Sadly, that was me.
That was you.
Sadly, Let's not talk
Well,
about it.
that's
Let's move
all right.
past it.
But most of them, right? It's like 95 out of 100.
Yeah. Oh,
are
yeah,
like,
yeah. I was
this proves the Bible.
I was very standalone on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like firmaments in the Bible, and this is like, so, but it reinforces the worldview that we're in this thing where what's funny is even the non-Bible flat earthers, they still are into the Satan thing, because I was talking to one recently and he's like, what's the axial tilt of the earth?
Right.
I'm like, what is it, like 23 degrees or something? He's like, look it up. I'm like, 23.5. And he's like, yeah, they changed it. What did it used to be? I'm like, okay. Oh, 23.4 something. They rounded to 23.5. Yeah, 23.4. What's 90 minus 23.4? And I'm like, oh, it's 66.6. He's like, 666.
Typical flat earther though.
Encoding.
Like, why did they bring up minus it from 90? What was the point of that?
Because 90 degrees is, vertical from Earth or something. So it's 23.34 off of 90, or anyway.
Stretch.
He's like, oh, coincidence, right? 66.6. I'm like, all right. So what's your point? He's like, because they're Satanists.
Yeah, they go around the sun 66,600 miles per hour.
66,600
8 inches per mile squared is 6.66. Wait, 8 inches per mile squared. Why do I think there's a 666 in there? 8 inches per mile squared. I thought there was some sort of 0.666.
Isn't 8 times 8?
Oh, it's 0.666 of a foot.
No,
right?
Oh, okay.
8 inches is 0.666.
So you can find all this 666 stuff in there, right? And they go look at the NASA symbol. It's like Satan's forked tongue or something. And
anybody who's ever pulled up a calculator knows that there's so many things that you can do that always end up in 333 or 666, just because they're a third and 2/3. I mean, so what's that big deal?
What's
But here's my opinion to that. I don't know what you think about this. So have you seen like CERN's logo as a 666? Pretty.
Yeah.
Okay. And same thing with like Google, kind of a 666. OBS is kind of a 666. So in my opinion, they do that because they want people to be religious. That's how the world runs. The governments love religious people because they are complacent. They act like Jesus. They're meek. They let evil be evil. They let wicked be wicked. They pay their taxes. They just leave them be. That's why, because I mean, think of the United States government. They'll tax anybody for anything, but they don't touch churches. So clearly they want them around. And then, they tell this whole story, Christianity is suppressed and it's held back. However, there's a free Bible in every hotel room drawer. So it's like, seems like a stretch. It seems to me. And then there's parts of the New Testament, which clearly were not written by God. I mean, just without any doubt, slaves, be good to your slave masters, no matter how they are to you. Treat them like Jesus Christ. And people are like, yeah, God wrote that. Like, no, he didn't. Or all governments are placed there by God. To go against the government is to go against God. Like, what about Mao? What about Hitler? What about you name it, Mussolini? These people were put there by God, and if people went against them. So it's just kind of obvious to me. But I think that the world is a result of what the Bible dictates. The way the world is today is really the Bible's fault. It is kind of the reason why people are waiting for Jesus to come back and think that, which is just crazy to me. It's like Jesus goes around saying, love your enemies, turn the other cheek. And then they're like, yeah, but he's coming back with a sword to kill everybody. Like, that seems like out of character a little bit. Mr. Peace and Love is going to come back with a sword and kill everybody. So, and it's just, I have all kinds of problems with the Bible. So I was definitely somebody who thought, because I think it'd be crazy if the Bible said that the earth was a ball. That would be nuts. That'd be, you'd be like, how the hell did they know that? Well, they didn't have that. So the fact that it is a flat earth book makes sense to me. That's what they believed then. And we see that in the Bible, that's what they wrote. They didn't even actually, it's kind of ambiguous about a shape, to be honest. There's certain passages you can have lean one way, but nowhere does it say it's flat. Nowhere does it say it's a sphere. So it is kind of ambiguous.
There's a lot of stuff missing from the Bible, right? It doesn't tell us, it tells us the history of the world, but it doesn't tell us when anybody discovered fire, which kind of would have been a big deal. Yeah,
there's like no real dates in there that you would think, or like I said, why doesn't it make a prediction like in the future, 250 of you will be flying at 500 miles per hour in the sky together in a tube of fiberglass or something? Because they just would have wrote it in the Bible. I had no idea what that means. And then today we'd be like, holy shit, they're talking about planes. 250 of us get into a plane. Right. But there's no predictions like that. Nothing like that.
It doesn't tell us about germs. It doesn't mention that there's bacteria or, invisible bugs or anything. It doesn't tell us about germ theory. It doesn't tell us about the discovery of fire or agriculture. It doesn't tell us who was the first person to write a written word. There's a lot of things missing. So the fact that it doesn't tell us about the globe either is kind of not a big surprise because it's not really.
Yeah, no, that would be surprising to me if it did say that. The fact that it doesn't is because they didn't know that. So people who wrote the Bible thought the earth was flat.
The fact that it doesn't mention a globe doesn't prove that the globe is fake.
No.
It's like, well, okay, well then germs are fake. Okay, well then bacteria is fake. Then
right. Elephants. Is there elephants in the Bible? I don't think so.
Yeah, I
So-
don't think so.
Actually, I think they mentioned tusks or something, but no, it's got some archaic rules that just.
I don't think it
seem to
mentions
be-
penguins.
No, I don't think so. I didn't know about the penguins.
Yeah, penguins are fake.
So yeah, it seems like there's. I mean, that makes sense to me that it is a flat Earth book. So but people need to be able to admit that. Okay, so they wrote it 3,000 years ago and they didn't know the shape. Get over it.
But back to your point about the Satanism thing, I think that it's actually a very valid possibility, which is that they do use satanic archetypology and Satan himself as
Sure.
a figure for power,
Like covering the
because,
eye,
like,
right? Covering
go
the eye.
back-
is method of that.
yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Go back to the wrestling, right?
Right.
What would wrestling be without the heel?
Right.
What would Batman be without the Joker
You
or
need
the
the
villains?
antagonist. You need that.
It's like that's the way that they do a controlled dialectic. What would be the right in politics without the left? Like, what would Trump be without the radical leftist, cut your cock off feminists or whatever?
Right.
Like, it's because of that you get the reaction. Like, you have to have the problem to be a reaction to.
Right.
And so the fact that there's all sorts of satanic stuff every year, it's like more and more in the Super Bowl halftime show.
Absolutely.
It's almost like there's a payoff to make it more and more wicked and dark because there's going to be more outrage and more attention on it.
And more
there's a
people
science to
go into that
thing.
Christianity, right? More people go into that religious belief where they.
Yeah. And one of my favorite
kick back.
sayings on that, it goes like this: secular power systems protect and promote religions,
Right.
which teach an afterlife. Thus, people are taught to abandon the defenses against the predators
Correct.
of this life.
And they say things like, let the wicked be wicked, let evil be evil. Why would God ever say that? It doesn't even make sense. But that's what the Bible
Yeah.
says. And then Jesus says things like, hey, you're going to hear rumors of wars and nations going to wars, and these things must happen before the end comes. Why would
It's
you ever
just
say
a
that?
sign that I'm coming soon.
Yeah, but why would you ever say that? Why would you tell people, oh, the wars and things, those must happen before I come? Because then people just sit back and let wars happen because they're like, well, it has to happen in order for the end to come. So it does seem
In
like
fact, it's a good thing. Yeah, it's like, it's
Yeah.
a sign of the times.
Right. And I was actually sitting in a conversation with the guy, and we were online. It was a Globebusters show, and he was on. And then at some point during the show, he's like, "Oh, and pray for the world to end quickly." So Jesus come back. I'm like, "Dude, what are you doing? Why we're not praying for the world to end?" He's like, "No, that's what we want." Like, who wants that? He's like, all Christians. Like, why do you want the world to end? They're like, "Oh, because Jesus comes back." I'm like, "So you're actually out there praying for the world to end?" I'm like, "That is the worst thing I've ever heard. Don't do that." So it's just when I realized people were doing that, I'm like, "Oh man." And then think about, like, Jesus says it's harder for a rich man to get into heaven than
Yep.
right. So then what does all Christians do? They all don't save money. They all don't have. Think of every rich family that's out there. It's all generational money, right? It's all money left. Because if you had $500 million, great. You use $200 million for the rest of your life. Put $300 million into a bunch of properties. Tell your kids, hey, in 20 years, sell that. Do the same thing, right? You can keep your family
Yep.
rich forever. But so that's how all these families are running. And every Christian family feels like, no, we can't. Don't save up treasures here on earth. Save up our treasures for the afterlife, which has been promised to us by a book that could have been written by the very people that I'm talking about. So yeah, that's how I look at it. I do think that is the case. I do think my parents didn't save any money. But, my mom died. She didn't leave me a thing. And it's because she was Christian. And yeah, is she a great person? Like, when she retired, I asked her, well, so what are you going to do now that you retired? She goes, oh, I still have to visit people in prison. I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, oh, well, Jesus said I got to visit people in prison. So I got to do that. I'm like, oh, so it's hard to knock that religion. Like, that's a nice thing to do, But then you kind of look at the whole blanket thing of everything, and there's, why didn't she save money? Why didn't she? Well, it's because the Bible also says not to do that. So I do think if you were wicked and evil and you wanted to just kind of run amok on the earth and you wanted to get rich and you wanted to subject people to slavery, then you would say things like governments are placed there by God. To go against them is to go against God. Treat your slave owners with respect. All money, pay to Caesar what is Caesar's. It actually says in the New Testament, pay to taxes to who taxes are due. It's like, God wouldn't say that. What if Joe Biden came out, or Trump tomorrow, and said 99% sales or income tax? Well, the Bible says pay taxes to who taxes are due. It doesn't say you get to question it, or if it's outrageous, then don't. So, I mean, that's what tells me that's not written by God. It's written by men. And they like to play like they know what God would do. And it's clearly not what God would do. Everything that God does in the Old Testament is like a man thing to do. It's like he's flooding people and killing people and doing. It's like, that's what men do. I don't think God's really have to flood the world. But hey, teach their own, whatever their religious belief is.
No, Dustin Nemos told me
boy.
he had to flood the world because it was covered in
demons.
like giant
They're all demons.
demons with 3 rows of teeth and 6 fingers, and they were cannibals.
Now, where he
and
read
they were
that, I don't really
fallen
know
angels.
because it's not really in the Bible, but he says it's
Right.
true. So.
Well, no, it is actually. He showed me. There's one spot where
It
he's got
says what?
6 fingers. I
Oh
don't know
no,
about the
6
3
fingers.
rows of teeth.
Okay, got you. Well, I stopped talking to him because he went from accusing me of faking TFE, and then I was giving him all the evidence to show him that it was real, and then he went to I'm a Jew. So that was where we.
Yeah, he said that about me too. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a
so
Jew. He said
a crypto Jew that I believe. Yeah, I've been a plant. And all right, Dustin.
Yeah, he's insane.
A little bit insane. I knew that when he kept trying to come on my debate show and saying that he was undefeated in debates. I'm like, yeah, you've been on like 3 on my show, and I'm pretty sure you didn't win them. So
yeah, no, he never wins
undefeated
a debate
is a
ever.
little stretch, don't you think?
Yeah, he just says that he won every debate.
Right.
Everyone I've watched, he lost.
It'd be like a baseball team, like they're starting out 0-12, like, well, we're undefeated on the year. It's like, I don't know. It kind of seems like that. You should have a win first before you call yourself undefeated. Those 12 losses might be against you. You know?
No, he smashed. He spanked him. He says
Everybody.
he spanked them. He loves to say that he spanked them hard. He loves to talk about spanking. It's really funny.
The worst thing I ever heard that guy say is one time when he's like, I had to look into this today. I went away. I left my dying dog because I had to look into TFE today. And it was really hard for him. Like, we left your dying dog.
What?
He like told this whole story where he had to leave his dying dog to go look into TFE and see how fake it was or something. That's what his like intro was to some debate. He's like, oh, I'm here, but I did have to leave my dying dog to be here. Like, oh, okay, that's a weird thing. Weirdo. Weirdo. Yes. So, is there what conspiracies do you believe in? I mean, you would have to assume. I'm assuming that you do believe in some.
Yeah, I think 9/11 was an inside job. It's just not that it was bombs and fake planes. I think it was planned by people inside the government who wanted us to get into an endless war in the Middle East with all of Israel's neighbors.
Right.
And I think that the Bible itself is a conspiracy.
Okay.
I think that the ancient Jews who wrote the Bible, I think there were some true believers in the beginning, but the authors did work together to craft up a story. Just like any cult, has a cult leader who might even be a true believer in his own significance.
Right.
It's still, it's still a scam. It's still a deception being put onto the minds of people who can fall into it. But beyond that, I think it was basically Judaism 2.0.
Right.
I think Judaism itself, the original Hebrew cult, Israel, the temple practice and the circumcision,
right,
and the sacrifices to God, the laws from God that Moses gets off of the mountains, the fake story about coming out of Egypt after these miracles and parting the Red Sea, that's all a scam.
Yeah.
And that's an old psyop that some basically ancient Hebrew priests were doing on their people, right? You guys will survive and will be blessed and will prosper as long as you obey these laws that God gave us through the prophets. And if you're being wicked, if you're not obeying the laws and making the proper sacrifices to us, by the way, who run the temple,
right,
then that's why we're being cursed and there's a plague, or we're getting
bring all your best foods
by our enemies.
Bring all your best foods and put them on the altar for God. And when you
so
leave,
it's basically an early form of taxation. You're going to bring us a certain amount of offerings and yada yada, and we'll store that here, and we talk to God. And so that was a scam that they were doing on their own people, and then they reissued it for the Roman Empire. They sent a version 2.0 with Peter and Paul off into Rome, and they turned the lowly underclass slave class of the Roman Empire into Christians. And that eventually sort of like rose up to be such an issue in Rome that then the Roman Empire, the emperor himself, Constantine, had like a divine vision, right, one day that he should become a Christian. So he adopts it as a as a way of sort of like instituting a one God, a one church. He didn't immediately go there, but he initially stopped persecuting them. But I think he saw the advantage that these Jewish priests in ancient Israel had on controlling their people with a one God concept. I think that they wanted one God to unite the Hellenistic Empire anyway.
Right.
Because they had some people were for Mars, and some people for Neptune, and some people were for Venus, and some people were for Apollo and Dionysus and whatever. And so they had all these Hellenistic gods. And what's interesting, you'll even find that there's ancient coinage that says basically, in Latin, but it says the Roman Catholic Church
Mhm.
that are older than Jesus.
Mhm.
And that's because Rome already wanted to have a unified
Wow.
theology. Because Catholic just means universal.
Right.
So they wanted to make a Roman universal church.
Did you grow up religious? Or were you raised religious?
Yeah, but not Catholic.
Right.
But I'll get to that
Yeah,
right
just
after
wondering.
saying just like the point was that they wanted already to have a universal church for everybody in Rome, but they probably saw an advantage in not taking any one of the local things and bringing it up. They thought, oh, we'll take after the temple was destroyed and Judea was basically screwed over, right? It was burned
Mhm.
and the Jews all scattered. Some of them went to the east. That became rabbinical Judaism that we know today. They went into Iraq, which they called Babylon back then.
Right.
They developed post-temple Talmudic Judaism, right? That's what they did because they didn't have a temple anymore. So they wrote the Talmud, which is all this commentary on how to still be a Jew without the temple, more or less,
Right.
following the Torah. And some of them went west into Rome. They became Christian Jews, so Messianic Jews. They were Jews who had the Messiah. So that's their solution to not having the temple anymore. Oh, there was a final sacrifice. God came down himself. He finished the law. He fulfilled it. And now we have a new way of being Jews, basically through following baptism, the sacrament of the Eucharist, like taking the the Lord's Supper, and then following these general commandments of like taking care of the poor and charity and faith in Christ as the final sacrifice. So now we don't need the temple anymore. So there's two new forms of Judaism came out after the temple was destroyed back then, around the turn of the millennium or whatever. And so that's where I think Christianity came from. So essentially, that is a conspiracy. Like they brought this Jewish faith out of Judea and they made it universal in the Roman Empire. And they found there was a massive advantage, like we were just talking about before, of having everybody believe that God's watching over their shoulder.
Right.
You'll be good even when nobody's looking.
Right.
And we can now threaten you with hell if you don't obey these rules of like basically being poor,
Right.
basically being in the poverty class. All
Be
right,
a slave.
So even be
yeah.
a slave. Slaves, be good to your masters, and
Right.
don't resist evil men.
Right.
Don't save up any money. We're not wrestling against the powers of these earth.
Right.
It's about against the
Be good for
powers in the,
be good for conscience sake.
yeah. This is perfect if you want to be a ruler,
Right.
and everybody will basically just like live
I wonder why more
good
people
to
can't
each
see
other,
that.
be gentle. And they're living for the afterlife, and they're not struggling to fix this world. So now that leaves the ruling of the world in the hands of the priests
Right.
and the king. And so they saw that, and they went, "Oh, perfect!" So they made that the universal religion in Rome. They spread that up through the rest of Europe by the sword, by the way, and they burned you if you didn't need a Jesus. And we're still struggling with that today. That's the oldest conspiracy I know of, and it's the one that runs the world. I mean, every politician is waving the Bible around on both sides of the aisle.
And it shouldn't be surprising that everybody in the West was a Christian, because they actually came over here, and if you didn't proclaim Jesus as your savior, they would put you out to pasture and leave you to die. So you basically had no choice but to become a Christian if you were a Native American or you were somebody that was here around that time. And then that's just 3 or 4 generations removed from our grandparents. So it's not really that surprising.
And now in all these conspiracy theory groups, I mean, Kanye himself, everybody's wanting to talk about the Jew power, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's so many of these Jews that are in Hollywood, and they're in the news, and they run all of our schools, and they print all of our textbooks, and man, they're in the government on both sides, and they're starting all these wars. What's with these Jews? They run everything. They're a tiny minority. How come they have so much power? It's like, well, turns out they're the only ones that know that Christianity is a scam.
Right.
So they're sort of outside of the game, right? And they can even run the game because they get it. They fucking invented it.
Yeah, they get it. Yeah, it's crazy too, because like I've never understood this. Christians believe in the Bible, word for word. Yeah. Catholics don't. But then the Catholics are the ones who picked the books and wrote the Bible. So and then Christians are like, we hate Catholics. It's like, yeah, but you believe their book. You read it word for word. You think that it's literally true. And they wrote it, but you say the Catholics aren't good. And it just always baffled me. It's like, and then reading what...
Yeah, well, it was subverted by the Satanists.
Right. Did you hear how they picked the books, though? They went to the Bible? At that council or whatever, they put all the books on a table and told God to knock off the table the books that should be removed from the Bible or shouldn't be in the Bible, and then God did that, which is amazing.
Amazing. I see somebody in your chat right now, Caesar's Messiah, posting a link. That Caesar's Messiah thing is another level of the psyop, by the way. There's people out there trying to say that it was Tiberius Caesar or whatever who actually invented Christianity, and it's all this reframing of Roman lore. That's just another way to remove you from seeing what actually happened. It's like, oh, it wasn't the ancient Hebrews. Of course, they would never do that. It was the ancient Romans who invented the Jewish Messiah. It's like just shifting the story. It's been debunked in 1,000 ways. It's not true. It's just a way of one more way of like, yeah, okay, so Christianity is an ancient deception, but it was the Romans who did it. It wasn't the ancient Hebrews. They wouldn't do that.
No, I mean, you could just tell.
It's anti-Semitic if you say the ancient Hebrews.
Right. Can I say that Josephus was, completely fabricated? It's like, it's so obvious too. It's like just input in there. And Jesus, if you would call him a man, he's not a man. He rose from the dead, and he wrote one paragraph about it. You write the history of the Jews, and you write one paragraph about the guy who rose from the dead. It's a little strange.
Yeah.
But it was, of course, added after.
It's like so many of these, dude, there's every single one of their proofs, by the way, and I've done these debates with them. I've encountered every one that they can throw at you. The proof that Jesus was real, one by one. It's just like flat Earth. They're all just not true. Like so they'll give you 10 in a row, so it sounds like they've got a lot of proof. But if you go one by one, they're all fake.
Well, I don't know how you could prove it anyway.
Like Josephus, like you just said, it's like a margin note that somebody who was copying what Josephus said added a line next to what Josephus said, and then somebody who copied that included it as if Josephus had said it.
Right.
And like that's all we have. We don't have any actual record of Jesus even living, let alone raising from the dead and doing miracles and feeding thousands and being a zombie walking. The dead came to life and the sky grew dark and there was an earthquake and the veil ripped. There's none of that.
Right. Not in any other source.
None of these things in the Bible. The only place you ever hear about them is from the Bible itself.
And you know what got them in trouble? At least, so there's people like Aristophanes they talk about, or Herodotus or something. But we have so few writings about those people that if they ever called into question some of these Bible characters, then it would call into question their science characters, because there's even less information on those guys. Like, Aristophanes, we don't have any of his works. It's just people after him that say, oh, he was the librarian and he did do this test. But I think that's what kind of got them in trouble, is that I'm not saying those guys didn't exist, but I'm saying certainly that once you've claimed them to be fact, then if somebody comes along and says, well, this guy in the Bible is not fact, but if he has more evidence than these science guys, they're going to have a hard time saying that they can't accept it. Because I've always thought it was weird. Like, why don't more science people come out and debunk the Jesus existed story? Like, what do you think? Do you think he existed? Or do you think it's completely fabricated?
Yeah, I think it's complete. I'm convinced that it's completely fabricated.
Yeah, and I mean,
look, the point is whether or not there was a fella named Josh, right?
Right.
Where Jesus come from, Yeshua.
Correct.
Okay, there could have been a dude named Josh, and in fact, it was probably a popular name back then. Here's what's funny though. Then Jesus's name, the guy who is the salvation that comes from Yahweh, right? That's who he is.
Right.
He is the salvation of God.
Yeah.
Whose name was Yahweh in the Bible. His name is the salvation of God. It's like if there was a cartoon where there's this guy who had superpowers, but he was a man, so you name him Superman.
Right.
So there's this Bible story about the guy who's like God's salvation for the world, and you name him God's salvation for the world. It's like, okay, so he's
yeah, it's
okay. So it's like if there's a superhero who can turn blue, and you name him Blue Man.
Right.
Like, yeah, okay. So the God saves guy is named God Saves. Anyway,
the prophecy thing's the problem, right? That's the whole thing. Is if you're gonna have a prophecy too, you can't have, like, if Stephen King writes a book and in chapter 2 he makes predictions about what's going to happen in chapter 8 and those come true, we don't then say he's divine. We're smart enough to go, I think he knew what chapter 2 was about when he wrote chapter 8. So it's like these people think that all these prophecies came true. I'm like, which ones? They're like, oh, here where it says that they would try and get Jesus' clothes and they would roll dice to see who gets them. I'm like, wait, so they make that prediction in the Old Testament, and then in the New Testament, it's like, and then Jesus came off the cross, and then they cast lots for his clothes, as it said in the Old Testament. It's like, yeah, so that's not, the guys who wrote the New Testament knew the Old Testament. These are not prophecies. These are just writing in, oh, what's supposed to happen? They're supposed to cast lots for his clothes. Okay, write that in there. So it's just like, that's how all those prophecies are. They don't have anything. That's the thing that baffles me, is they all talk about all these prophecies. There's not one they can name that even is pinned down remotely close. Like
not even close. Everybody who was writing the Bible knew the old scriptures. And in fact, so what I think happened is that when they were making up Jesus, I think he's like Q. Okay. If anybody's familiar with QAnon theory, stuff like that, just like there's a bunch of people who believe in that.
Right.
Because of 4chan or wherever it comes from. I think Jesus was no different than that. I think that there was a myth about Jesus who I think it started off as a way of dealing with the fact that the Jews were like getting screwed over by Rome. They were in their promised land, right? And they believed in a Messiah coming. So
Right.
around that time, there was a lot of like end times, like God is going to do a miracle and relieve us from this burden of Roman occupation. And then it wasn't happening.
Wasn't happening, yeah.
So you were getting people who were sort of like end times conspiracy theorists, right? Like God is going to do a thing, like trust the plan, like Q.
Right.
And the white hats are in control. If we just get holy enough, if we repent, John the Baptist, blah, 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 God will smite the wicked and restore us to the greatness of the promise or something like that.
Right.
And so there was people searching the scriptures for that and looking for evidences, and they were developing their theories. I think this is what happened. And they came up with this concept of God saving us in sort of like a heavenly divine sense,
Right.
where there's like this, and there was a lot of that going on with the Gnostics and Kabbalah as an example, these types of things where they're looking for as above, so below concepts and
Right.
spiritual realm stuff. And they invented this idea of this heavenly Messiah, finalizing the spiritual battle in the heavenly realm against Lucifer and his angels and Satan and stuff. That was a cult back then that had believers in this, believe in Jesus and then you get saved by his heavenly sacrifice. This weird kind of thing that was going on back then. There was a small cult of these believers.
It's like the Mithras
I
cult,
think,
like that. I don't know if that's the name.
yeah, like a Jesus mythicism. And I think that got rolled into people then writing the Gospels about Jesus becoming a man and living among them and having the 12 disciples representing the 12 tribes, and the Zodiac and all this. And you get all this mythology. I think the guy that we know of as Jesus of Nazareth, who came and lived among us and then was sacrificed on the cross and blah, blah, blah. I think that is a further addition upon a real cult that existed. That's what it seems to me happened through looking at the evidence. And
and even Paul doesn't really describe him as like a person. He doesn't describe him as an entity. He describes him like as a spiritual thing. It kind of seems like
Paul meets him in a vision,
right? Yeah, never sees him
on the road.
in
His
life.
eyes were. He speaks to the Christ in a vision, and then he says, Paul, who writes most of the New Testament and the earliest books, he doesn't write about any of Jesus's life.
Right.
He doesn't write about him like he's a real man who lived.
No,
he writes a lot about how you have to believe that Christ was sacrificed for your sins.
Right.
And so all of his writings is about believing in Christ and believing in the sacrifice, and then you're grafted in. And then you get these later writings about Jesus's life from people who Paul would have known. So they didn't tell him.
They didn't tell any of the stories or anything.
Yeah. So you get these books that come out from Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? About the Jesus who lived and did miracles and stuff. And Paul doesn't seem to have known any of that stuff.
No.
And even though he was the earliest writer and the most prolific.
Right.
And so anyway, the point is, I don't think that Jesus was a real person. Yeah. I think either whether or not it was based on a real teacher or not, I think is irrelevant, because the person of Jesus in the Bible is this guy who's God and he's born of a virgin and he's doing all these miracles.
Right.
No, none of that happened. And let alone the resurrection which is the only reason it would make any.
Right.
It would be meaningful anyway. Without the resurrection, you could just have like a wizard, right? Who can like heal people.
Some magician or something. Right.
Yeah. So Christianity only matters if there's a resurrection from the dead.
Right.
I don't think that happened. I don't think there was a real miracle guy. I don't even think that it's based on a real guy. I think it was based on this old cult of like Jewish mysticists, basically. This mystical thing became hijacked into a real thing. As if so, like, imagine like 100 years from now, somebody writes the book of Q.
Right.
And they write about this guy named Q.
Who knew all this inside information.
Was like Hubert or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so he's walking around and he like he uses his power to move Trump out of the way at the last second, so his ear is only grazed by the bullet.
Right.
And he's he
sent the angel of Q went over there and just pushed Trump's
and he's
head
working behind the scenes in the FBI and in the CIA, and he's exposing things into Alex Jones with documents, and like you could write it story about a guy named Q, and 100 years from now, if people didn't have access to today, they might believe that there was an actual guy named Q, and you could prove his reality by looking at all the posts on 4chan. Well, that was him.
Right. Or else you could even write a book.
He was a real person.
Write a book about the 500 people who were basically hung from a cross or burned at the stake because of their belief in him. Right?
All these people who lost all their channels.
What are you saying? They're
they
fake?
believed
Right.
in Q. They wouldn't sacrifice their big YouTube followings if they didn't believe he was real.
Right. If he wasn't real,
I mean?
right? Exactly.
Same thing. So I think it was just like that.
Yeah. My mom one time said, she's like, if Jesus Christ didn't die on a cross, then I don't have a reason to live. I'm like, that's probably not good to say.
That's
it's a little. I'm like, what about your kids? You never think about them? But no, I mean, that's how, like you said, if there is no rising from the dead, then the whole story is out the window. And to me, I just always knew from a very young age, 16, 17, where I started questioning some of the stuff, I was like, there's no way that could be part of my salvation or something. Is that you have to believe in these things in this book that are completely opposite of what you see in your life. I've never seen anybody walk on water because I know that it's not physically possible. And I've never seen somebody rise from the dead because that's not possible. And I've never seen, somebody turn a loaf of bread into enough to feed 5,000. So if it's important that we believe those things, that what a weird world it would be that we were being told you have to believe in this book. And even though the book says, let God be true and every man be a liar. And then God left the book with the men. Here you go. It's like, I don't know. You kind of did say that men are liars, and now you put it in their hands and they're the scribes and they're the ones copying it and doing the translation. So that seems questionable to me. So yeah, it certainly seems like, and then, the people that believe God is Jesus is even weirder. They're like completely two different characters. They're completely opposite beliefs, opposite actions. One's just killing people. The other one's telling you to turn the other cheek. One's telling you eye for an eye. The other one's saying, love your neighbors, love your enemies. They're like, oh, it's the same person. And God never changes. Like, that seems weird. Seems a little bit off there. So, yeah, I mean, people get frustrated at me. They always have, because very much flat earthers are predominantly Christians. And the problem with that is once you've adopted, the Bible is God's word. And it's, what do they say? It's inerrant.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's words on paper. So you can take anything that it says and just kind of twist it a little bit and say, well, no, it actually means this. And you don't understand you don't have the spiritual conviction I do. If you look at it through this eye, you're like, okay, so now we have to trust men. The whole thing just quickly becomes a farce to me. The only thing I think, maybe it's just my own little story I like the idea of somebody like Jesus coming along and he speaks against the Old Testament God. So he's saying things like, no man has ever seen God. No man has ever heard his voice. And saying things like the kingdom of God is inside you, and kind of speaking out against the Old Testament God. And the Jews would have said, you're done. You're going on the cross, sir. You don't get to talk bad about our God. In fact, you will now tell people that you were on behalf of God, that it will actually write you into our story. I can see that happening. Now, again, do I have evidence that he lived in that's actual? No. But I mean, there is some weird things that he says in the Bible that don't make a lot of sense. Nobody's heard his voice or seen his. But the Old Testament says Moses saw him face to face like friends do, and he spoke to many people in the Old Testament. So for Jesus to say that does seem a little bit odd. But again, this is the thing: we couldn't prove that George Washington existed. Like, it literally is impossible, because it could be a fabrication. It could be that George Washington never existed. There's paintings of him, there's writings, there's things about him, but we can't prove that he existed. So if you can't prove that, you can't prove Jesus existed. It would just be impossible. It doesn't matter how much writings there is. Doesn't matter how much. You just can't prove it. We don't have written, we don't have photos, we don't have any audio sample from him. So I think that it just can't be possibly true that your goal here in this world is to believe in something that cannot be proven. That would be kind of dumb.
Look, if there were stories about George Washington walking on water,
right,
or raising people from the dead, or turning water into wine, or even doing the smallest bit of magic,
right,
I would be like, all right, well, I have a good reason to believe that Washington existed, but I don't have any reason to believe all of that happened.
right.
Like, I would have at least that amount of skepticism. But
yeah, people don't have any though.
Yeah, it's
not
but with Jesus, it's actually further. Like, I'm pretty well convinced that there's no Jesus. Like, I don't even think that he was like a real guy. I really think that the power of it is kind of like it's almost like the bigger the thing, the more people will believe in it. And so I don't even think that we're dealing with a real rabbi, a real rebel, a real crucifixion. I don't even.
Have you seen the stories
have the actual
about
proof for that? And I think that I'm leaning more toward the whole thing is all in the hands of the inventors.
Right.
And the people who believed it in the beginning are just like the first people. Like, it's very human. Like we're dealing with it right here. I said it to you before. It's totally human to get scammed.
Right.
It's not uncommon for people to get scammed. Get
No.
hoodwinked into a fake thing. People get scammed all the time, and they will die for their scam. Like they will go to the grave believing it. There's a lot of these flat earthers that if they were faced bullet to your head,
they'd say flat.
They'd say flat. Like they really think that it is. They're not liars. They're just
no, they just believe it. And it's because of the fact that once let's say you turn off Simon Dan, block him, block FTFE, block McToon. So before you know it, you only have on your feed every day just nothing but flat earthers repeating the same talking points. And that's literally indoctrination. It literally is the repeating of phrases. You can't tell that's insane to me that happens so quickly. When I first heard somebody say it, I'm like, what? That's not, I said, we used to say that you can't tell the lights in the sky, or you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky, because people would say, well, the sun's a sphere, so therefore we're a sphere. And it'd be like, no, you can't do that. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. Just because something in the sky is a sphere doesn't mean you're a sphere. Now it's evidence, but it doesn't mean this, then that. So that's what it was originally used for. And then when people started saying with this, final experiment, they're like, oh, you can't tell the shape of the ground by using lights in the sky. I'm like, no, you can. The sun has a known orbit. It's like a measuring stick. It does the same thing every day, so we can use it to determine. Somebody hands you a map. You just need to make sure that the map jives with what the sun does. And if it does, you live there. And there's a reason why there's never been a flat earth map that jives with what the sun does, because it's only going to jive with what it really is going around, and that's a sphere. So it's kind of unfortunate that people get stuck so deep into it, but I know why they do. And I know that they can't get out because they keep hearing the same things repeated. So they hear, oh, you can't tell the shape of the ground by the lights in the sky. But because everybody's saying it, they give up their ability to really think about what they're saying. Like you can't, there's tons of things that we do like that. We check if a girl's pregnant by checking her pee. So nobody comes along and just says, we can't check if a woman's pregnant by checking the enzymes in her pee. That would be insane. People are like, why are you preventing us from looking at something that could lead to the answer? It's the same thing with the sky. I mean, you can't, to just proclaim out of nowhere, it's the equivalent of them saying, hey, the thing in the sky proves that our belief is wrong, so we can't use that. Use something else, please. Like they just admit that, because believe me, if it proved that the earth was flat or it showed the earth was flat, they certainly wouldn't be saying that. So the only reason that they say that is because it proves that the earth is not flat. So they have to say it.
So my view on it is like this, because I have to agree with them that what we have, like you have to describe what we mean by proof. Proof meaning like what we really mean is evidence.
Substantial evidence. Yes.
Like, because I wouldn't say that I'm 100% right about Jesus. I can't actually claim that.
Correct.
And if you listen to what I said, I'm just saying I'm convinced. I don't think that there was a real Jesus. After looking through it, I've become convinced that it's most likely that it was just made up completely, and that there wasn't even a Jesus. Do I know that for sure? No. I can't say that for sure. I don't know. It's just that's the way it seems to me. So that's what I think because of that. So do I know for sure that we're on a globe? I mean, can I say that? Well, all I can say is that the evidence looks to me like we are on one. And when I look at the claims against it, they all seem like bullshit. That's what it seems like. It seems like the flat earth thinking is just bad, and it's a lot of lies and just bad reasoning, things like this. So I don't accept that. And I think that being skeptical of the globe, it usually is rooted in bad thinking, listening to people who are kind of scamming, not being able to parse out a scam from a true statement. And with Jesus, it's the kind of same thing. It's like, all right, so the only real reason to believe in Jesus, it even says it right in the religion. It's from faith.
Mm-hmm.
It's not based on facts.
Evidence,
It's not based on truth. It's based on belief. So you start from there, and then Jesus seems real to you.
Which is not a smart move in any other walk of life. If you're using faith to cross the freeway, you're out of luck. So faith isn't actually a good thing to have in most cases, but they make it sound like that's the point of life. How's your faith? How's your faith in God?
We could disagree all day about what the evidence points toward, and I like engaging with flat earthers on that. It's like, all right, so bring your best thing, and then let's look at it together. And where we part is, I always find a part where they're not being willing to look at it honestly, and that's my opinion. And they'll say the same thing about me,
right?
But it's usually starting with, like, if I argue with a flat earther, with a Christian long enough, we do end up getting to a place where they go, all right, well, big tech, that's where it comes down to faith.
Right.
and we have and you don't. I'm like, okay, fair enough. You're going on faith. At least like that's what it actually is.
Right.
And that's what real Christianity is. And all Christians know that. It's not based on evidence and fact. It's based on faith. And that's fine. You can do that if you want. But don't tell me it's based on facts, because it isn't. And then with flat earthers, I get something very similar where they go, like, once we get down to a certain point, they go, well, wait a minute. You don't believe in the moon landing, do you?
Right.
It's like, okay, well, it's really their belief in the flat earth is based on skepticism.
Correct.
So which is really like a lack of faith, really. So it's like they have a faith that some things are fake. Like, so they have a faith in the giant conspiracy.
Right.
That's
And then
implicit in their belief. They believe there's a big scam going on.
And they think
So
it's
there's a
better to
faith
just
element there.
to blanket everything's fake rather than to get fooled by thinking some things are real and some things are fake. So this is, again, going back to that being lazy thing. It's what's easier, to look into every single thing that comes out and determine for yourself which ones are real and which ones are fake, or to just say they're lying to us and therefore everything that comes out in the news is fake. So again, that's the road to Easyville. That's the people want to be lazy. And so when you have an opportunity to kind of decide for yourself, well, which one's easier, then you take that one. You know, you take the one that makes it more lazy for you. So if a bunch of people are saying the Earth's flat and you're like, okay, I heard it from enough people now, and yeah, it doesn't make sense, and they just adopt it as a belief. And I think that's what put us here, unfortunately. And I hate to have been somebody who is responsible for people in there, because I think a lot of people would have heard me talk and maybe agreed with some of the things I said. And so that's the scary part. If it wasn't for that, I just would have walked away and been like, I'm done. But I feel bad. I'm like, okay, these people that are in there, and now they're kind of stuck, because if they're being blocked from seeing other people and being told things about me, well, they're going to believe that, right? Like Dave Weiss can say anything about me at this point. What are they not going to believe? He could just get on the thing and say, Jaren's a clone, or Jeren got paid off by this. He's getting a house. He's getting a car. Whatever he says, flat earthers have a choice. Like, do we believe Dave Weiss, or do we believe the sellout liar Jeren? Well, we believe Dave Weiss. So it's just an unfortunate series of events, if you will. And I had hope for Whitsitt. I did, but I think he's going to stay there. I think he's just going to.
Whitsitt can't get out. No,
yeah, I don't think so.
mean, I don't know. I'm not going to get into his personal stuff, but I don't think he can come out. I don't think he's allowed. I don't think he's.
Yeah, I
don't know how he could do it. I don't know how he could come back from going so hard.
Well, he burned so many bridges. I mean, that's one thing I didn't do, right? So I didn't have these people on the globe side that hated me. They just kind of, in fact, most of them will say something like, oh, we thought Jeren was honest. We thought he was honest believer. So when I come out, it's very easy. There's nobody on the globe side that's like, we hate you for being a flat earth for 10 years. They were all very welcoming and, hey, good that you saw the truth, and thank you for speaking out and saying the truth. So, but I'm not sure that he would have the same reception. So, which kind of made it easier for me. I mean, I was going that way anyway. It didn't matter, but it made it easier knowing that, like, okay, there's nobody over there that's ready to pounce on me because I was wrong. Whereas with him, I'm not sure that's the case. I think he kind of upset some people to the point where they wouldn't be very welcoming. They'd be like, go do something else.
No, they wouldn't. And he did it by, like, his part of his brand, part of Whitsitt's problem is, like, it's based on this, like, smug arrogance of, you're all stupid.
Right.
And I'm smarter than all of you. And the only reason you believe in the globe is because you're a dumb motherfucker. Like, that's sort of his energy has been the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to flat smack you. Class is in session. Everybody shut up and listen to the guy who knows what he's talking about. I'm going to tell you about Aries failure, and I'm going to tell you about laser interferometry, and I'm going to tell you about the kinematic equivalence of heliocentrism and blah, blah. And it's like he's been doing this whole, like, I'm the smart guy in the room.
Right, that's hard to come back from that. Yeah.
That now, for him to come out and say I was wrong the whole time, he doesn't have the level of humility and the charisma to pull that off. So he's just
working. And I call it the Whitsitt effect, which was when he came along and started to beat people in debates pretty handily. It seemed like, just because he's a better debater doesn't mean what she was saying was true. But I noticed that people kind of relaxed. So flat earthers that may have used to been interested in getting into the details, they all were like, oh, Whitsitt's got this. Oh, he's destroying everybody. We don't need to learn anymore. Whitsitt's got it. And they almost felt more comfortable in their belief because Whitsitt's there. And he's, like you said, sounding smart. He's saying smart things. They're like looking at it like, oh, this guy's really smart and he's really destroying these globers. So we don't need to really even look into the arguments anymore. He's just getting on top of them. So I call that the Whitsitt effect. I kind of noticed that maybe it was a couple years before TFE or whatever, but there just was nobody actually doing research anymore. There was nobody actually trying to figure things out. It was just kind of like, oh, we're as far as we'll get. Well, now I see why. That's because it was not true. So when something's not true, you're going to run out of the ability to push it any further. But I mean, again, for me, it was just came down to the South being a lie. And I'm surprised there's so many. I really thought more flat earthers would recognize that simple statement is if the South isn't a lie, then how could the Earth be flat? I mean, if what we're told about the South is it's the complete opposite of the North, and that 6 months later this works here, and there's the 24-hour sun there. 6 months later it's down here. So if that is the case, if that is all true, then the Earth can't be flat. So I knew going down there, well, we're either going to see that the South is kind of messed up, and we're going to get down there and say, hey, the sun didn't do what it was supposed to do. It went at the wrong angle. And then from there, who knows where we go from there. The one thing we didn't expect was that we would go down there and the Earth would prove itself time and time and time and time and time and time again. That what happened there? Did you sign back in or something? Or somebody else signed in? I don't know. What happened? He froze or something. Let me see what's going on here. Yeah, this one. Okay, I'm gonna remove that one. Oops. Ah, shoot. Which one is you? There we go. Now you're there. I don't know what you were trying to do there. You're trying to pull some trick on me.
I didn't do anything. My tab just closed for the call.
Yeah, it was really weird. We just saw you freeze, and then all of a sudden there was another you popped in there. I thought that was like
how hard, I guess.
The Jesus you. Didn't know which one it was. I'm gonna use the restroom to take a break. We'll play a song real quick. We'll be right back. And
cool. I need one too.
More. So don't go anywhere. Give us about 5 minutes, and we'll play one of these fun songs here. I don't know which one we got. Or do you want to play your song? We'll play yours. I like it too much to play it. Not play it. Let's listen to this. We'll see you guys after this song. This is called Satan, Satan, Satan by the wonderful AI at Suno. Pretty amazing technology. I'll tell you that much. Here we go. See you guys in a little bit. Oops, that's not right. Is that the right? Is that the beginning of it? Let me try again. All right, there we go. See you guys in a few minutes.
Satan, 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 why do you lie to me? You say Earth's a spinning water ball floating in space, held together by gravity. Stay away from me, you ugly devil. I see through all your ridiculous lies. I know that the Earth is flat as a pancake and there's a dome above the sky. I love being a flat earther. The truth is so clear to me. The world is run by wicked lions, Satanist conspirators, but I'm fighting for the flat earth team. I love being a flat earther and knowing God cares for me. Long as I'm stuck in here under God's magical dome, I'll be fighting demons on the flat earth team. Ooh. Satan, 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 you thought that you tricked me with all these fancy science words and rocket hoax trickery. Stay away from me, you ugly devil. I know that satellites are really just balloons. Every single bit of space footage is fake. Nobody's ever going to the moon. I love being a flat earther in a world of confusing mystery. All of my friends think I've lost my mind. Flat earth is my new family. I love being a flat earther, and I know God's looking down on me. We're all trapped in here with demons under God's big superdome until Jesus comes and takes us home. So many are falling away from the truth, swayed by your evil lies. They went all the way to Antarctica and watched the sun circle in the sky. But I know that there's gotta be a way to deny what they say they saw. Maybe they filmed it in a movie set. Maybe they didn't even go at all. And who cares what the smart people say? I don't care that they call me slow. They ask me how the sun stays up in the sky. Shut the fuck up, man, I don't know. I love being a flat earther
Yeah, he is.
We're all trapped in here with demons under God's big superdome until Jesus comes and takes us home. Trapped in here with demons under God's big beautiful dome until Jesus comes and takes us home.
Oh, Jesus, come soon. Come soon, Jesus. Let's pause that. All right. I don't have big text back yet. We got one more short song we'll play real quick. And we will get to super chats. I want to tell you what's coming up. Next week, we got some fun. Well, I was going to say courtesy of FTFE, but he encouraged me to do a member-a-thon. Is that what they call it? Member stream-a-thon? I don't know what it's called. But we're going to do that next Friday starting early, maybe 10 a.m.-ish. And then we will go until the clock hits 0. Could that mean that I stream for 24 hours till 10 a.m. the next day? Or will it be 48 hours? Or will it be 6 hours? We will find out. That will be next Friday, Unplugged Extra. Unplugged plus Streamathon. All right, we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for being here and all those fun things. And remember, Dave Weiss is a liar. Don't forget that. Thank you.
On the shot clock, hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back. Snacks in hand, energy intact. Hit the playlist, seat warm like a throne. Show locked in, it's yours all alone. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Wait for it. Wait for it.
All right. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that was fun. And
Yo,
welcome
I'm
back.
back.
Oh, thank you. We were very excited. We were waiting for you. Okay. Let's go there. People were asking Enrique if he's okay. Enrique, I believe that you are okay, right? I think so. He seems to be okay. Let's see here. How about this one?
Hey, Jefe, let's play a game, yeah?
I'm in.
You say a number. I'll say what that number is. Okay, ready, set, go.
47.
Oh, that's easy. That's Flatzoid's IQ.
Oh, well, see? That's a nice little game you played there. I like that. Very good. Very good. Very good games that he likes to play.
Nice.
Anything else to say? I don't know. How about let's go with this one here.
Hey, Jefe.
Yes.
Did you hear Nachiketa shut down his channel? I think I know why, vato loco.
What?
Because, escucha me closely,
Yes.
he killed John Benet Ramsey. Got
Mm.
him.
I think that is true. I think that is true. He did kill John Bonet. So
Wait, who shut down the channel? Flatzoid?
no, that guy Nachiketa.
Oh, Nacho.
Yeah, weren't you on his? Yeah, you were on his. Oh, well, I think you were on Z.
I was
show.
on with.
but he was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, he shut down his
Right.
channel. I don't know. He might have just put. You can hide your channel on YouTube, so it's not necessarily that he deleted it all, but maybe you never know.
He went dark.
I subscribed to Jeranism before he became a debunker of Flat Earth because I predicted he would become one. Respect. Thank you, RSFO. Let me check super chats. I saw a couple of them. I want to get those. Hey, how do you like oh man, now I don't know the name of your, what do you use for super chats?
Kick.com/big chat.
No, but I saw that there's a way people can donate through like I signed up for it today. I just don't remember the name of it now.
Power chat.
Yeah, how is that?
Works good.
Okay. And people can donate
you know,
crypto too, I saw?
I've
Possibly.
been using it for years. Yeah, I don't know if it's just Litecoin, but definitely you can do crypto.
Well, it looks like, yeah, it says there's like 6 or 7 different coins, but then they convert it to Litecoin, and that's what you get paid
okay,
in.
yeah, that's it. They pay me in Litecoin. Yeah.
All right, let's check the super. So some people do that then. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get Litecoin donuts. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna have that ready for the marathon stream, so that'll be fun. All right, let's. Oops, I put the wrong one. Super chats. I just saw it. Fan funding. There we go. All right, let's get through some of these. We've got Dave's Waffle House in the house. Dave, do I have your sound effect ready? You think I do, but I might not. And we do.
From the Waffle House, located just off the Beltway.
There it is. $2. Thank you very much. We've got T-Bone Beats. Do you doubt the moon landing because you doubt our capability? So we kind of talked about that. Yeah, I mean, again, if you've done something 50 years ago, I would think that you would continue doing that. It's, we've gone 1/1000th of that distance. So that's a little peculiar. It'd be like, they sailed across the Atlantic Ocean and then in the next 50 years, nobody did more than put their ankles in the water. It's kind of the equivalent. So we got here we are for $5. Says I found several different versions of the fake helicopter over the curve footage. They were all enhanced by flat earthers. Great show, Jen. Well, I don't know. I don't think I understand what you mean. They were all enhanced by flat earthers. I mean, just go to the original broadcast. So there's nothing enhanced there. Just you can see the two scenes, put them next to each other yourself. I wouldn't, but I don't know. I've never seen a flat earther, and I don't know what you mean by enhanced, I guess. Peter Esselstrom, thank you very much for the $10. But Peter, was I right or I don't know? Write me on Telegram. You stopped talking to me on Telegram, and then I find out that you said you stopped being a VIP because I believe in Katy Perry going to space. So I hate to tell you that Katy Perry went in that craft into the sky. That's kind of without question. We've got T-Bone Beats again. Says the Savior story has been many times told before Jesus. Yes. And again, it just doesn't make sense. Like they tell people it's a sacrifice. Like what's a sacrifice? A sacrifice is when you give up something you want for something you don't want, right? But Jesus gave up his life as a human to be God. That's kind of the complete opposite of a sacrifice. It's like anybody would do that. If anybody was like, hey, die here today on earth and then you get to be God. Okay, I'll take that. Oh, it's the greatest sacrifice in the world. And we've got, here we are again. Says, I've heard a lot of things tonight on this stream that align with my own personal views. Awesome episode. Thank you very much. I've actually heard you say some stuff that I align with pretty well. And I think it's a weird position, many of us, or at least how I look at myself, that there's like these, do you think, Big Tech, that YouTube kind of forces people into these really hard, fast camps? Like, it's just something I've had to avoid the whole time, which is I've kind of noticed, like, if I want my channel to do well, what it would require of me is to cater to my audience. And that makes you a liar. I couldn't do it. I couldn't, part of what I got into this was that, I want to be able to just be myself, be honest with my opinions and my beliefs. It was never like, I want to say some things, and then whatever my audience wants me to push, that's the direction I'll go. So I just think that that's like pretty, and then because what they do is they want these camps, right? So they have the science camp and the flat earth camp. Okay. Then they've got the, whatever it is, Christians and the atheists, but there's like not a lot of middle ground because middle ground is not very lucrative for people that are, doing this for money or doing it as a career or trying to do that. I think it benefits you to be, because I mean, it even happened to my channel, right? So the first thing I come back from Antarctica, I say that I was wrong, say that the Earth is a sphere. Okay, great. So immediately I lost all my flat Earth content or all my flat Earth viewers, but then I gained all these science viewers.
Yeah.
But then when I said, right, a couple weeks after that, and it's like, I don't think we went to the moon. Oh man, I got so many messages. Hey, dum-dum, you've been dum-dum for 10 years. You're going to be dum-dum for another 10 years. But it's like the problem with that is like they want me to do something that isn't honest, right? Which would be just to say, I was wrong about these things, so now I believe these things are true, which may end up being the case. But it doesn't mean that I should just abandon my current beliefs and just be like, everything I believe now is false. It just means I should look into everything again. So it's just one of those things where it's like being in the middle is the worst because now I've got both sides hating me, which amounts to shitty views and, that's just the way it goes. But I don't think enough people are like me that it will just take that on the chin and be like, well, then maybe I'm not supposed to be on YouTube. Maybe this isn't a place for me. Whereas I think most people would just turn into whatever it takes to continue on. which I could have done. I could have come back and been like, yeah, I saw the 24-hour sun, but the Earth's still flat, and continued on with doing what I was doing and making enough money to get by and all that. But those days are long gone. So the good thing is I'm going to do a marathon stream next Friday, and we'll see how long that goes for, trying to get members and see if I can salvage the channel for a little bit longer. That's the hope. And see if something comes along. If not, it'll be me back to work, which again is not the end of the world, but it's, I enjoy doing what I've been doing. Unfortunately, when you, like I said, if you're in that middle where you're like, well, I still have some questions about some things in science, you're just not going to have an audience. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants to ever hear that their beliefs are wrong. They just don't. They don't. Nobody shows up to YouTube is like, tell me what I believe is wrong. No, they show up to YouTube like, tell me what I believe is right. So if you're not somebody that's catering to that audience, well, you're going to have a hard time because you're going to tell them something that they don't believe in. I remember when I said that girl at January 6th died, you talk about people losing their minds. Oh man, RV truth, every flat earth truther is, I cannot believe you believe that she died. It's so obviously a hoax. It's so obviously fake.
I haven't even heard that one. They thought that her death was a hoax?
Oh, they don't believe that she died? No, not at all. You mean Ashley Babbitt?
Yeah.
No, and it was like so obvious that she was shot by a black guy and they didn't want that to be known, so we never even got his name. Like everything about it tells you it was real, and they still deny it. They're like, oh, I'm like, look at every single time that they're going to do a fake shooting, they're going to push a certain narrative, and it's not going to be black men shooting veterans that are women. That's not a good. It's not. If you're gonna, you messed up. If that was your fake shooting, I mean, why wouldn't you do a white guy shoots a black girl or something that, fits their narrative? But they were like, oh no, they definitely faked it. And I even talked to that John X, I think his name is. He was like standing right next to her when she died. And I did an interview with him. He ended up in jail, I think. I don't know if he's out now, but yeah, I mean, that was kind of crazy to me to hear people say. And then the other one was, remember the Parkland shooting in Florida? Well, I remember looking into it right away, and I found things like the football coach who had been a coach there for, I don't know what it was, 14 years. He went to school there, graduated, became the football coach, and had been football coach for like 14 years. Well, he was shot and killed. And like everyone's calling it fake. I'm like, so what happened to the football coach? Like all those players, everybody, they're all football players. They've all the alumni and everybody, the guy's gone. So I never understood this whole like, oh, they're just faking these deaths. And I do think there's some nefarious things going on in those things. Like one of the teachers said, oh, I saw men in fatigues with guns shooting, and I opened the door and they told me to get back in the classroom, which that's questionable because there was no reason to be doing that, why they were shooting guns inside the school. But I mean, there is questionable things, but that teacher did die, and other teachers died, and other students died. So to me, it's just like when that happens and you can easily show that, I just think truthers take the easy way out. They take the undebunkable positions. This is the RV truth. You know who RV is? RV Truth.
I don't remember. No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Oh man. What's his name now? I forgot what his name is now. But he's been a truther for years. But his whole thing is that if he says things that nobody can ever disprove, then he's fine. So he'll just say whatever death happens on the news, he just says, nope, that didn't really happen. It's all a hoax. Because how are you going to prove that differently? How can you prove him wrong? Even if you found a death certificate, he would just say the death certificate's faked. So those people should be obvious to you that if it's somebody who just says everything is fake, and then they tell you, well, how are you going to ever prove that wrong? If every death is fake, okay, well, how are you going to prove that wrong? So they put themselves in these undebunkable positions on purpose, I think. Those are the worst ones. But yeah, RB Truth, he says O.J. Simpson was fake. Nicole Simpson didn't die. Ron Goldman didn't die. Kobe Bryant didn't die. No matter who it is, it's a public person. They didn't die. They were all fake. Their death. Prince didn't die. A bunch of things like that. But again, they put themselves out there like that because it's an interesting thing, and people hear it and go, "What, really?" And then you can't prove them wrong. So I mean, how are you going to prove Kobe Bryant died? I mean, you're going to go dig up his corpse? He'll just tell you it's a fake one. So again, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, where are all these celebrities hanging out? Diego Garcia or something with Jeffrey Epstein, probably. That's my guess. Sorry, I didn't have you on the screen. My bad. Oh, you're not on the screen. That's probably.
That's all right. I got my camera up, and I'll switch.
No, it's all right. We don't want to see you. Don't worry. So what other
dude?
What other things you want to talk about? Let me see if there's anybody. I didn't know this was kind of he'd been asking me for a couple of weeks to do a show. We just finally got to it, and then I just said, well, let's talk conspiracies or something like that, because the Katy Perry thing obviously is so more people have messaged me about my position on Katy Perry than have come at me about TFE, which is very strange. But it's just flat earthers that are like, oh man, I can't believe that. Now I know that you're shilling. Now I know that you're controlled opposition. I kind of thought maybe you could be serious about the shape of the earth, but there's no way that Katy Perry went to space. It was so obvious it's fake. But again, I know what they're watching. They're watching these liars that put out things showing like the capsule's different, right? They show a capsule on the ground. Like, look at this one. The windows are different size than this one. Yeah, there's 2 capsules. So you just went and found both of them, and you're showing people one and saying it's different than the other one. Okay, that's fine. That's the only one went up with Katy Perry in it. So show that entire trip. And I think again, it's that making people lazy. They know that people want that quick information. They don't want to watch a whole documentary on the thing. They want somebody who in 5 minutes is going to say, here's why Katy Perry is fake. And they're able to show it by lying. Look at the capsule. The capsule's different. Oh, look at the door. The door open when it wasn't, shouldn't be. Oh, that's really weird. Look at Katy Perry. She's got a monarch butterfly and she's covering her eye. That's all that you need to hear as a conspiracy theorist to immediately throw it into the fake category. And that's all they do. They just then hear those 3 things, say, oh, it has to be fake. They don't listen to any detractors or any kind of debunking. And then they just, so when they hear me come on, they're, wait, what, Jaron thinks it's real? Oh, the guy's compromised. It can't be real. We already know that the capsule was different and that the door opened weirdly and that there was, a monarch butterfly. So it's kind of right on, the painting's right on the wall. The writing's right on the wall of why these guys are getting stuck in those beliefs. And I'll tell you, shout out to Melodome. Melodome is somebody that did this pretty well. He started going back and looking at any flat earth claim. And you will be shocked that a good vast majority of them are all false. You would be shocked if you went and just looked at anybody saying they see too far, anybody saying that any kind of evidence, that if you go and actually dig into it, they're lying about their observer height, they're lying about the distance, they're lying about where they were. It always seems to be some sort of fuckery going on. So just be careful. That's the sad thing, is now I see it like, I wish we could get these people out of there. But we're still seeing the title screen.
Yeah, there's something I talk a bit about, and it's kind of like fundamental to my worldview. When people talk about the changes that we need to make in the world, or how to make the government better, or how do we fix all this problem? The government is
Right.
blah 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 blah. A key element that's missing is that we have not yet developed a high regard for true speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, it's we don't. It's a little bit like nerd alert, right? We're gonna get into philosophy or something like that, so we don't have to get really into it a lot. But the TLDR is that we don't always know what's true, right?
Right.
It's not easy to know what's true. It's not easy. We don't know everything, and so to be able to say that you have like a total grasp on the truth is not easy, especially if somebody's saying something happened and you weren't there, right? You can't
Right.
know for sure if they're telling the truth or whatever.
So anybody saying they have
But-
the total truth, we right away should know that they don't. It just would be
Well,
impossible.
Well, yeah, so that's sort of like a fundamental problem there.
Right.
But so what we have to do, though, and the solution to that to me is to just get really good at spotting lies.
Yeah.
See, because you can't always spot the truth. That's almost like impossible. It's like it's really hard because we don't have absolute knowledge. We weren't there. We
Right.
can't see everything, or we haven't seen the whole universe. We don't know what the nature of reality is. Like, what even is energy and time? And like these things are still mysterious to us.
Right.
So making a truth claim is difficult, but spotting a lie is easy,
Right.
actually. But sometimes you have to be pretty sophisticated with your understanding of language and what the nature of lying is and what types of lies there are, and learning to see the form of a lie. And
Do you think
So-
it's a lie if somebody doesn't know that it's false?
so here's what I mean by it.
Yeah.
It's spotting a lie has to do with learning how to speak in a certain way and resist speaking in other ways.
Okay.
It's actually just how we control the way we transmit information. We can transmit honestly, or we can transmit dishonestly. And sometimes we can do it without even meaning to.
Right.
So, for example, like if you leave out an important detail, whether you meant to or not, that you can categorize that as a lie by omission.
Right.
You've omitted something that would, counter what you're saying, but you've left it out. you've now lied by omission. So even though every single thing that you said in your argument, you listed true fact, all of those are true.
Right.
Well, if you left out something that would debunk your conclusion, then you've, even by only saying true things, you've still lied. So that's a sort of tricky right there, right? So you've lied by omission. You've lied by omitting a certain fact. That's an example. And so, or let's say a true believer in a lie, right? If somebody really believes the thing is true and then they say it, they didn't mean to deceive. It's in fact, they were deceived.
Right.
But they have now transmitted a lie unwittingly. So did they lie or did they tell the truth? So if they tell a lie that they think is true, did they lie?
Right.
So you see what I mean? Even you can get down to the final one, like the ultimate one goes like this. If I tell you this statement is false, is that true or false?
Right.
Well, the thing is, it's like neither. But that's the problem with true and false claims, is that
Right.
true and false, these are concepts. And then once we start like wrapping words around it, it gets all fuzzy. So what we actually have to do is develop a way of speaking to each other with integrity. And I don't mean integrity of intention. I mean, instead of saying this is true, the difference between saying this is a fact and this is true, or I've been persuaded that this
Right.
is true, or I believe this because of this. Like, that sounds subtle. But what if, like, the pastors on the stages, instead of saying this is true because it comes from the word of God,
Right.
well, how about I believe this is true because I have faith?
Right.
Like, that's a totally different statement.
And it doesn't
But
make
if
you think
people
that you have to believe them because they're, they know the truth and you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the difference, like, between saying the earth is flat or I haven't been able to find the curve,
Right.
those are two different things. But one of them is a reliable, like, an integral way of speaking, which is like taking responsibility for your
Right.
lack of knowing everything. So if you say I haven't been able to find the curve, well, that's just you're just expressing yourself. You're not making a claim about anything. But if
Right.
you say the earth is flat, it's like, you don't know that.
Right.
So
Or we know it's not a sphere. It's like, well, where'd you get that from? You're
right,
just saying
we know it's not a
Right.
sphere. No, we don't.
No, we don't. And yeah, it's just funny.
Well, me and all my buddies who can't find the curve, we know that. No, you don't actually. You're laying claim to knowledge you can't have. You can't actually back that up. You can't guarantee it. Like, and here's a nice way to think about it. In my solution is like, if you make a claim that's going to lead somebody maybe into error,
Right.
you're actually doing harm.
Yep.
And so if you're doing harm in the world, what do we do to people who do harm? We punish them, whether it's by some sort of incarceration or they get into a lawsuit or something like that.
Very true.
So if you're not willing to warranty your claim with your money, then you shouldn't make it.
Wow. That's really,
That's
you're right. You're right. Because it gets too
And
easy.
so-
It gets too easy just to make claims that you believe are true, which is so dumb because as a truther, if there's anything that I've noticed that everybody's noticed is that your beliefs change week to week, year to year. So why would you ever be shouting at somebody or telling them that they don't know what they're talking about or that they're bad when you changed your belief versus last year? So they're going to change their belief, and next year you probably won't believe what you believe now. But these people are like so cocky, or they get so ego inflated that they then think they know all truth. And one thing I always say, if truthers have done anything, it's that they go farther from the truth, right? A truther eventually doesn't believe anything is true. That's the end road of a truther. The end road of a truther
Dude,
is
exactly.
they no longer,
That's where
they no longer have any truth.
that's where I got with Owen Benjamin. Owen Benjamin says it like this: I'm not saying the Earth's flat. I'm just saying we can't know if it's a globe. It could be anything.
Yeah, that's what I think
Well,
Witset's going to do.
he
during
literally
the
says it
debate.
could be anything all the time. Well, it can't be anything.
Right. Right.
It could be.
But if you're allowed to say that, then every bit of science that we've ever had is garbage because you could always just say something, well, it could be that, but it also could be anything. Well, I guess. I mean, if you want to say that, but, because they take it too far. We're like, yeah, I agree with you that things are never proven in science. They should never be proven because it should be open for interpretation, open for new evidence. But there are things that we can place into the fact category. And then as a collective, we can reach the conclusion that things are facts and move on. It seems like now that facts are never going to be facts because somebody will always say, well, nuh-uh, because I believe it's this. It's like, yeah, well, yours doesn't have evidence and this one's backed by hundreds of years of evidence. So probably this one's true. But I don't think, especially in like the TikTok world, I mean, I couldn't believe yesterday I was looking on YouTube that Kay Podgy, she has a TikTok where she talks about So I looked at her the other day on YouTube. I could not believe the number she's getting. Like she has like, I don't even remember, 60,000 people follow her on Facebook. Like I don't even see that number ever. I always see like 5,000, 3,000 followers, 2,000 followers. On Facebook, she had something ridiculous, and she just makes the most. And I see that it's an easy way to cheat if you want. Become a Christian. You will have the best backing ever. If you're just a Christian and you just always say the Bible's true and you point out things about satanic symbols here and there, you just have people follow you and love you. And it's like an easy way out to me. Because again, it's just like you're not really thinking much. You're just kind of everything, Jesus will come back soon. And there's a bunch of evil in the world that we have to sit around and deal with until he comes back. But again, if that were the case and the Bible was a trick or used as control, then we would see a world today that has a bunch of people sitting back and doing nothing while evil is taking over slowly, which is what we see. So to me, it just seems like an exact product of what somebody must have been going for. Because they say, well, you can tell by their fruits, right? Well, the fruits aren't very good. What I've seen. Look at the Catholic Church. Look at the things they've been up to, and what I thought was weird. When the Pope died, like on NBC News, it was like the only story they played for like a whole week. Like, why does NBC News promote the Pope? Which I always thought was weird. There must be something there because usually they stay away from religious stuff. They're more of a secular, more of a leftist kind of group. But I mean, for like a whole week, that's all they did. Talk about the Pope and the Cardinals, and I'm like, this is very strange stuff. But you said you grew up not Catholic, but Christian, Bible believing Christian. Is that what you?
Yeah, my parents met in a Bible study. When they were like 19 or 20 or something like that. They were young people. My dad had lived his life being sort of like a jock in high school, and he drove like a Trans Am, and he was just like a party guy and everything. And then at one point, something got in his mind. He's like, I'm gonna like clean up my life and go to church. Like some people do, right? He had like a come to Jesus moment. So he started going to church, got to a Bible study. My mom was there. She was cute, looking for a husband. They got married, and I was conceived on the honeymoon.
All right.
And so like I grew up in a very like Bible-centric universe, right? Where my parents were like committed believers, and the church was important, and we cared about
So you went to
everybody,
church
and
every week or something?
yeah, we went every Sunday. We sang the songs, and I learned that he loves all the little children.
He does.
And and there was like coffee and donuts and cookies, and church was cool, and everybody smelled good and dressed up nice on Sundays, and it was awesome. And
it wasn't those cheap cookies either. They usually sprung for little better ones. Which
everybody always brought the best goodies.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
It was cool, and there was like potlucks and barbecues and pool parties, and it was based, dude. I love church.
Yeah,
and,
I
it
grew up
was really nice.
Totally, I was a head altar server, head of youth group.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's like 16.
Yeah, me
years
too.
old.
I ended up on that track too. During high school, I learned how to play guitar so I could sing the songs, and the girls fell in love with me, and that was cool.
Right.
And I led prayer at the flagpole before school. I went on missionary trips.
Jesus was proud.
Yeah, Jesus was stoked. I was his top guy.
I went to the
was
Philippines.
on track to becoming like a pastor. I went to Bible college and stuff.
That's so funny. I actually thought about becoming a priest when I went to the Philippines, because I went to the Philippines for World Youth Day 1995. So I was 15. And there was like such a spiritual moment of just everybody. It was the biggest event, biggest gathering of people at the time. It was like 6 million people. But it was like, there was like an energy there that was very palpable. And I was like, oh man, I want to do this. But now I've come to realize that happens at any event with multiple, I've been to baseball games where you get that same euphoria, because I do think that comes with the gathering of people. Most people who have a spiritual moment tend to say it's at church or it's something with a bunch of people. So I think that has something to do with it. But yeah, I mean, so what age were you when you fell away? About 16, that age, or?
I was like 19 or 20.
Okay.
Yeah, just into young adulthood. I became an adult. I finished high school. It's probably toward the end of high school. I was actually still pretty tapped in. It was like right at the end. What happened actually is that I went out of high school. I was switching, right? I was switching my worldview from becoming a pastor. Around that time, I started seeing that if that does happen for me, it's maybe down the road when I'm older. I wasn't going to go like right in as a young guy like some people do.
Right.
And so I was still studying the Bible, and I was going to, I had a few friends who actually went right into full enroll in Bible college. I went for one semester, and I realized, this isn't my career path. And I kind of wasn't as committed as they were. I realized they were very studious and stuff. And I was like, I kind of want to like live a little bit as a person before I try to tell people how to live.
Right.
And I switched tracks and I went to go work for the fire department.
Oh, okay.
And in California, there's not a lot of big buildings. There's wildfires once a year, but most of the way you can is through emergency medical service.
Right.
You become a paramedic or something because they have medics on the, and you get paid a little more if you're a paramedic too. So I went and became an EMT. I became
Nice.
volunteer firefighter. Worked on an ambulance, and when I went down that career path, right there as a young guy, so I was like 19. It was like right after high school. I went and became an EMT. Got on the ambulance. I was still doing school at night on my days off. You have a lot of days off when you work those shifts.
Yeah. Don't firefighters work like 3 ons and then 4 off usually or something like that?
Yeah, stuff like that. Right. Day on, day off, day on, 2 days off. And then sometimes you get 4 days off. Or you work 12-hour shifts and you still get a lot of days off.
Right.
But anyway, it was pretty cool. So I was still doing school and doing my hobbies and whatever and working on the ambulance. But it was my first time being kind of like out of my bubble. You know, I didn't even really know what a echo chamber was.
Right.
Until afterward, I realized, like, man, all of my friends were all part of the Bible studies, and we all went to church together. And I was in the Christian club, basically. I did have friends who weren't Christians, but they weren't real close. But I mostly had just like a lot of Bible-believing young people in my life, which kept me out of a lot of trouble, and that was really good. But the first time I was out for a minute was, for example, I had a partner on the ambulance who I would spend these long shifts with, right? We're doing 12 or 24-hour shifts, sometimes 48-hour shifts. And it's just me and him, just running these calls in and out of the hospital, driving around town, back at the station. You're just chilling. So you get into long conversations. And he was a few years older than me. He was maybe like 25, 26. And he was married, and he had finished university, and he was almost ready to go into the paramedic program. And I was a new AMT. So he was a little bit of like he was kind of mentoring me. That's why they put me with him as a partner. That's how they do it.
Mm-hmm.
And we get into these talks, and he was asking me why I was Christian. And then we were talking about it. And then he would have real good questions that I found out I didn't have good answers for. And then he kind of advocated for a evolutionary theory view of the world that I hadn't really considered very deeply. The only thing I really knew about evolutionary biology was stuff that I learned from Christians who were debunking it.
Right.
And I had gone through, I went through like AP courses. I got great grades in high school. I went through biology class and everything. So I knew. It's weird. I had learned it all and passed all the tests, but I hadn't really given myself into a deep consideration of it, which you're probably familiar with. It's like when you believe something's true, you kind of don't look at the other side as much.
Almost on purpose. It's almost like your brain does it to protect yourself.
Yeah. So I was able to go through all of that without really noticing that it was destroying my world.
But it's not cognitive. It's not like you purposely do it. It's almost like your brain says, no, I already believe something. I don't want to hear new stuff because it might make me change my mind. At least that's the way it seems to me. Like it was never something I thought about. Like, oh, I don't want to listen to Simon Dan talk. He might say something that I did. It's like Simon Dan, no, he's garbage. Turn it off. It's like you just dismiss anything right off the bat. So it's very easy to dismiss those things when you start out your sentence with, "Oh, that's Simon Dan. Forget it. He's a liar."
Yeah, and I think I went through the biology class going like, "Well, this is just their theory, so it's probably it's not that it's a lie trying to like screw me over. It's just like, well, this is what they think because they don't believe in God, so they're just explaining it with some sort of science, old Earth magic or something like that." And I'm like, all right, well, whatever. This is what they think. I just disagree. And I heard some Christian, pastor debunk it, and I was like, all right, good enough. But I was a kid and I didn't care, and I was just going through school. But anyways, so he starts pressing me though. He's like, well, explain this, explain that. What's your explanation? I'm like, I don't remember exactly what they were, but I remember I got to the point with him with a few times where he kind of left me with some head scratchers, and then he gave me a couple books that I should read, and they were by like atheists. It was like
the
Richard
God
Dawkins.
Delusion, right?
Yeah, and it was like Hitchens and Sam Harris and stuff, and then I'm grappling with their arguments, and I was like, oh damn, I don't know what to do with these. So I took them to Christians who knew more than me, right? I took them to like Bible school pastors, and I took them to a professor that I knew, and these guys who know like Hebrew and Greek, and they like study the origins of the Bible, and they've gone through seminary, and they like know everything. So I go and I bring it to them, and I had long conversations with these guys who knew me well, and I kept finding that with them too, every time we would dive into one of these subjects, I would find the same answer from them. After not too long, they would say to me, Well, that's where it comes down to faith.
Right.
And I was like, whoa, that's kind of crazy. They keep saying the same thing over and over. And
Priests do the same thing, because I worked in the church office and I would ask them, "Hey, do you talk to God? Do you this?" No, I feel him in my life. And I just realized real quick, like, oh, these guys are not special. They don't have like divine intervention. They just think it heavily they gave up their life for it. So,
and I went, all right, well, it just started. It started. I don't remember what the turn was, but like at some point, it just dawned on me. I don't think I'm going to keep being a Christian. It started just seeming not as real anymore.
Right.
It just faded, man. It wasn't like there was one day I said, fuck this or something. It just started seeming hokey. And I was like, huh. So I didn't become like a debunker or something. It just like went away. And I went, all right. And I remember there was the real rubber meeting the road part was, I had a girlfriend at the time at one point, who I had to break it to her because we were talking about if we were going to get married.
Right.
And I said, look, you met me and I was really into Jesus and stuff. And so were you. And we were on one path. I just want you to know, if we're going to spend our lives together, you got to be cool with this.
Uh-oh.
I don't think I'm going to be a Christian the whole time. If you want to be one, that's all right. Maybe we won't butt heads. I haven't really thought it through. I just want you to know I'm not about to become a pastor, and maybe I'll come back into it, but maybe not. You got to be cool with it that I might be dropping this. And when I had that conversation with her, that's kind of when it became the most real to me. Like, I don't think I believe this anymore, because I wanted to make sure she got it, because I'm not going to spend my life with somebody who's going to be all pissed at me about that. And she had to be all right with it.
Right.
And
what?
Funny enough, she was at the time, but I think she was still holding on to, well, he's going to come around to it. He's like, Jesus is going to change his mind or something.
Right. You didn't ask him into your heart yet.
He's just questioning it. He's on his journey of faith, and his testimony is going to be stronger or something. I think she thought that's because she was like, it's totally cool if you want to, like, if you really need to grapple with these things, it's totally fine to be asking questions and stuff. She really loved me a lot and stuff, but it turned out that I never did come back. I just became less and less Christian over time.
Yeah, it's the same kind of story. I mean, I went to an all boys Jesuit high school, and that was shocking to me to see that they would push people into either category, whether it was science or religion, which baffled me at the time. Now I look at it and I kind of see the reasons behind it, because they really want people in belief systems. When you're in a belief system, you're very predictable as to how you'll react in certain situations or what you'll do. So that's why they push you into the science or the religion. They don't care which one you go to. The one thing they didn't want you to be was lukewarm. They don't want you to be in the middle. They're like, no. And then I used to have, when I say it all boys school, people think, so in high school, if you think about it, it's actually a better learning environment. However, the problem with it is that when the bell rings, because the sister school was right next to our school, then you have all these hormones. And so there was actually more.
Oh my God.
Right. It was actually the worst thing you could do. The bell went off, and like people were like sleeping with each other in hallways and in cars. And it was like, that probably wouldn't have happened as much if they would have had co-ed class. But in class, you actually learn better, because you're not like, people aren't afraid to speak up because there's girls in the class that they might like, or there's just a better environment. But it doesn't translate good for after school or before school when people are showing up to, swap spit and stuff. So, but that was a weird part of my life. And it really did turn me away from the church, just seeing how weird it was. Because, I was taught that evolution was wrong. And then I'm like in class learning about evolution. And then my next class is religious studies. You're like, this seems weird. It seems like you guys are just gotten kind of all over the place. But not a fun school. Jesuits.
So when did you come out of that? Oh, by the way, you don't have the camera on your stream anymore, right? Do you want me to take you off cam? Are you trying to be hidden? I just noticed on your live stream. Am I wrong? I'm looking at it right now. It just has the title page.
What?
Yeah, you have like the thumbnail up. Let me refresh.
Let me try and move my. Should be us on it.
Oh, maybe it was just me. Maybe I was back.
I think it was off for a couple minutes, but now I'm back.
Okay.
I'm not trying to hide. Well, I would like to.
Okay. Shit. Then everybody just saw me pick my nose.
Yes. Did you eat it though? As long as you didn't eat it, you're all right.
Probably.
Oh, well, then you're in trouble. What was I watching? Oh, I was watching Alex Stein's show the other night. He has some guy on the couch, and he's like talking to some kind of fat guy, and he's like scratching his leg for like 3 minutes. I'm just watching, like, dude, stop scratching your leg. Stop scratching your leg. Then he pulls one of these, lifts his hand up, puts it by his nose, and just gives it a sniff. I'm like, I had to text Alex Stein. I'm like, dude, that guy just scratched his leg for 3 minutes and then smelled it. Stein's like, no way. I'm like, yeah, dude, check it out. It's hilarious. Like,
is Alex Stein still a flat earther, by the way? What happened?
No, God, no. He's
he dropped it.
He's a sphere earther. Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, so way to go, Alex. Which the only reason I didn't like that is because I came back and he asked me, so is it a sphere or is it flat? I'm like, it's a sphere. He's like, all right, it's a sphere. I'm like, well, you should do your own kind of looking into it. No, I trust you. Like, okay, I guess so. Like,
Yeah, I don't think he ever really cared.
no, I mean, you know, there's again, when you get into that truth movement and you hear a bunch of these flatter things, it does tend to, tickle your fancy when you are hearing things like, well, we don't seem like we're moving. They say we're spinning, and they don't seem like we're flying through space, but they say we are. So when people start saying they don't believe it, it's very easy for somebody who's never seen or experienced those things to just say, oh yeah, I'm also in that camp.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's taken off so much. But if you actually look at the evidence, or just the sun alone, you only need the sun. That's all you need, because the sun sets left to right and rises left to right in the north, and sets right to left and rises right to left in the south. And that just will never be explained on a flat earth, because you even have that guy Joe Hamby going around telling people, oh, on a flat earth, the sun goes always in one direction. It's like, okay, well, why is it then if two people are looking west, one in the north and one in the south, one of them sees the sun going to the right, the other one sees it going to the left? So that's a paradox. You just told people it goes the same direction, yet two people facing the same direction see it go in opposite directions. But that's because that's the nature of a sphere. The only way you can answer that question is if you put the people on a sphere. All of a sudden, they're on a sphere, and both people see the opposite movement of the sun because of the shape that they're on. So once I figured that out, I'm like, oh, it's a no-brainer now. I mean, do I still leave it open? Yeah, 99% to 1%. Sure, I'll always leave it open. But I can no longer even fathom how the Earth could be anything but a sphere, especially going down to Punta Arenas. And that's my encouragement to anybody who still questions it. Go to Punta Arenas. It'll probably cost you $1,500 for a flight down there and back. Go down there in December next year and watch the sunset. It sets so drastically right to left that you know where Australia is. It's to the right. It's over there. And here comes the sun right to left. You're like, how can it go right to left? How is it going to bring light to Australia? Well, the reason why is because it's on the other side of the planet over there. So once you see that, once you see it and realize how the sun works, the great thing about that is I don't even have to tell anybody you have to trust NASA, or you have to trust science, you have to trust this professor. Literally,
you don't have to go to Antarctica either. Just go to
no. You just need to trust yourself, trust the sun.
South America.
And look at the sun. The sun tells you where you live. And it's funny, you do see these kind of, I don't know what you call it, allegory that's in the Bible and things. God sent us his only son to be a guiding light. Sometimes things like that might have hidden meanings. Like that sun is the guiding light. That the sun tells you so much because it's consistent, right? A ruler we can use because a ruler is standard. It's the same here as it is somewhere else. Everybody has the same ruler, so we can actually take things and measure with it. The sun is the same thing. All that makes a ruler is it's rigid and it's the same for everybody. The sun is the same thing. The sun does an orbit around the Earth in 24 hours. So you can then take any map and say, does this jive with the known path of the sun? Now, everybody in Flat Earth now says that the sun is apparent. That's the new thing. Well, the reason they have to say that is because a physical sun disproves the flat Earth. So far we've got, like we said, the physical sun disproves the flat Earth. So they say we can't use that. Just like the lights in the sky prove that the Earth is a sphere. So we can't use the lights in the sky to determine the ground. So just look out for those, that anything that comes along that will show the Earth to be a sphere will be immediately discounted by flat Earth researchers. And they call that evidence, or they call that good research. It's just not. That's the other thing, is that I've noticed, some guy messaged me the other day, a picture of Neptune, and behind it, you can kind of see, it looks like stars are seen through it. And he's like, dude, look at this. What do you have to say about this? We can see stars through Neptune. I'm like, where'd that picture come from? He's like, NASA. I'm like, okay, do you not see a problem with the fact that everything that NASA does, you disagree with? You say it's all fake. Now you're showing me an image from NASA and telling me that this is like the end all be all. This is the evidence that we need. So I'm like, you can't do that. Either NASA's lying to us, and so we really can't take anything they're showing us, or they're not, and you can believe what they're showing you. But you can't just pick and choose. That's what I think is the scariest thing about being a conspiracy theorist, is that you really can pick and choose what things you accept and what things you don't. And it looks like to you in your head that it's research, and it's just not. Just going through and only accepting the things that match, that's called confirmation bias. You're just, of course, if you go looking for something, you can find it, but that's not true research. It's not, I want the Earth to be flat, so I need to find a paragraph in this book about the Earth being a plane. And so you scour this whole book that's all about the heliocentric model and all about space, but then you find that one paragraph that says, the plane of the Earth. Like, oh, look, they believed in a plane. So, and you actually feel like you found something and that's good evidence, but you don't even think about, I just skimmed through 400 pages of a book talking about the spherical Earth and how it works, and just ignored it all. So I think that's kind of the scariest thing, is that you can get into that And I know I did. I actually felt like I was doing research, but it wasn't really research. It was attempting to find evidence to back what I believed. Well, guess what? You look long enough, you'll find it. You'll find ways to spin something or ways this book actually means this. And, like the things that they've taken from Captain Cook, him doing the 60,000 miles around. Well, that just so happens to that number meets the circumference of the flat Earth. So people just, then even though we have chronicles of all his paths, everywhere he went, and you got drawings of that, but they just take it and say, no, he actually just went 60,000 miles around. That's not good evidence. You just made that up. You just took what his known record is and just said, no, he didn't do that, and then made up what you think he did. So how many of those can you add up together? The whole thing with Sir Ranulph Fiennes is one I bring up, because when I went looking for if there was north-south circumnavigation, sure, I find this guy, Sir Ranulph Fiennes. He's called the world's greatest explorer. He's supposedly done it twice. So then what did I do? I then try, because he says he did it, I try and go find something to say that he didn't, right? So now I'm looking for, so then I found him in court admit that he faked an accident. He's like going against this girl because this girl got hurt on one of his expeditions, and she said, it's because he told me to fake this accident. Well, anyway, he ended up winning in court because they said, yeah, he told you they were going to fake an accident, and then you got hurt, so you can't sue him because of that. So, but he admitted in court that he faked parts of his expeditions. So then I just was able to discount him all, right? So then I just said, well, that's terrible. That's not, how are you going to get, like, just because he faked an accident here doesn't mean that he didn't do these around the, maybe you can look into him with a little more scrutiny or something. But certainly what I did is I just found that and said, okay, done, throw it away. So anytime somebody brought it up, I said, no, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, that guy lied in court and said he faked accidents. I don't take anything he's got to say. So you can start to put that together where you're like, oh, this person's fake, this person's fake. But it's so easy to find. I mean, think about the stuff that's on the internet about me right now.
Well, wait a minute. What's that called? The reification? No, it's the Witsit brings this one up. What's the name of that one? It's if P then Q. What's that?
Modus tollens or
no? Modus tollens.
Oh, you're talking about the affirming the consequent.
Affirming the consequent. He brings that one up all the time, but never when they do it.
Right. It's
like, they're doing it all the time. Like you just made one, right? So if he said this, he was faking it. I found proof that he faked something, therefore the rest of it's fake. It's like it's in that camp.
Right.
Same thing with the space station, right? They're like, oh, if they faked this, they'd be doing it in front of a green screen. Oh, we found something that looks like they made a green screen video. They must all be green screens.
Right. It's all
First of all, I don't even know if that's true. Like they bring up these things. Here's evidence of them doing it in front of a green screen. I don't even know if that was a real video.
Right. You talking about the one in the office when you got the guy behind Bush or something?
Right.
Yeah.
But then here's the logic then. So the logic is if they ever do a green screen video, that means that all of the space station is green screens.
Right.
That's not true.
No.
I mean, they might have a reason for that. Like maybe what you have is footage where, they're
practicing
doing some presentation. Maybe they're practicing. Maybe they're doing something for like a educational video or something, and it was cheaper to film it with a green screen than actually film it in space. So they just did that, and it's part of like a NBC, a PBS special or something like that. Who knows? It could be just that sometimes they do green screen videos for that purpose, and but that doesn't mean that all of the space station videos are fake, even if that was the case.
Right.
And secondly, the other part of that I never understood is they'll always go like, look at this glitch, which is always some sort of like compression glitch where it's like
they pretend that doesn't exist or something,
like compression artifact or whatever. But so then the logic is, wait a minute, they're so good at making fake videos that they've got the whole world hoaxed.
Right.
But they're also so bad at making videos that sometimes they just screw up.
Right.
They forget to make it look real. Like that doesn't. Like, wait a minute. So they sometimes leave the green screen in, and then they publish that, and the editor didn't notice. So this is like a special effects expert who's paid by NASA, who's scamming hundreds of millions of dollars, and sometimes they just screw up and they publish it.
If it was real, they would have to go through like 10 channels before it ever reached the public. It'd be 10 people checking it to make sure. If you're going to hoax something that big, you can't just have one guy in charge. He falls asleep and oops, I put out the video that just spoiled our 50-year lie. It wouldn't go over very well.
Yeah.
So,
and then I've presented that with one of them one time. They're like, well, maybe they want us to be able to catch them sometimes because it's like a wink.
Well,
and they're just like rubbing it in our face that it's fake. So sometimes they screw up on purpose.
Right. This is the thing that conspiracy theorists do that goes unnoticed by everybody else, which is anything can be evidence, right? It doesn't matter if you do find something or you don't, you can spin it in a way that says that it matches your belief. And that's what they do better than anybody, which is always do that, where you could take it another way, but you're just like, oh, I'm just going to spin this in a way that always fits. And I think Mandela effect is a big example of that, is that people will say, oh, well, Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse or whatever. And then they'll tell you, like, if go look for a video, you'll never find the video because they've erased it all. They've changed the beliefs. So people will go look and they can't find it. So that's evidence. But if you did find something, they call it residue. So no matter what you find, basically what you're doing is you're giving yourself a belief that no matter what you find in your research actually is evidence for the belief. That's just, it's a crazy thing. And it took me a while to realize that with the Mandela effect, that's the whole thing. Is that the whole thing is you can never really be wrong, because if you do have that memory, well, then your memory's been changed. If you don't have that memory, well, then it's not in your reality. Okay, well, then, what does that mean? That means everybody's involved. No matter which way you see it, you're part of the conspiracy. You believe it. Because if I do remember that, it's like, oh, I do remember that. My mind's been changed. And then if you don't remember that, you're like, oh, that's not part of my reality. So both things are evidence for your cockamamie belief. And there's some weird stuff with Mandela effect, but there certainly is no supernatural thing going on. They actually think like VHSs are being changed and boxes of Monopoly games are being changed. Yeah. Don't think that's happening. But yeah, that's another big one.
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Yeah, that one's fun. No, I mean, like, I don't even get I understand the Mandela effect theory, like Bernstein Bears and like whatever, and I get what they're saying, but you're right. If you like, okay, what's the mechanism by which the universe shifted? Are we in some sort of slippery time stream situation where you've merged with a half change? Like,
right. Why is it so half? Why? The best one is when they say people's names change, like Joel Osteen is actually Joel Olstein, and they change it, but it's like, so his mind was changed. He doesn't, but your mind wasn't. Like, so it was able to change the person, and everybody that was involved with him and his school teachers and everybody knew him as a kid. Those people's minds were all changed, so they can't remember. But you, who's just some Joe, right? You're some guy who lives in Kentucky.
His name was Olstein,
right?
And
so you have all the
sure
truth
that you weren't wrong.
And the ghost of changing minds just flew right over your house and he forgot about you. So thank God we have you there. Yeah, and I've had some personal ones too, where I just had to chalk it up to, wow, it's just the way we remember things. I remember driving by this road in my hometown, Gilroy, called Roop Road, and it was spelled R-O-U-P. I'm like, what? Like, my whole life it was R-O-O-P. I even called my sister. I'm like, remember Roop Road? She goes, oh, yeah, they have a point up there. I'm like, yeah. How you spell it? She goes, R-O-O-P. I'm like, it's R-O-U-P. She's like, no way. I'm like, look it up online. So she looked it up. She's like, that's crazy. She goes, that's one of those Mandela effects. I'm like, yeah. And I'm sure if you asked a lot of people, they, for some reason, I don't know what it would be, that we remember it spelled R-O-O-P. But there was a bunch of ones like that got me. But the one that got me was my wife made me look like such a fool, because I was listening to all this Mandela stuff when it first started coming out, and I heard about Sex and the City. I'm like, Sex and the City? That doesn't even make sense. Like, that's not even English. We would say Sex in the City, right? So I was telling my wife some of these, and I'm like, and it's Sex and the City, not Sex in the City? She goes, yeah, Sex and the City. I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. She goes, I know. I'm like, no, but isn't it Sex in the City? She's like, no, that doesn't make, she goes, I watched the show. That doesn't make any sense. She goes, the girl wrote an article in a magazine called Sex and the City. She wrote about sex and New York City. So I'm like, oh, I thought it was Sex in the City. She goes, why would anybody think that? So then I start talking to guys, and it's like, all guys think that because we never watched the show. But we wouldn't watch 1 minute of it. So you would just hear it in passing, or somebody talk about it on the news. And again, your mind hears things and tries to make it memorable in the easiest way. So Sex and the City is like an extra, your mind has to do a little bit more work. Where if it's just Sex in the City, which sounds correct, that's what it remembers. Same thing with Joel Osteen. They say
the same with the Olstein.
Yeah, your mind says Joel Olstein is easier to remember than Joel Osteen. It makes you have to actually, I got to do something.
Or Berenstain versus Berenstain.
Right, exactly.
Like we know people whose last name sounds like Steen, so they think it's like, oh, Berenstain. Like they're Jewish bears or something.
And that's basically all of them, right? I mean, if you really look at any of them, like the Field of Dreams, if you build it, he will come, and everyone's like, it's they. Well, no, if you go watch the movie, they wouldn't even make sense. He's talking about his dad. His dad's going to...
Yeah.
So, like, we forget the movie, and then we probably remember commercials and people saying that, right? If you build it, they will come. And it becomes part of our memories, and it's just wrong. It's just not what the movie said. But people actually believe, like, no, the movie originally said that, and then it was changed. It's like, no, I don't think so. But there's some weird ones, too. Like, Lucy, you have some explaining to do. I feel like I've seen that a million times. But they say it was never said in the show. So, again, you just have to chalk it up to it. It must have been on some commercial. Oh, because one of those I found, the Sally Field one, where somebody said, oh, she doesn't say you like me, you really like me. I'm like, yes, she does. I can remember her saying that. Like, no, she never said that. So I'm like, what is that about? So one day I
Luke,
was just
I
like,
am your father.
yeah, it's another one. I was like searching for the Sally Fields one, and then all of a sudden popped up an Allstate commercial or a State Farm commercial where she's going in to get car insurance, and then they're like, okay, well, you're approved. And she's like, they like me. They really like me. And I was like, that's it. I said, imagine as kids when we were 10, 12, 15 years old, we would have seen that commercial hundreds of times. We would have never watched the Grammys. We wouldn't have watched the Grammys one time of her. So we never saw her actually at the Grammys. We saw her on the commercial. So when somebody comes along 10, 15, 25 years later and says, she actually said something different than you like me or like me, well, our mind's like, no, she definitely said that. But again, it's because it's just a commercial that everyone would have forgot about by now. Nobody remembers her in a State Farm commercial. But that's the kind of thing I think most of them come down to is just a missed memory, or like maybe it's commercials, or like a Saturday Night Live skit. Maybe, did a Lucy have some explaining to do, something like that we kind of culturally remember, and not the show. Because I didn't even watch that show. I Love Lucy. I never watched that. But somehow I feel like I've seen him say that a million times. So anyway, that's just another. I think all Mandela effects are fake. So I don't think there's even. Of course, I mean, I guess. What does that mean? It just means that they all can be explained if you took the time to look into it. So
I think Jesus is like that. That's the final red pill on Jesus. It's like it's real to you because you had, like, at some point it seems real,
right?
Like when I talk to Christians, like, why do you believe? They'll want to hit me with, well, here's the facts. Like, here's some logical argument. It's either like, well, they wouldn't have died for a faith
that's
that
when
wasn't
I always
real,
yeah.
Or here's some artifact from Josephus or Tacitus or something like that. But really, at some point you started believing, and it usually was before you knew about any of that stuff. It's not like you heard that people died for the faith and then you decided to be a believer. It's not that you heard about Josephus and you decided to be a believer. It's not that you like examined the scriptures and it was so true. No. At some point you were persuaded into believing by someone who told you that it was good, and you had an experience. Sometimes it was accompanied by like hypnotic emotive music.
Sure.
It was a choir. It was an impassioned speech by somebody who talked about the word of God in some sort of cadence.
You feel it in your heart, and you feel it.
Or you were promised that God would help you with your sadness or your addiction, or something happened where you adopted the belief. You became a believer. And now, rather than remembering that moment, now you've built up all these reasons to believe that you've heard from pastors and whatever on top of that. And now you think that's the reason you believe in it. Oh, I started believing because I found out it was true. No. Started believing because you got kind of pulled into faith through an emotional experience. And then you built all these beliefs on top of it. And now you don't even remember that moment.
See, and that's kind of like what's going on with Flat Earth. Isn't it the same thing?
Yeah. I saw an Eric Dubé video, and he hit me with so many weird things that I couldn't explain. All of a sudden, it clicked in my mind, and welcome to Flat Earth. And ever since then, I haven't been able to see the curve.
Right. Yep.
That's really what it is.
It is that. And it's funny because you even notice that Alcoholics Anonymous or Gamblers Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous, they realize the importance of getting somebody to believe in a higher power, right? That once you have that person believe in that higher power, then they almost like give away they're doing it for something, and then that seems to help people for whatever reason, at least in those categories. Like if you're in drugs or you're into alcohol, that belief in a creator or a belief in another power helps you get through that. So I think that kind of tells us a lot that they know that, and so they're going to put that out there for you to grab onto. They just know that that's what people are looking for. So again, whether that's really something we should be looking for, or whether that's just something they exploit, that I can't say. I don't think I've gone full atheism yet. I do think that there could be a mind behind the universe, but I'm
not an atheist, by the way. I believe in God.
Oh, you do? Okay. I thought you
when I say I believe, that doesn't mean I know.
Right.
It's just I'm
the same way.
I'm
it just
persuaded,
seems
but I'm
better.
persuaded by my own experiences. Like I met God, and who am I to say that wasn't real? I don't know. I just know that I had an experience that was meeting God.
It's funny.
I don't know what made that happen, but it was something I got to deal with. Yeah. And then also the idea that everything came out of nowhere for no reason doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
So just logically and personally. And
it's okay. Look at what you said. You said it doesn't make any sense to me. So you're not making a statement that we have to believe you, or that the facts. You said to you.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a God. I'm just saying I believe there is one.
And if somebody wants to convince you of their position, then they're responsible to provide you with the evidence to make you switch. But nobody should really be doing that anyway. Like I wish for a place where we could watch TV or watch the radio and it's just people giving their honest opinion. We don't get that anymore. Everything you get is a script written by somebody who has some design or some sort of end goal. And that's what people have to deal with. And that sucks because really we should just be dealing with people giving their real opinions. And then you decide whether that opinion is something that you want to incorporate in your worldview. Most of the time, you're getting psyoped or you're getting, what would you call it, propagandized into certain beliefs. They've done so well at that. I mean, Tavistock and everything with MK Ultra. I think that they've learned how people work and how they operate, and it's very easy for them to play people.
They're pros.
Like
They're
play
so
people
good at it.
like a fiddle. Yeah, for sure.
That's why I say getting scammed or getting psyoped or getting hypnotized, these are just normal things that can happen to people. So it's actually doesn't make you, it's not like it's so crazy that there's a bunch of flat earthers or, it's so crazy that people believe in Jesus. It turns out actually that's just normal. It's as normal as, it's just kind of crazy that, a baby can grow in a woman's belly. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
It really is wild.
That's nuts.
That can happen. But it does, and that's just how it works. And
Right.
the fact that people can get like sucked into cults, dude, there's a million of them, and people they go to their death believing in them. And sometimes
Sure.
they die because of them, and it's like that's normal.
And some things you wouldn't even consider a cult really are. It's a belief system that you get punished for thinking outside the box. I'm sure you were told, like I was, that anything coming from outside the Bible is from Satan. So when you're told that, it's very easy to dismiss anything coming from outside the Bible. You're like, well, that's satanic. Well, that's Satan. He's trying to get me. He's trying to trap me. So they kind of build up these beliefs in people that end up making them very easy to adopt. They basically make it so, and there's other people that believe it, right? Because nobody wants to believe something and be the only one. If you went around to everybody says, do you think the earth could be flat? There's nobody else that believes that you're going to be the only one. Nobody would ever go for it. It's because you see that
That's why that's why I think the some of the lines in that song, I think that's why you like it so much. That's why I like it. My song is so good, dude. It's so
very
good
good.
because it's got that line in there that it's like, I love being a flat earther. All my friends think I've lost my mind. Flat Earth is my new family.
right.
I love being a flat earther. So that's part of it.
But you
Part
should
of
have thrown in
is-
there, you'll get thrown under the bus if you step out of line. But no, that would have been, you can't do that.
Ooh, that would have been good.
Would have been good. But no.
But I wasn't trying to be too insulting or too on the nose. I wanted it to be. I want the flat earthers to love the song. That's
Right.
Part of their.
It's so funny because I
want
went
them
out
to-
into the kitchen and I left the phone when I went to the bathroom. I said, listen to the song because it was playing. And my wife, when it comes back, she goes, is that pro flat earth? I'm like, no, it's not.
See?
So she couldn't tell in the 2 minutes she was listening to it.
Yeah.
Because it kind of
It's all
sounds
in
like
there.
it. It's
It's
like, I
like
love
it-
being a
it's
flat
like-
earther and the
Yeah.
satellites are on balloons. You know what it does to a flat earther like me that is a former flat earther? It really embarrasses you. Is that the things that are said now by flat earthers, the fact that I actually not just believed them, but said them. Like I
Yeah.
did this presentation down in LA for a skeptic camp, and one of the girls asks me, so what does flat earthers believe the planets and stars are then? And I was like, well, we would say that they're lights in the sky. And as I said it, I felt like the biggest horse's ass ever. Like, there's lights in the sky. And like, I couldn't even convince myself to say it at that point. Like, how did I ever say that? How did I ever convince
Yeah.
you like, oh, they're not planets and stars. They're lights in the sky. What do you mean lights in the sky? God decorated the world with lights in the sky.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. So it's like,
Yeah.
I really get embarrassed looking back and thinking like, wow, how did I believe these things? Like even remembering Austin and I looking at the sun going right to left in Punta Arenas and being like, maybe it's the coffee cup caustic. It might be a reflection off the dome. It's like, we were thinking that. We were like, it could be, man. We can find out when we go down there. We'll see what the sun does. And then you go down and you find out it's the sun and you're just like, how the hell did I ever tell anybody it's a coffee cup caustic? Which is like a little thing that happens in a coffee cup. And I somehow adapted that to the whole world and it's going on and crazy. Crazy.
Speaking of which, let's go back to him real quick. You just made me think. So we know he can't come out of flat earth. He can't, either because of his pride or because of his audience capture or because of whatever
reason.
He can't come out and admit he was wrong. But he's got to know, right? So he's just living with that.
Well, when I talked to him, he keeps saying the same thing, which is basically, yeah, what we saw conforms to a sphere. The sky conforms to a sphere, but the ground doesn't. The ground is, doesn't measure. And then he says,
Can't see a curve. Yeah, I can't see
right.
the curve.
And then he always goes back to, there's enough wrong with the heliocentric model that I still think it could be flat. And I'm just like, well, I've gotten way past that. Like, and now at this point, there could be anything wrong with the heliocentric model. The one thing it will never take over is the shape. It doesn't matter how wrong dark energy is or dark matter or even if we're wrong about orbits or any of that stuff, you're not going to change the spherical shape of the Earth. So to me, that's the thing that it's easy for me to say, okay, it's a sphere. Now people come to me, are we spinning? Are we flying through space? It's like, well, I can tell you that evidence says yes, But I feel like if I say to you, if you say, are we spinning? And I say, yes, that's like, I know. Well, I really don't know. I don't feel it. We don't have a lot of video from space. It's just, that's what evidence shows. That it makes more sense to me that the earth would spin than everything in the universe is going around the earth. That just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. Again, but we don't, could the sizes of things be different? But people are all like, what do you think about dark matter? I'm like, I don't care about dark matter. Like, I didn't care about dark matter before. So why would I? It's not like now that I thought the earth was flat. Now I think it's a sphere. Now I got to learn about dark matter. It's like, that's high level physics that I didn't go to college for that. And I won't be going to college for that. And I'm not going to be taking any online courses on that. So it's not for me. It's like, that's such a, who cares? That's why I look at it. It's like, that's not going to make a difference.
Yeah, we have no idea. That's all just like
right. They're all guessing
on any of our pay grade.
Right. That's not for
we
me.
don't know.
No, and I did. People always say too, like, are you going to do globe debunking or globe proofs? And it's like, the whole thing was, I was speaking about flat earth because I thought the world was being lied to. So now that I find out we're not, well, there's really no reason for me to go around preaching the globe earth. That's school's job. That's what, the school needs to do that. College needs to do that. Not me. I didn't go to school for that. It's not my specialty. But I think people want, at least the science crowd, they're like, well, you have a better chance of getting these people out. And I do agree with that. I do think, but if they all blocked me, those days might be over. And it was so funny because I came back like thinking, I'm just going to be nice to everybody. But I'm not going to get mad at flat earthers. And it lasted like a week and a half. And it was like, you stupid son of a bitch, you stupid retards. And I used to tell Duffy, because Duffy took like 6 months to go from this super nice guy to like this villain. And I'm like, man, Duffy just switched, he couldn't even be nice to flat earth. I lasted a week and a half. And I was worse than he was after 6 months. Like, you guys are such retards. And how do you think that? And it's like, okay, come on. And that nobody's listening to that. That's what I tried telling Toon and FTFE, but they say that that's their design. Because I said, nobody watches you. I said, because of how you treat flat earthers, and they're like, oh, we're not trying to do content for flat earthers. Like, well, aren't you trying to convert people? They're like, no. They're like, we're trying to provide entertainment for the people who are globe believers. And then also to make fun of flat earth to the point that anybody on the fence stops by my channel, sees how bad they're getting destroyed and says, I don't want to be a flat earther. So it gave me a little bit more respect for them, because I really did think like, these guys are stupid if they think that they're converting anybody. Like, we don't even watch them because they just make fun of us and call us names, so nobody watches them. But then to hear them flat out just say like, we don't do that for that reason. Like, I don't care if I ever get a flat earther. They're like, most flat earthers will never get off the belief anyway. So it's not a matter of trying to convince a Leo or a Witsit or a Flatsoid that they're wrong. It's more about their audience and the people on the fence, and then people that you're just trying to provide some sort of entertainment to. So once I heard that, I'm like, okay, makes sense. I mean, that's what and the thing that bugs me the most about the whole trip is what I have to sit back and hear from every flat earther when they talk about Will Duffy. They don't know him at all. The guy was straight up as could be with me the whole trip. He never was disingenuous. He never lied. He just kind of was the guy that he was. And then to hear people say he's a Satanist, he's not a real preacher, and he's, working for a big globe and he's NASA. It's just all such like, I don't know if they realize, like, guys, I know who Duffy is now. And I see you all the people that I respected their research and I thought they were doing good research, and they're not getting anything right anymore. So then it makes me go, did they ever get anything right? And there's a chance that the answer to that is no. The chance is that maybe you got nothing right. And you've just been part of this group, and then everybody kind of tells the same story and it all gets believed and everybody buys in. And and then TikTok is no help. TikTok is the worst. Like, I'm not for censorship, but if that place burned down and never came into existence again, I'd be happy as could be, because it's like so easy for them to put out just fake thing after fake thing. And they get so many views. People love it. People go look at anything and look up Antarctica, and like every video is like, this statue in Antarctica is bleeding blood. And it's like, it looks real. You're like looking at it like, well, that looks pretty good. Yeah, there's like I've seen it on TikTok. There's like
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, there's like a mountain and it's got like a hole in it and its blood's coming out and it looks so real. You're like, it's like a helicopter flying by it and the blood's pouring out of this mountain. And you're just like, wow. But I realize that, like, I don't consider myself, let's say on a group of 100, I'm 50 in intelligence. That means there's 50 people below me, which means out of those 50 people, like 20 or 30 believe that. That's what's scary, is that now those people go around in life and they believe that there's a statue that bleeds blood. And so that's where I'm like, that's the most thing I'm worried about with the world, is that if we pay people money for lying and for bad research because they got there quicker, what do you think? Where does that end? It ends in people not having any idea what's real, and people lying pretty much every moment of their life for money, for clicks, and that doesn't go away you have to actually have the people, the ones I said are the 20 that are the least intelligent, those people actually have to stop believing in it, which is going to be difficult. So that's the thing I'm most worried about. I don't know what we do about that. It's right
I'm
here.
kind
It's
of
right
the
now.
same is like you said about the other guys. Like I told you, I was making fun of flat Earth leading up to the Antarctica thing because I knew there was a big content sort of payoff, right? Like if I introduce my audience to these top flat Earth debaters like Whitson and Nemos, and I introduce them to you and show a lot of the debunking, and then watch some of the debates leading up. There's a lot of content there, and then I knew that Antarctica was coming, and you guys
Right.
were going to see the 24-hour sun. So I thought that would be really fun to just like watch all that unfold. So we started covering it on my channel. But I wasn't trying to deconvert any flat earthers. I
Right.
had no illusion that that's what was going to take place by me doing this, which it may have happened for some watching. I don't know, but that wasn't the point. And it was mostly just it's good content, sort of making fun of people who are being goofy. It's just funny to point and laugh a little bit. It's
Right.
it's a little cruel, but also it is funny. So it's like we can't have fun.
Do you see
But
my
a
problem
little bit-
though, being where I'm at, that I can't really think that way because I put the people there. So it's hard for me. It's not a funny thing to me. It's not like let's just make some content about it. It's like I'm sad and pissed and like I want to leave, but I don't feel right because those people are there because of me and they're not listening to me. How do I get through to them? So it's a whole different dynamic when you're like, shit, did I put those people? Like you said, if you tell a lie and then people believe it, are you morally culpable? Is that karma on you? I think it is. But I do think let's say you told me that you think Trump is Elvis. And I'm like, really? And you're like, yeah, because this, okay. And then I believe it also. If you never tell me that you change your belief, if you never go, hey, Jared, remember I told you Trump is Elvis, I don't believe that anymore for this new evidence, then I feel like it is kind of on you. If I go through life and I'm just believing that because you said it, again, I shouldn't believe you just because you said it. But I still think for me, if I'm that guy who said it, I do feel capable. I do feel responsible. So I do feel like if I ever told somebody something that isn't true, and that's why they're a flat earther, and now they're so bombarded and so propagandized by everybody that they can't see that anymore. That's the shittiest thing. Because I did have a pretty shitty, not shitty. I mean, I wasn't.
Yeah,
the
I
greatest
think
person
you
at the
can't
beginning.
shut your channel down. I think you actually have to keep streaming, and you have to keep.
Right,
you
I kind
have
of
to
feel the
mop up
same
all that
way.
mess.
I kind of feel
You
the
have
same way.
you have to undo it. You have to, even if your viewership drops and you're not making any money, you owe it.
Yeah, I know. I kind of feel like
Yeah,
that.
you have to keep.
It's kind of why I'm still
you
here.
have
It's
to
like
clean
because
it up.
it's like the writing's on the wall. Like, okay, this isn't for you anymore. But it's like, yeah, but I'm not. I can't. I have to burn it down. The whole thing has to come down.
Yeah, you got to keep
So,
going.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
it'll lead to somewhere cool. You'll find your way into other things, and it might relate to other things too. You might be able to, there might be other cults that people are in that you could look into and find the problems with those, and people might find you debunking that cult, right? And it might not have it, and your story would be like, well, yeah, I was sucked into flat Earth
Right.
so much that I was sucking other people in. I didn't find my way out till somebody paid $35,000 to drag my ass to
Right.
Antarctica, and now I can see the nature of how this works, and
I think that might be
here's
good for
how
like
my-
speaking, because it's good for, let's say, high school kids or maybe, because to me it would be beneficial. I never had anything like that in high school, but if somebody got up and said, hey, here's what happened to me. I got out of call, I did this, and then I started seeing all this evidence and I thought that I knew, and then people liked me and people would show up to see me at conferences and people would message me and they would all say like how smart I was. That becomes something that is, your brain likes it. Whether it doesn't like say that to you, but it's just you realize after you're like, oh, my brain was kind of like, well, I'm going to protect this. This is nice. This is comfy. This is cozy, and you end up then you realize you're telling people falsifications or fabrications or.
That's back to what you're
untruths.
saying about the the audience capture. That's
Yeah.
the term that I've heard for it.
Audience
Where
capture.
once you get into a certain thing, you end up giving your audience what they're looking for, and if you don't, they leave.
Right.
So you're going to capture, and you got to do it. But it happens both. It feeds the ego too. You can get captured by the audience telling you that you're good at this, and this is helping them, and they like it, and you're like, oh, okay, well, I'm doing something good, and I should keep it up, and that, it's
Right.
fulfilling. But yeah, you got to dig your way out the other way.
Like, what do you think about the people who think that they channel aliens? Those people are all lying, right? I mean, nobody actually thinks that.
Well, they could also be crazy, but it could also be some phenomenon we don't understand too. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
I really don't know. I don't know what to make of all that. Like, there could be like here, look. I don't know if there's some CIA program where they learned how to do psychic mind manipulation.
Right.
I don't know. There might be some literally like.
I think that there is. There's like you can put memories in.
There could be CIA agents sitting in a room somewhere, astral projecting into some realm where they're able to like talk through other people, and then that's what channeling is.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I think one of the. Go ahead.
All we have to do, like, so, but I think that's the right stance to have on it. Is like, okay, so this person is channeling Archangel Michael, right? Well, what we have is a person who's saying bizarre
Words.
stuff,
Mhm.
and we don't know why. Like, that's what we actually have. We
Correct.
don't know why that person's doing this. This person's channeling an alien. Well, that's what it's being presented as. What it actually is, we don't know.
Right.
But we have a bunch of information coming from a person. Doesn't seem like it's coming from them, and that's bizarre.
Right.
Why is that happening? I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
that's the true thing to say is
I don't know. And then
what that
you,
is.
if you want to listen to that person, that's fine. And you can take the good things that they say and say, I'm going to incorporate that in my life. And that's up to you. But I think that, yeah, that's there's a lot of crazies out there. And I think that's what's hard to come to grips with is how many people, because there's people who just get up on stage and they go into like a trance and start doing crazy moves and and then they come out as
Yeah.
you're like, is that, can you guys believe that? But I've also
But what
seen,
we got to do is like find how dependable is it? Can we depend on it? Like, can we test it?
well,
Will you sit down with us
right.
and let us run you through some tests?
And you know
And
about
if
the,
it was this, it should be able to do this. Let's do some actual scientific investigation.
you know about that
will
guy,
you
Randy,
submit
right?
to that?
Randy, the guy who has the $1 Million Challenge, is Amazing Randy. Can't remember his name right now. But anyway, so there's the $1 Million Challenge that he had for years, and then he died. And now I talked to the guys down at the Skeptic Camp in LA, and they run it, but they have a $500,000 reward. So they were talking to me, and they're just like, Jaron, do you know that 75 or 76% of the country believes in something metaphysical, whether that's what do they call it? When you have telepathy, or they believe in remote seeing or something like that. And they said that they've been testing for years, and nobody in the world has ever shown in any way that can be tested that there's any extra ability like that. Zero. And I'm like, nobody. He's like, nobody. There's so many people who think they can read people's minds or say that they can. In every single instance, and I was like, oh, well, you guys don't let them bring whoever they want, right? You have somebody, and they're like, no, you can bring whoever you want. I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, how do you do that and not? And they're like, because we put one guy in this room with a person and one guy in that room with a person, and then we show this guy a card from a deck of cards. Shuffle it up, show him the card. Not once has the person ever in the other room been able to pick out the deck of cards. So it's like, because there's a 52, you have a 1 in 52 chance. You're not going to get it. And so this is kind of exposing the fact that anybody who tells you that they bend spoons, that they can do, they can read your mind, all that stuff is fake. Because if it were real, one person would have collected the money. And I used to think like maybe those guys, their job was to make sure nobody won the money. But in talking to them, they're like, dude, you can come hang out with us when we interview these people. We make a situation that even they agree with. Like, we don't try and make it hard. We actually try and make it easy for them. Like, we let them bring, if they want to tell us their brother can read their mind, bring your brother. We'll put your brother in that room. We'll put you in this room. We'll show you a deck of cards. You have to think about that card, and your brother has to say what it is, and it has never happened. So I think that's pretty incredible, because I think a lot of people believe in that extra sensory, or kind of like, I even believe in the rice experiment as of now, but now I'm kind of worried about it. I'm like, because that's one of those things, if you could prove that actually happens, then you could take down that money. And I heard that like even Dr. Emoto turned down doing it for $1 million.
That one where he like put good vibes on the water, and
because I did it like twice, but both times it came out right, and I just kind of chalked it up to being, oh, this is a true thing. But somebody showed me a couple videos. I think it was Where's Wally? Showed me a couple videos where there's a girl who did do it scientifically, and there is no impact. She actually put like a speaking box inside each container that always said nice things, always said mean things. She made sure there was a control group, right? There's the 2 jars of each one, so it's not like you're just doing it one time. And you could see at the end, you're looking at it, there's like no change. So I do want to do that again, because I thought, again, it's your cognitive bias or your confirmation bias, because I wonder if that would count as something that they would pay money. I don't know how they would do that. That would be a tough one to test. But because you can't measure love, right? That's the hard part. Oh, I put love into this container, and I put hate into this container. Well, what do you mean? You put in 17 love, or what did you put in? So I think that's where, I put in 17 love and 18 hate. So that's a tough one. But I think and if anybody disagrees with me there, please, you can contact me. I will contact Spencer from the IIG, and they will get you in to go for the 500,000 as soon as you can, and show us all that we're wrong. They actually said they want to see it happen. They're like, it'll open up a whole new area of science. It will make that we can start researching. As of right now, there is nothing in that realm. that needs researching. Really, there's never been shown. So I think that's pretty crazy. And then just think that 75% of people in the world believe something that's never been shown experimentally. That's pretty crazy. It
is crazy.
Oh, just tells you our minds are like, ooh.
Look, I think there's always going to be. I think there's actually room for that in society. I don't think that until we shut all that down, we're going to be screwed because there's going to be some scammer or something like that. I think there's room for that. Even like if some people fall into believing in their favorite little scam, or if people want to read the horoscopes or do astrology and stuff, like I don't know. It's like, first of all, I don't think everybody needs to do astrology, and if some people do it, it's probably not a big deal. And some people want to they want to pay for somebody to read their palm, like
more power to them. Yeah.
But there's big effects that happen when this thing becomes sort of instituted as normal in society, where, for example, like the politicians are all, pandering to Christianity.
Of course.
There's mega churches that are getting your grandma to send them $5,000. This kind of, as a faith offering and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah.
There's giant institutions running the world based on like some old story that's not true. That kind of thing has these levels of effect that do become dangerous. And I think that there's justifiable reason for us to want to find a solution to that, to shut that down. And back to the, it's a whole other conversation, but the easy thing to do would be for somebody to get power who just outlaws it and says, if we catch you doing this, you're putting you in jail. But that's sort of like beyond it, that's into the realm of authoritarianism that most people are not comfortable with, and we want to be comfortable. So
yeah, because what determines whether that really was happening or not?
Yeah, I'm interested in some guys that are working on this, by the way, where the idea is to develop a sort of a technology or like a technique, a understanding of language that we can begin to educate more on, where people are just better equipped at identifying the scammer type linguistics. Like if we just become better at it, and it's not something that we have to get every single person or every single child to become an expert at, because that's really difficult. Some people are not going to be, some people are going to be better than others, but where as a society, like maybe we can develop even through something like AI or something like that, where you could train a machine or even just certain people
to recognize that,
to become really good at recognizing, identifying, and highlighting, oh, this is the type of scam that's going on here. And you can tell by the language. Here's the breakdown. They said this way. You can see that they left this out, or they inserted this word. They said it is versus I believe, or something like these. They're making a truth claim that's unwarrantable. They can't actually have grasp. They can't. And the thing we could do, though, as far as rather than just like outlawing an entire institution of religion or outlawing any, what we can do is outlaw certain types of speech, where we want free speech, but you need to be free to tell the truth. That was always the reason for free speech, right? You wanted to be able to speak up against a corrupt government or expose a scandal or something. But that shouldn't mean that we're free to rip each other off with lies.
Correct. Right.
That's not the free speech we're looking for.
Right.
So what we should be able to do is not just punish socially, where we currently have it. Like if I were to like say the N-word right now, I would be I would pay a social price.
Right.
I would maybe lose access to a channel, or I would get called a racist by people who would get me fired from my job. There's like a social penalty that I would pay. But we could actually put in legal penalties for people speaking publicly. Like if you're on a stage and you're reaching a lot of people, if you're entering into a realm where you're having influence on people beyond just like a casual conversation, or you're speaking to your friends and family, if you're speaking into the public, we could treat that just like you're littering in public, or treat it just like you're dumping toxic waste into our stream it's like all public property. You've set something on fire at the park without a permit. Like, oh, you spoke untruly without due regard for the truth, and you did it in public. Like you said it on the news, or you said it.
The problem becomes there, though,
in a
like
school.
Chemicals, toxic chemicals are a known thing, right?
You lied to these people, like you didn't speak with due regard for speaking truly. That has consequences in the common air, in our common shared interest in trueness. Like you're causing public harm when you do that. So if you cause public harm,
but who determines what is considered? So let's say 9/11, for example. If you believe you have evidence of it being, you think it's a inside job, but you are now threatened with a possible lawsuit or something by speaking that out loud. Because the difference between that and like chemicals, where you said toxic chemicals, is because the toxic chemicals are a known thing, right? So we can actually say this is toxic or this isn't, but who's to say this is true and this isn't? That's becomes a problem.
So
who's
again,
responsible for that?
We'll go back to what I said before. You can't say what's true, but you can say what's false. And it might sound like the same thing, but they're not. They're actually very different. So all we have to do is say, we don't have to say whether or not what you said was true. But if you said something that was false, like if you spoke falsely,
right?
And it might sound like the same thing, but it's not. And that's a whole other subject. But like,
I
said,
get
about
it,
a lie by omission, you could say a bunch of true things, but you left something out. So you spoke falsely even while you're saying true things. You have to be careful. So, for example, Alex Jones goes out with a megaphone in public and says 9/11 was an inside job. Well, even if that's true, why did he say it? What evidence does he have? Well, this and this and this and this. Okay, well, how do you, like, have you done the due diligent research into each of those that you can prove that? Like, the thing is, would this hold up in a lawsuit if we came and said, did he speak truly, or is he making a claim to truth based on what he has come to believe? Like, it's different to say, I have evidence that makes me think that these guys did 9/11. Like, okay, well, show us the evidence, and then you can't blame the guy for thinking it. He's looking at this evidence.
Right.
That's different than saying these guys did 9/11.
Right. With no evidence.
Or even if you have evidence, but if you just say they did it, that's different than saying, I think this and here's why. So if you just say, I think this and here's why, for example, I know it sounds like an extra step, and it is, but it's like, if you're going to speak in public,
right?
I think that we have to safeguard ourselves against it. It's like putting a seatbelt on is an extra step, and turning the blinker on before you change lanes is an extra step, and making sure that you watch your speedometer and don't go over the speed limit, or make sure that you don't drink too many beers before you drive. These are extra things that we do ask people to do to keep everybody safe.
Right.
So if you're going to be trusted with speaking in public, being an influencer of people's minds, you got to take these extra steps. Otherwise, what would be the result? Would we just put you in jail? Would we like lash you or something? I think it should be like this, where if somebody spots a public influencer speaking without due regard for, taking responsibility for what they say, speaking this way, I would like to get to this place, is what I'm saying. In the future, I imagine we could get to a world where the penalty is that somebody can sue you.
Right.
And I know that sounds like dumb because lawsuits suck now. What I'm talking about is, like, I'm very utopian in this view. Not that we'll ever have a utopia where everybody just loves each other and lives in harmony, but I imagine that we could actually, though, rectify our legal system, and that would get us so close to a great world. That's like what I care about the most, as far as like, activism or something. If we could rectify our legal system and get it to where our laws just worked really well, and the courts worked very smoothly, and our judges and our lawyers were trusted, and there was like an integrity restored to our legal system, it would do so much to fix things. And that's actually something that's like within our control. But we're just kind of like, we have an old legal system that goes from old concepts,
right,
and it's pretty corrupt after a lot of lack of looking after it. So I don't think we have to reform everything about the government and everything about the finances and everything. My little pet theory is that if we were able to reform our legal institution, what could happen would be like, if I saw a flat earther making a claim and speaking untruly and influencing people,
right,
I could say, well, I'm gonna bring this to a lawsuit,
right,
and I would have to pay for it. And the thing is that if I lose, I would have to pay them for their time,
right,
and I would have to pay them I had to pay for all the legal proceedings. But if I'm sure that I have done the research to show that I have a really good case, then I could take this to court. And if he loses, not only does he have to pay, but he has to pay reparations. Like, if I can show damages, like he's done damage to the public, and now he has to rectify that and apologize and take it back. But the point is not to just be penalizing everybody. It's to get everybody
to stop doing that.
I better be careful how I speak in public, because if I say this without due regard for speaking truly, I'm going to pay. Right. And then everybody will just get real. So we can have free speech, but everybody would just be careful.
Just a little more careful
with integrity.
Yeah, I think that one example of that,
so many things that way,
that I've seen just in the last month because of this moon landing stuff, is I told everybody, hey, if you've got, because of course, as soon as you do a show with Dave And then you get all these people messaging and say, you didn't bring up this, you didn't bring up that, you didn't talk about this, you did this wrong. So I told people, okay, send me your evidence, reach out on Telegram, send me what you want me to present. So I got like 15 messages, and every single one of them was like, hey, Jaron, just wanted to remind you, we definitely know the moon landing was fake. I'm like, yeah, I know, but where's your evidence? And they said, oh, it's everywhere. I mean, we just know it's fake. I'm like, okay, thanks. I was looking for evidence that I could present today, but thank you for that. The next person comes up, same thing. Well, it's obvious that it's all fake. So make sure, it's like, I know, okay, I feel the same way. However, I'm trying to provide evidence to Dave. So give me something. So like all those guys are just saying that the moon landings are fake, but they don't really have the evidence to be saying that. If you can't even provide me with one thing, then how do we know that you actually believe that you've just adopted this mantra that the moon landings are fake? If the moon landings are fake, we should be able to show it. There should be some piece of evidence that we can point to and say, hey, well, it's just a bunch of people saying things wrong. Like, well, how'd they get the rover there? It's like, well, the rover was folded underneath the thing. There's video of them unfolding it. Well, who put the camera on the moon first to film Armstrong? Well, the thing landed and it came off the arm and it opened, and then the camera was there. So it's like, people, I think that they have all this evidence in their mind. They're like, oh, the moon landing was surely fake because we have all this evidence it was fake. But if you call somebody out on that and ask for the evidence, it gets a little bit spotty. All of a sudden now people clam up.
Yeah, like think about the difference. This sounds so semantic and small, but I would be satisfied if people, instead of saying, oh, the moon landing was definitely fake. Hear that statement right there?
Right.
Different than, I don't know, I've seen some pretty persuasive stuff from a guy.
Right.
That makes me think it could be fake.
And it's totally different, two totally different things. Right. One of them is like you're being a prophet, you're being an announcer, you've got, it's so true that everybody needs to hear it.
It's sort of like showing your work. If you like everybody who went through school, if you write a book report, you can't just plagiarize.
Right.
You have to like show where you got this idea from, cite your sources, because even by saying it that way, I've seen some pretty persuasive stuff from a guy, makes me think it could be fake. Who was the guy? Well, here you go. And then let's go look at it. Well, where did he get his info from? Oh, this is a guy who's out there saying it's definitely fake.
Right. And he's the one who's
Dave Weiss, and he's lying about he lied about where that photo came from. It didn't actually come from NASA's website. Now we're suing Dave Weiss.
Right.
Like, and then it's done and Dave would be stopped.
Right.
But Dave gets to just lie with impunity.
Well, that's the weirdest thing for me, right?
Lie to your grandma and take money from her,
Yeah.
and nobody can stop him because there's no lawsuit for that, because our legal system is like too loose.
And so imagine me, I get back from Antarctica, I went down there, I did what I thought was the right thing to do, was to be a stand-up person and say, yeah, I'll go test my beliefs. You go down there, see that you're wrong, you come back and admit that, and I'm going to be the one who has to go back to work and leave YouTube while he gets to continue on making money and lying to people. That's, to me, I'm like, oh, we got problems. That is the complete opposite of what should be happening in this situation, where one person is lying to people, hurting people, and the other person is trying to help people and bring truth to people. And the opposite effects that you would expect to have happen would happen, because he's got such an echo chamber of people who believe him. So they are just going to back him no matter what. And he can say anything about me and I'm immediately discarded. So yeah, it is a scary thought to think about how often that goes on in the world. And I think there's so many people that just are okay with taking advantage of others. It's just something I could never do. I mean, it's just something I can't even fathom that. Yet there's people who, they don't give a shit about you. They will.
That's the thing, is that there's so many people can.
I know.
And that's why it has to be, that's why we have to develop the ability to battle that.
Right.
And that's what I see the world as, to me. Like, we look at all these problems in the world, so many of the ones that we deal with are downstream from the fact that there's people who don't mind taking advantage of other people, and they're really good at it.
Right.
So we have to criminalize that behavior and get really good at spotting it and punishing it. And if we got good at that, all these other downstream effects would just go away. But right now we're not good at spotting it, and we don't have the ability to criminalize or punish it. So they're just getting away with it.
Yeah. And they're always a step ahead too. It's like, no matter what you've taught people to look out for, it's something new. I've seen in the last maybe year, somebody lose, was at the time 250,000, but that was when Bitcoin was like $60,000. So almost $500,000. I saw a nun lose to a scammer. And it's just like so sad to see, because you're like, you just funded them for the rest of their lives and their kids' lives. That's enough money that they'll be, and you wonder why these people do that. It's because of things like that. I mean, I can just picture the party that these guys must have had. They do that every day. They're just going through a bunch of nonsense and crap. And then you plop into this one and you're $500,000 richer. You know, and I feel so bad
we
for
shouldn't
these
have
people.
to wait till after the shitcoin rug pull happens and every bunch of people lose their money,
Right.
and then you have to go prove that they were lying and then sue them after.
Yeah, it's too hard to do
When
that.
in the beginning you could see that they were speaking falsely the whole time, but
Right.
they're allowed to do that.
Yeah, because you can just say, "Oh, that's what I thought. I thought the coin was going to do this," and then it just didn't.
Yeah, because they told me.
Right.
They were telling me right there. I have the video of them telling me it was going to go to the moon. We were going to get rich.
Of course.
It's like, well, you shouldn't be allowed to say that to people.
No, and you should be able to recognize as a person. We need to recognize that there's never going to be free lunch. Again, it goes back to that doing something for people that they makes them lazier, because that's what all these high interest yield things are. They're like, oh, give us $3,000 and you'll get four. So the person's just looking at that trying to be lazy. That's a lazy way to make money. Oh, I just give you $3,000 and then in a month I get 4,000 back. That's lazy as could be. So everything is about, they pry on people's laziness. They try and expose that, and then I've seen it. I'm sure I think you mentioned it earlier, that people then when they are stuck inside that, they can't even see it. I had a guy call me one time asking me about some, what do you think about this mine? I was like, oh, that's a Ponzi scheme. He's like, what? He's like, dude, I already made money. I'm like, no, you just made money on paper. I said, even if you make money, let's say you pull it off. I said, you're just an early person, so the people behind you that you're recruiting are going to get robbed. And the guy just like, dude, it's obvious you're just jealous that I'm making money and you're not. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna hang up this phone right now. Like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm trying to tell you, I've been doing this for years. I know what a scam is. You're being scammed. You'll never see any of your money. He's like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Hang up. And you're like, they're like so involved in it, they can't even see it. And of course, that person I've never heard from him again, because he found out and realized he was wrong. But it's like, people need to recognize that right away, that you're never going to, those things don't exist. They don't give us $5, we'll give you $7 in a week. It just doesn't really exist. And anything guaranteed like that, there's no guaranteed moneymaker, because like you said, where's the loser? Who's going in involved in making the guaranteed loss every week? Like, oh, I'll give you $5 and you give me $2 at the end of the week. I'll do that. No, of course that doesn't exist. So you have to know that something's up, and it's usually a Ponzi scheme, meaning that they're giving money to the early people from the newcomers. You just keep paying off the top people at the top, taking your little pinch off the top, and then eventually the bottom falls out because there's no more money left, and there's a bunch of people that get. And I think that even hurt crypto so much. I think a bunch of people were probably into Bitcoin, had a good amount of Bitcoin, but Bitcoin was like stuck in that 50, 60,000 range. And they saw all these shit coins coming out, and their eyes got big, and they said, wait a second, that's 0.00001 cent. So if I buy that and it goes just 3 decimal points, I make $1 million off $1,000, even though that nobody's going to ever do that. To them, it seems enticing. Again, it's like one of those lazy things. People look at that and they're like, oh, if I made $1 million, I could quit working. So they are really willing to kind of go out on the line for that, because it's just not going to happen in your everyday. You're not going to go to work and one day they're like, here's a bonus for $1 million. But you look at those coins and you're thinking there's a possibility. So it's, the whole world is scamming people. I mean, and that's where I really get scared about prices and gas prices and everything like that, because it's a very easy to manipulate. Gold, silver, so easy to manipulate. We don't know how much gold there is in Fort Knox. So
totally.
Yeah, it's just like all manipulations.
Well, the spooky part too is, I bet like when you get down to how the world even works, it's actually all
it's a scam.
Big scam. It's really weird. Like, all money.
You mean the paper money that has no value?
Right. Yeah. It all runs on this big belief system. But the thing is that it does work.
It does work.
So the thing is, if we stopped it from being what it is, which is a big giant scam, like, everything would fall apart.
Yeah, and then the next thing that came along would just be an eventual scam anyway. Like, things don't maintain. Eventually, they because you're going to have the shitty people rise to the top. The shitty people are going to want to be the ones who start getting corrupted and things like that. So that's because, like, I don't know about you, but I don't have any desire to govern or be the mayor of my city. None. And it's because I'm not a psychopath. And I think a lot of people who move into those positions, they're like, maybe not mayor, maybe it's more a little higher up, governor, things like that. Though it takes a special kind of person to be like, I want to be in charge of this state. Like, that's just not
here's
me.
my little white pill positive view for the future is that we have a couple options because of AI and what that's about to become. And option A, like, there's the dystopian option where we could all become just like Bugman slaves who live in a VR pod and just like drink our goy slop from the tube. We could end up in a Black Mirror weird, we all just get killed by the robots or whatever. That could, for sure, could happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the other side of the coin, is the possibility of not so much some cyber utopia where we're all just like living like kings necessarily,
But it could be
which is
used
actually
correctly.
still
yeah.
also possible, but it's probably going to be a mix of two. But one of the really good things that could come, and it probably is going to come, I think, and whether or not we like it or not is part of the question. But I think governorship, meaning like local administration and even all the way up to like world
Yes.
political leadership and all these things, basically the machine can take over all of it. And because what governing really is just human resource allocation. It's
Mhm.
just telling people who is who and where to be and what they have and what it's worth, and keeping everything flowing so that we have a certain amount of goods and services happening, and providing protection so nobody can come in and kill us and take it from us. Like
Right.
that's kind of what government is for, but it's being run by humans, like you said. Many of them are
Corrupt
too
or, yeah.
avaricious, too ambitious, too narcissistic, too psychopathic, or whatever, and they get into these spots where they take advantage of the power that we give them,
Right.
and
Nancy
and then they
Pelosi.
pass on power to other people who are just like that, and it's all a big
You've heard of the
racket.
revolving door, right? You've heard that?
Yeah.
That's
So,
crazy.
but what happens is if the machine gets so good at doing that the humans can't keep up with it, and then it's like we just don't need people anymore to do that.
Right.
Like in the same way we don't like it's going to get really good at doing spreadsheets. Like that's kind of what a human resource person does anyways, like fills out forms and fills
Right,
in
does all that now.
spreadsheets and just it's going to get real good at making decisions about how to like monitoring legal systems, monitoring where the money is being spent on what bills, and negotiating international affairs, and it's going to get real good at that stuff. So good that at first humans who are using AI will beat out people who are not using AI.
Right.
So that will be politicians too. So first it'll be psychos using AI
Yeah.
to like propagandize and campaign and stuff. But then eventually the AI is going to get so good that it's going to start using those humans. And like the humans will hardly even be involved in the decision-making process. And then the humans outside of government will get really good at seeing through their lies and spotting their scandals and looking into their past and blah, blah, blah. So there's a possibility that we come to a point eventually where it's just the machine runs everything. Like we won't even need humans there anymore. And that takes out the psychopath part. Then the
Right.
question is, will the machine be good or not? Will it be trustworthy, or will it just be like treating us like slaves or like pets
Right.
that it loves?
Then you have to
It
wonder,
really
are the
is a good
psychopaths
question.
programming the robots? Because then you could have issues with that
Yeah.
as well. So
But I think before we get to that point where it's so super powered that it can do it without us, it's actually going to be the machine is going to be designing the machine. It will be reiterating itself. It'll be upgrading itself, making new versions of itself. And that's where it really gets to the super intelligence part.
yeah.
And we've done some exploration of this on my stream. I won't get into the details of it, but it's not guaranteed. It's not locked in, but it's actually a totally real possibility that we're coming into that in the next couple of decades. And that might be
Even
the
sooner
only way
than
we
that,
get
right?
out of it.
Even sooner than a couple decades, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, actually, I think it's generous to say a couple of decades. It might just be like 3 to 5 years out. It might
Yeah.
be 5, 7. I don't know, but
Seeing with
Yeah.
stuff that's being done is just insane what they can do
Yeah.
already. And it's
yeah,
just
we might
like,
be back doing this in 2035, 10 years from now, and be in a world that like
It'd be
we can't
completely
even
different.
recognize.
so funny because I used to my whole life didn't really care about but wasn't afraid of death. But now I just want to be here because I want to see what's going to happen. I'll be so upset when
FOMO,
it's
bro. Yeah, I
like,
think
I just want to see it.
that's my big prescription to everybody right now. If your life's weird and you're an incel and you can't find a good girl because they're all on OnlyFans, and the government seems bad, and every house costs $500,000, and you don't fit into the system, you don't know what to do, and just stick around just for the fact that
Just wait.
what's coming is going to be really cool, and you don't want to miss it, whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's going to be. I mean, and people
Yeah.
never can predict it. If you look at
Just hang in there.
any point in the past, we never can predict. Like nobody, remember teachers like you're not going to have a calculator in your pocket your whole life. It's like, no, we actually do. Everybody has a calculator in their pocket. It's like the things that people thought were, oh, there's going to be flying cars. Nope, there's no flying cars. So it's always like we never can predict the future, right? We're just not very good at that. You mentioned
Yeah.
incels, which I think is a crazy product of the world today. What's your opinion of like porn and its impact on? Well, I would say relationships, but mostly men. I think it's more of a problem for men than obviously women. But that's something that I think.
I heard that women watch a lot of porn too.
I've heard that too, but I don't think it's nearly as much as men. Not even close.
I don't know if it's as much as men either, but I think it probably has more of an effect on men anyway because they have a
Yes.
different type of sex drive.
Correct.
And the economy of men and women is usually about men chasing women,
Correct.
not just to get laid, but also it's just an instinct that men have.
Right.
And,
It's in our
and
genetics.
without that, the women. So to me, as far as the sexual dynamic in the world, the three big things are one, it's just the economy itself.
Okay.
The fact that women used to need men.
Right.
And they don't anymore. And so the impetus for a woman to become a wife and a mother, like the reason for her to do that has kind of been removed in a lot of ways. Because she can put on pants and a suit and go become a boss and get her own wage and pay her own bills. And the other one goes through with that, which is birth control.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that women can have sex without having a baby puts them in the driver's seat of their life in a different way than they ever used to be. Because it used to be before, if a woman wants to interact with a man, which they have an instinct to do that too,
right?
She's going to end up pregnant, which means she has to marry a guy because if she ends up pregnant without a husband, she
Right.
is screwed.
Right.
In the old world where they didn't have all their own money and they didn't have birth control, their only way to have like a safe and secure, happy life is to find a good man to take care of her,
Right.
to have kids with, because then she has a good purpose in that man's life. You know, he's not going to leave her because she's the mother of his kids and they're raising their family together. Like that was the old arrangement.
Mhm.
Was that we're going to hook up and you're going to be the wife to me and the mother of my children. And in return, I'm going to bring home the bacon and put a roof over your head and take care of you and these kids. And we'll have love together in our home with our family.
Mhm.
And like that was what everybody's shooting for one
Right.
way or the other. But some changes in the economy made it to where, first of all, women can earn their own wage now. Second of all, women can have a baby or not now. So they don't really need men anymore. So now
Right.
there's incels come from women just don't need men anymore. So now there's a bunch of guys that are just like, I can't get a woman because they don't need me. And then third place is porn. Porn now fills the gap where men can't get laid because, only the ones who are willing to go jump through all the hoops or be the super looks maxed Chad or they got their money up and they got a Bugatti or they've learned how to do Riz and game and stuff and they can, Tinder swipe their way into getting laid or something like that. Okay, you can jump through all those hoops, but a lot of guys who are just sort of like average, but they're, they got a job and, they're smart and stuff. First of all, they're competing with women to get the good wages, so they're not high earners anymore. It used to be that you could get a house and a family being a grocery clerk.
Not anymore.
Right?
Yeah.
You used to be able to change tires at the local tire shop and you could have a house and a family.
Yep. And your wife could stay
It's not
home
like that anymore.
Your wife could
You're
stay home with the kids. You shouldn't even have to
Yeah.
work. Yeah.
And there were a lot of like strong, average intelligence,
Yep.
average height, average looks guys that get a beautiful wife
Right.
and a happy family, and they were changing tires.
Yeah.
Or they were renting on
Because she just
cars.
wanted security, right? She just wanted it
And
to be
she
loved
lo-
and secure.
and
She's
he's
so
got a
happy.
good sense of humor, and he's faithful, and he's a good guy who's going to be a good father, and she loves him, and he don't have much, but we're all right because a house used to cost $40,000.
Right. My dad bought our house in 1980 for $28,000. So his house,
$28,000.
his house payment was $210 or something. His dad told him, like,
Yeah.
you're going to regret that. You'll never be able to afford that payment.
Yeah.
And then they sold it again, like $800,000.
And it was on a house where you knew all your neighbors. And you
Oh,
could
yeah.
leave your door unlocked, and
Oh man, we
played
in the street till the lights went out, the street lights
Yeah.
went on, and we had to go home.
exactly.
Those were the good old days. The 80s was
So
awesome.
everything wasn't perfect, but
No.
men could find women, and women needed men
Yeah.
because you couldn't go around just slutting it up because you're going to end up pregnant.
Right. And then
And
also
you're not going to have a man to take care of you, and now you're screwed. So women were like, I'm going to find a husband.
right. And think about how hard it is to cheat then versus now. Whereas back, say your grandparents' era, if he was going to cheat, he had to first of all find a woman in another city where he could go there, that nobody saw him, that nobody would ever see him. It would be very difficult to cheat. Whereas now it's like Instagram. I'm tired of this girl.
Yeah.
I'll just text this girl and get into her DMs. So everything like that is much easier, which is also a problem. And then for me, porn is just definitely a destroyer
Porn's
of men.
the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, the economy with women in the workplace was unavoidable. I'm not even saying it's bad. Maybe it was unavoidable. At some point.
Yeah, I
maybe
think
we
they
just
were kind
got
of
to
fooled
place-
a little bit. I think. I mean, again,
We
I'm all
became
for
industrialized. We got into these wars. The
Right.
men were off at war. The women had to hit the factories. The economy became a consumer-centric economy where everybody was like working for the machine. Maybe it was inevitable. Maybe we couldn't get past this point in history. And then we invented birth control. What you going to tell women not to take it? That's really hard to outlaw that. I mean, like that's a big ass. And then, but then porn comes along. It's like, all right, so the economy and then the birth control. We've got that. We're sort of dazed, right? We've been hit with a 1-2 punch, and then porn comes and puts a bullet in our head. Now men are just like sexually dysfunctional.
There's a reason for that. They're cucks. And the reason why is because
they're watching other guys have sex all the time.
Yep, they've trained themselves to enjoy other men, usually with big dicks, with a girl, and that's what gets them off. So when they're in bed with a girl, there's no what is that? That's not what they've been training themselves for.
Yeah, good luck. Now some real life girl has to compete with the hottest women on the planet, doing a million different things,
and you only get off on them anyway. So now you're looking at this girl like, I don't have much for you. So I do see it as a huge problem, and I feel bad for women. I feel bad for men because they both are looking for something that's not easily out there anymore. Like you said, men are having a hard time finding a job that can actually keep the house above their head. I mean, a roof above their head. So what woman is looking for that guy that's like, oh, you're struggling? That's what I'm looking for, is a guy who's, can barely afford rent. No, of course, they want to be taken care of. They want to be supported. So, those are few and far between. Like you said, and then those guys who have all that money, they don't want to just settle for one girl. So they're going to be wanting many. So it's just like this whole kind of a loop problem that I see, that people are going to be, I don't know how you get people out of it. I don't know how you help men see that they can be better, that they can get better, that, because it really should be about, like you said, competing for women. I think that's what drives men to be better, is when you're competing for a woman, or you have to be better than the next guy to try and get a woman. If you don't have that, and I think it's women's fault too for just sleeping with anybody, because then why do guys have any reason to get better? They're like, I slept with girls. It's like, okay, yeah, but so if that's all, I mean, I had friends like that just didn't care about even pleasing a woman. All they cared about was like the notch on the bedpost. And you're like, oh, that's just terrible for society. But I saw it happening right in front of me. So anyway, just one of those things where I think that's a huge problem.
We haven't been able to get rid of drugs completely, but we have outlawed it. And so in the same way, we'll never probably, I mean, maybe, unless there's some, AI authoritarian, if the machine gets so powerful that it just instantly wipes any porn that ever hits the internet, like the moment it gets uploaded, and you can't get around it. I mean, I guess you could abolish it completely, but in the meantime, we could just outlaw it, and we wouldn't.
Would that be true in Japan and China? Do they have like that already done? Or can you get porn?
I think so.
I think you can't get porn there. I might be wrong.
But so there's always going to be some, now, if we outlawed porn, there would be some dark website you can go to, some sort of place. You'd have to go like seek it out. Like, look,
but remember when we were kids, 20s, we had to go into the VHS store and go behind the curtain, and everybody knew who you were. And it's like,
yeah. You could find it, but it just wasn't everywhere.
No.
But I was going to say, like, after I was a Christian, there was a time when I had a buddy who was like, you ever smoked weed? I'm like, no. He goes, well, why not? And I said, well, they always told me it was bad. And he's like, well, is it? And I said, I don't know. Let's find out. So I tried it. So in my 20s, I became a pothead. I really liked it. And it's been like more than 10 years since I've smoked. Now, it was actually making me slow and retarded there. So I had to do some recovery. I probably still have some recovery to do. I think it did take some of the edge off. I used to be actually really sharp. And then I spent 10 years smoking weed. And I don't know if I'll ever get all the way back. But
yeah, I could see that, especially if you're somebody who doesn't regulate it. Because like I have a son who's 26. Came home one day last time for Christmas, and he's like, no, it's crazy. I got started really early, but he came home and he was like, Dad, can you take me to the weed store? Because he lives in Delaware where they don't have it. So I take him there. I buy him a quarter, which is $100 worth. We come home. He's like out in the garage. So the next morning, I'm cooking breakfast, and he's like, hey, Dad, when can we go back to the store? I'm like, I don't know, whenever you finish that. And he's like, I'm out. I'm like, what?
Oh my God.
I said, wait a second. I said, what do you mean, the quarter? He's like, yeah, it was only like
through a quarter of medicinal in a day,
dude. In a night, I'm talking about overnight from like 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. And I was like, "What?" He's like, "I just smoked like 6 blunts." I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
I smoked back then, but I like an eighth would last me like a week.
Right, and he was like trying to put it on me. He's like, "Oh, don't tell me you didn't ever smoke by yourself." I'm like, "Not a quarter, not in a night, dude.
I didn't
never
run through 10 bowls in a row in the bong, like, bro. What are you doing?"
Yeah, and so like somebody like him, I do see him as completely lazy, and it's like it's obvious, and it's like I try to tell him like, "Dude, do you see what I do? I go through my whole day where I try and get everything done." everything's done, close the doors, lock the doors, turn off the lights, everything's set, and then I go out and have a joint. But it's like has to be a reward for me, because if I just wake up in the morning and I'll smoke a joint now, smoke a joint at noon, well then I'll never get anything done. So it's like
no way.
you have to kind of regulate yourself. But yeah, somebody like that, he's just like a quarter in a night. I'm like, no, you can spend your own money.
Smoking tobacco in this pipe, by the way, in case anybody's concerned.
Yeah, no.
But
we thought it was meth. It's kind of weird.
What I was going to say about drugs, though, so
yeah.
When I was into weed, though, I had a dealer, and I had to, go meet him, and it would be like the secret handshake, and he'd pass me the baggie, and I'd have some money, and we didn't want to get caught, and there was always a way around it, right? And so even when weed was outlawed, there was people who were going to get it, but you had to smoke it in private because I guess it's got a smell,
right?
And you had to like be careful. Somebody's going to smell it and spot you, and like maybe drop the dime and phone you in, and the cops would arrest you if you get caught with it in your pocket. You had to be really careful. And now it's not like that anymore. But like porn could just become that. Like if you are, a freak and you just like really love porn, you got to go to this secret shop where somebody sells it illegally, or you got to get it from somebody who gave you a disc or something. Like
it would really reduce.
Will always still get their hands on it, and that's still unfortunate. But the least we could do was like ban the websites,
right? Like it's like what you're saying would really be like 20%.
But we're not even doing that. We're not even trying.
No, it's just free. It's just, I mean, think about it. Kids have, in high school, I didn't have a phone that I could just be like, oh, what's going on porn sites today? It just didn't exist. Where now it's like so everywhere. And I think we're going to see the outcomes of that. I think a lot of it is people interested in dolls and people interested in like, I don't know. It's just a crazy world that I don't think existed not very many years ago, at least not that I saw in the 80s or something like that. It wasn't anywhere.
I think the sites, I think the videographers, and I think the women and the men who are actors. Like if we see your face on a porn video, you should get in trouble. Like you should, I don't know if it's jail or you should pay a fine or get a criminal record, catch a misdemeanor or something like that.
Because why is it that
this idea that like OnlyFans girls are going on podcasts to promote their OnlyFans, it's like you should be getting arrested by a cop. Like you are a drug dealer.
Yeah,
you're selling drugs to dudes.
You are hurting people, and it's like because I think it's so weird that we have prostitution is illegal, right? So you can't be a woman. You can't come over my house and get money to have sex. However, you can be a woman, come over my house to have sex as long as I film it.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? So it's illegal.
Like the word pornography, like porno, comes from prostitute. It's like the old Greek or Latin word for prostitution. So it's like pornography means photographing prostitution.
Right.
That's what it means.
It just makes no sense.
So it's like prostitution's illegal unless you film it, and then you can sell the film of it. Like, give me a break.
Like, what are you talking about? It doesn't make any sense. So the girl can't just make money by just sleeping with me, but I can film her, pay her, and then make money off that film, and that's fine. Just doesn't make any sense. I saw a couple of super chats coming here. I just want to check these.
So like it or not, it's got to be made illegal somehow. It's got to be squashed. Well, because you're right, it does cause harm in society. Like,
oh, big time. I've seen it.
It's like, look, if we decide, it's like, well, it's not because I'm saying it's a sin,
right?
It's not because I'm saying like God said so. It's because what do we want in society? If we decide what we want is happy families, which is what I want. Right. I want happy families. I want men and women to be daddies and mommies.
That's when kids are raised.
We have happy families for our children.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if we decided, like, all right, that's a priority for us. We want safe neighborhoods. We want well-functioning societies where we have happy families for mommies and daddies and their kids. That's so if we just like, okay, if we want that and work from there, that's our principles. Then we go, all right, is pornography good for our families?
Right. We keep
if we can say no to that, which we can, then we got to get rid of it.
Then we got to do that because we already stopped children that are under 17 from going into an R-rated movie. However, they can just go sit on the sidewalk and watch X-rated movies for free.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing? It's not even, doesn't even make sense. See what we got here. We do whatever NASA tells us to do, Jaron. Shh. DP debunks, another NASA shill. And he says, DP debunk says, folks on all sides dismiss my stuff as garbage. I mean, I can't blame them. They aren't wrong. It'd be nice if mom kept it to herself though. Very funny DP debunks. Check out his channel. He's very funny guy. Scoundrel, thank you very much for, what does that say? Doll. I didn't mean you did nothing. Somebody else. Texas has tried to ban underage people from seeing porn online. Most sites require a person to now upload ID verification. In what states is that? Just Texas? I mean, I still don't really. Let's put it this way: the problem isn't necessarily the teens watching it. I mean, I guess you can get into trouble at that age, but it's actually more detrimental. There's so many things that are detrimental to people. I mean, alcohol is detrimental, and people use that. It's a poison, really. But I get it. I also don't think I should be able to tell people what they can and can't do. But if you're hurting others, that's where it's a problem.
Yeah, all you got to do is to start is criminalize making it and selling it.
Right,
just like we did with drugs.
like
Like you can't get caught making meth.
Right. No,
You can't. You
No.
get in trouble, right?
And-
We just treat porn like we treat meth. It's like, all right, oh, you're a porn head. There should be a stigma. Oh, you made it? Well, I'm calling in the cops.
Yeah,
And then
because
that's it.
what is the possible argument for it being good? I mean, anybody who's like, oh, it's sexual education, and no, it's not.
They say it's like, see, back to the speech issue. We talked a lot about it earlier.
Right.
Oh, it's free speech, free expression. No, well, we don't want just free speech. That doesn't mean freedom to harm people.
Right.
Because what we haven't turned the corner on is like, back to my point, we haven't identified that some speech is actually harmful and inflicts a cost. It should be freedom to speak truly.
Right. You
It's
can't
not
yell
freedom
fire,
to
right?
You
They say.
can't just use your speech to scam and hurt people.
Right. You can't
Be
yell fire in a
careful not to
crowded
do that.
theater because people will get hurt. They'll get trampled. The same thing is true when you put porn out. People are going to get hurt. They're going to get trampled. It's kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's the idea. So like if you do go and if you bait people into a hazard with your speech, like if you set up a trap, like if you run a scam on them, if you get them to send you your Bitcoin and you didn't with no intent to repay or whatever, you told them they were going to, you can't just trap people with your words, and you
Right.
can't with or whatever your expression is. If you want to call porn speech, oh, I'm just
Right.
expressing artistically my passionate, whatever.
Mhm.
But is it hurting people? Is it
Right.
hurting our families, bro? Like,
Absolutely.
yeah. Like if it is, then you got to knock it out. We just don't let you do it.
Right. It almost seems too that like porn almost has a direction that they want people to go towards, even homosexuality. It seems like towards depravity. It's like that's their goal. Is it's always got to be more. It's always got to be more. So that'll just continue, and it will. We have to stop it. I agree with that. I think it's a terrible thing. What else we got here? See this one. All right. Well, I thought we had some good topics tonight. I don't know if there's anything that
I thought so
people want us
too.
to
Yeah, we
cover.
could talk forever, but if you want to
Yeah.
wrap up pretty soon, that's cool.
Yeah, I'll wrap up pretty quick here, and we could do it again though. I thought it was good.
Nice.
I need more conversations with people like you that at least we may have different opinions on some things, but at the same time, I do see somebody like you as somebody who does want what's better for the world, what's better for people, and I don't always feel that way with everybody. So I think that when you find that kind of person, you want to explore their mind a little bit because, the idea of I really haven't heard anybody talk about shutting down porn like you just did. Just as much as it's a problem, and in my head, I never even went to that far. I was almost thinking like education, thinking you got to talk to kids in school and get them to understand what that can do to you and what it, because I think if you told people before they got started, hey, by the way, by watching this, you're going to become a cuck. You're going to want your wife to sleep with other guys because that's what you're training yourself to enjoy. I feel like maybe that could help a little bit, but not as good as getting rid of it. That's what we really should do.
Yeah,
So,
imagine if we were treating drugs that way, right? Where we were just doing like the DARE program in
Right.
school and like, oh,
It's
if
not
you
gonna help.
drink, you're going to get into a crash. Or if you do drugs, you're going to become stupid and stuff. And the kid's like, okay, I get it. That's scary. And then they walk out of school, and right outside the school, there's not just like some kid with drugs in their pocket, but there's like a drug dispensary, like vending machine
Right.
where you can buy meth and coke and heroin
Yeah.
and weed. And it's right there, and it's totally legal and it's cheap.
there's no way
And
anybody can say no.
actually, it's free.
Right.
It's actually the free samples of heroin being given out from a vending machine
Right.
across the street from the school. Like that's what we're doing with porn. It's like
Yep.
even if you educate them, it's like, but it's still right there on their phone, and they just press a button.
Yeah, it's so easy. It's too
You're
easy to
just
get
leaving
to.
it in the hands of children to not ruin their lives with this extremely tempting thing.
Something that they're
We
going to be
can't do
addicted
that.
to for life, and then it's going to impact them in terrible ways.
Yeah.
If
So there's somebody out there making it and profiting off of it, and we just got to like make that illegal.
Scoon says if making porn was illegal, some of us would have multiple convictions. Well, hopefully we wouldn't have done those things if we knew they were illegal. That's the hope, at least.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. And some people will run the risk, right? Some
Right.
people are still going to like secretly grow weed in their closet, and they're going to hope they don't get caught by the cops, and they're going to sell it to their, their pothead buddies who are going to they're going to say, "Fuck the man, bro. This should be this. This is so cool." And, they're going to have a pot leaf in their house or whatever, and so maybe some of them will still get away with it, but you could still just go like, no. It's bad.
Yeah, overall, it's just good. Yeah, because if you don't have a penalty for it, like if they just took away the penalty, which they've done in California basically for petty theft, then expect it to go way up because that's what people are going to do. Like we need to have laws, whether we like it or not. Laws keep people from doing things. Like if there wasn't a law about stealing, people would just steal things all the time. Just going to Walmart.
Here, I'm going to give you the other side of the coin, though.
Okay.
What about prostitution?
No, I think that prostitution is something that you can't. I don't think you can say no to that personally. Because if that person's just offering their service, so who are you to tell me that a lady can come over and clean my house, but she can't do other things? That's where, to me, I've always thought it was weird that, like, why do we allow porn, but we don't allow that woman if she's just choosing? Like, it's almost like we're choosing to exploit people. Because if the woman just wants to just say, hey, I'll do this for you for $50 and I agree, that's just two people, mutual agreement, adults. But then to say that's illegal. But if you film it and exploit her and put her on the internet and then pay her, well, that's okay. So to me, that's just like you've taken it. I don't know. I think you took it to an unhealthy level. I just don't know how you can stop people from selling their services. Now you're going to let the government say what a service can or can't be. I don't know. That one's a little bit different to me. But I guess they could say the same thing about porn. Is that just somebody? I think it's different. If you are a prostitute, obviously there's age problems. You're not going to be doing children, or else you'd go to jail, right? So at least it's adults. Whereas with porn, you pretty much everybody's starting young. I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that that's something that should be punishable, jailed?
No, I'm in line with you. So what we're doing right now is we're doing it in reverse.
Right.
We're making porn free and legal everywhere.
Right.
And prostitution is banned and it's illegal everywhere.
Right.
It actually just needs to be flipped.
Yeah. It's
where you should be able to go as a grown person and show your ID and legally pay for a prostitute who wants to do that for her career instead of being a mother.
Right.
You should be able to pay for that. Absolutely.
Right.
And because here's the thing, there's going to be a lot of guys who can't find a wife.
Correct.
Even if everything was set up right, there's a lot of guys who either are living a lifestyle that's not conducive to being a father,
right,
or that's just not a priority for them. The last thing they want to do is be a dad to a bunch of kids, and
right,
they just want to work or whatever. They're just lonely for whatever reason. They can't find a mate, or it just didn't work out. And there's going to be women who don't want to become mothers or something like that. And so the idea of making it to where, okay, so that means if you can't get a date, that means you just have to remain celibate forever and sexually unsatisfied. Like that doesn't make sense either. So porn isn't the solution.
No.
And there are some women, by the way, who they're just kind of like, we call them whores, but I mean, that's literally the name for a prostitute. So some women just want to be whores. Like, I don't know what to do. They don't want to be crack whores. They don't want to like work for a pimp who's like sexually exploiting them because they're in need or something like that.
Right.
But imagine if there are other countries that treat sex sensibly that way. So you allow consenting adults to do a sexual transaction. So that's sex work.
And that's not cucking. That's you being with the woman. That's what you. Yeah. That's what you want to
destigmatize that. And back to the drug analogy, by the way, I think there's a perfect correlation right there, where you can outlaw drugs that are harmful to the family, and you have an actual, you call it war on drugs, but you can't just set up a meth lab in your house, not because it's going to explode, but because you're making meth, and it's illegal.
Is that your cat?
My cat's meowing. Yeah,
it is you. Okay. I kept thinking, is that cat and
I got two cats, and they're like meowing at each other or something.
Yes.
But my daughter she found two cats at a construction site some months ago, but they're actually great, cool. But Daddy, can we keep them? So I got these two brothers' cats. But so anyway, back to the drugs.
Yeah.
I think the best argument for drugs against it is this thing of like, well, what if I want to experiment with my own consciousness, though? What if I want to
be legal if it's just
what if I want to take LSD? What if I want to do okay, so there should be a legal access to the thing for certain circumstances. Like if you want to do that, like you want to experience an LSD, or you want to do an experiment, if there's a lab, if there's like some sort of place where you can go to do that, where they've got a setting and a set for safe usage and stuff like that. Like, think of that as like the brothel or something. You can go to this place where you can smoke weed. You can go to this place where you can try psychedelics. Same thing, but it's not like you can't just like grow it and sell it to your neighbors.
Right.
In the same way, you can't just be a whore in your house. There should be some sort of licensing where she's like, she's not spreading STDs and she's not wrecking marriages and she's not just like running around the neighborhood being a psycho. It's like, yeah, she should just work for a place. She's licensed. She's a sex worker.
Right.
And this guy is, I've gone to a place where I can go experiment. I can experience what it's like to get high or to try a psychedelic or something like that. We could have a sensible approach to these things where it's allowed, but it's also not harming us.
Right. Or if it is, it's yourself. You're doing it to yourself, which is fine.
Yeah, and you're going to do it to yourself in a way that where it's like, all right, but you're not going to come out of it with like some schizoid break where you're going to go
supervised
kill
and maybe
watch it out.
Maybe we learn something from it. Hey, every time these people go into it, they're coming out like this, whatever. So yeah, when you've kind of shunned it and put it down, then you have all this stuff going on in the underground, in the dark web and that kind of stuff. And then, man, have you ever been on the dark web? I went on one time. I could not believe this. Dude, I went on this site. I learned how to do my VPN, went on there, and they were like, contract killers, get this bag of meth, get this bag, and for just here, pay us in Monero, and we send it to you. I'm like, holy shit! I got off there. I'll never go back there. Like, holy
I've heard
shit.
about that. Yeah,
yeah. It's like, I mean, I don't know. There could be a lot of traps there. Obviously, maybe they're just cops waiting there, saying, as soon as somebody signs
give
up,
us your address and buy this
or
illegal
like,
thing.
Tell us you want us to kill your wife for $20,000, and then see who shows up at your house in a little bit.
Right, feds.
Yeah. We've got, what's this thing? Prostitution is a felony. Don't recommend it. Just get a doll. Also, it's illegal to travel with more than 7 sex toys. Thank you, Scoundrel.
Wow.
I don't recommend the doll. I don't think that's your best bet. But yes, I guess because you're saying prostitution is illegal now. We're talking about in our utopia, of course. I think that is it. Thank you very much for that. $10.
Speaking of that, I know you're going through super chats. I think one of the weird things that we're going to go into, we're going to have going through this time.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first, I don't know if it's the first ones, but we're going to end up with really, really good sex robots, and that's going to be an issue that worse than porn. I mean, I call it Hordash. That's what it's going to be. Pretty soon, you're going to be able to swipe an app, and a sex robot will show up in a Robotaxi. And it will walk up to your house, ring your doorbell. You will have sex with her, and then she will leave and go back to the robot washing station before going to the next day.
That's probably not 10 years away.
Probably not.
That's crazy. Things are moving at a crazy pace now. Yeah, I don't think you're not going to stop that. You're just not going to be able to stop that. Because again, and I don't think you really should. If you're talking about a purchase from a person, an adult, they're buying that. It's not hurting others. It's hard to say that that's not good. In fact, it might help others from doing stuff. Maybe they would, because if you have a guy who has sexual urges, but he's not able to, these are the guys who end up doing something stupid, right? Doing something with a child or doing something like rape, or it usually has something to do with that. So if we can, prevent that as well by helping them at least get some. But, all right, well, I thought it was good. It was fun having you on. We could do it again.
Fun place to end it right there.
Right on there. Robo sex, robo prostitutes. And could they come with the drugs too? I want to deliver it with the LSD would be great.
Yeah, thanks for following up. We chased it down for a long time. We finally worked it out. It's good to finally talk to you. That's cool. Good on you for going to Antarctica. We got to remember to give you credit for that. Good job.
All right. Yay. Thank you.
Very cool. Good content. That was really good content.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And this has been cool. So
yeah, we'll do it again. Tell people where they can find you and all that.
To you guys. Everybody on my channel knows where to find you because we're watching right now. We've watched it before.
Sweet.
Jeranism on YouTube. I'm Big Tech. I stream on kick.com. Please go to kick.com/bigtech. Follow my channel. Create an account. It's pretty fun over there.
What do you almost stream every day?
Just about.
Okay.
Yeah, I try to stream every day.
Wow. For how long?
Sometimes
do you stream?
I take a day off, but mostly not.
Looks like long.
Usually I'm streaming for 8 hours plus.
Wow.
I try to put in a full day's work over there.
There you go. And
I mean, it's the only way I can justify doing it full time.
What are your favorite games?
I don't do a lot of games.
No.
I mean, I have played some games, but I'm not really a gamer.
I thought I saw
I'm mostly
some
following current events, politics, conspiracy theories, interesting personalities. A lot of the current events we're covering are not only politics, but like AI developments, robotics, developments in the tech world, scandals, and things like that. Flat Earth became one of them. So it's mostly just kind of like a variety show, what's going on, and then we have good times listening to music and clowning on people.
I like it.
Stuff like that.
Can you play music on Kick that's copyrighted?
It's one of the reasons why I don't stream on YouTube.
Okay.
Is because I like being able to play just about anything I want, and I've never had a problem with Kick unless I was playing something like that's like right off of Netflix or like a Hollywood movie or something like that. But
Right.
they don't care about anything else. It's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice then.
Yeah.
Because YouTube, they'll knock you for anything. If I play like a 3-second sound clip, they claim my whole video. It's like, what the hell's going
Yeah,
on here?
exactly.
It's like a
I've
3-second
never been banned on YouTube, but I just once I knew that it was like that, I thought,
man.
it's just more fun to be able to just do kind of whatever I want.
And
So
there's a new
that's my
scam
mindset.
going on that I got kind of had with. So there was this site that was like free, uncopyrighted music. So you go there and you could just download all this music, and I was putting it on my videos. 2 years later, the person copyrighted all their music, so that then it went through the content thing, and it claimed every video that anybody had ever used because it was for free. I was like, oh, these mother. So that's the new scam: is that you come out with music,
Brilliant.
make your music, put it on your site for free, then a year later, go drop it into the content thing, and then everybody who has it will get matched, and you'll make all that money. So crazy scam artists. What are you gonna do? All right, buddy. Thanks a lot. I'm gonna let you go.
You too, Jaron.
Take it easy, huh?
See you, pal.
Later.
See you around next time.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. I'm gonna do just a little quick overview of what's coming up, because like I said, so next that's a weird screen now that we got that. Let's see if we can get a better screen up here. Scoundrel, another thing. Scan. Yes. Prostitution. Why do you say it like that? Are we not allowed to say prostitution in the chat? Are they against the rules? Maybe. I like Big Tech. I think he's cool. I think he somebody I would get along with in person. Where is this? But not enough people like that out there, so that's good that he came by. And check out his content. I was watching his stuff yesterday. I thought it was pretty funny. He played that song and had a good laugh with that one. Did we? Oh, yeah. Enrique, did you have a good show? I know we didn't call on you much, but thank you for being here. We do appreciate it. Let's see what you got here. I don't know. Don't have that one either. This one.
Jefe.
Yes, what's up?
Santos Bonacci.
Yes.
Is he in an asylum yet? Una casa para los hombres crazy. He should be.
I agree. It's so funny. His inflections are so. He should be. It's like I don't know why his inflections are like that, but it is the case, I believe.
Jefe.
Yes.
You remember when you found me at that job fair? You remember? Well, it kind of was a job fair, kind of front of Home Depot también.
Right. Same thing. That is good stuff. That's funny. And what do we got here?
Jefe.
Yes.
When la chiqueta left, his novio's aesthetic warrior probably está doloroso, no?
Está Doloroso. I don't know that one. Está Doloroso. Now I got something in my eye. Okay, so the deal is not getting very many callbacks for jobs, but I guess that'll come here eventually. But I did do a good week of auction stuff, so that was good. Had a decent week, so that was good. But in talking to FTFE and a couple other people, I was just kind of trying to see what they thought. Should I start a new channel? Should I just let this one go? Because basically, I kind of bombed the channel, kind of destroyed it. When you have a whole audience that's a very niche category like Flat Earth, and that's who your majority of your watchers are, if you come back and say, I'm no longer Flat Earth, I now believe in this, you're going to lose all those people. Usually you would gain the other side. But because I was more in the middle, and that may not be where I end up, but at the time, that's the true position, which is what I believe in, is being honest. So I certainly don't think it's the correct move to say, oh, I was wrong about that. Then I'm going to switch my belief on everything else without looking into it first. That would not be smart. And maybe people don't see it that way. People think that you should do that and just cuck to whatever science tells you. I think being skeptical is important. I think skeptical is how you reach conclusions that are more concrete. Like for me, because I was skeptical about the globe, because I was skeptical and I became a flat earther, and then now I'm back to the globe, that process eliminated there really being a question, right? Which is ultimately your goal when you're in truth, is you want to weigh both sides, actually look deep into them, and be able to reveal which one is the one that better matches the observations or the real world. And I think too many people believe things without going through that process. And now they're right, so I'm not taking anything away from them. If you just believed because your school teacher told you that the Earth's a globe, you're right, and you could go through life and you're just going to be right about that the whole time. But you may not ever feel as right about it as like I do, which is just because you had one line of belief, you knew over 10 years what had to be true for the flat Earth to be true. And then when you go down and see that it's the opposite of that, that the South is the inverse of the North, everything is flipped, things are upside down, things move the opposite direction, they move the opposite way, then you realize, oh, it's a sphere, that it cannot be flat. And so I think that the method or the path is important, and it is helpful. So I just think that my channel's kind of going to be in trouble for a while because I'm not going to win flat earthers back, right? They're gone. And I'm not going to win the science people because it's going to take, it's a process. It's a going through the process with the moon landing with, Dave. And I've already said, like, we're having our next, just, not this coming. Let me get the actual date here so I don't get things wrong. I don't know now what. So the second, let me see what the date of that is. So that's in May. So, okay, so June 2nd. Just make sure I have the right date here. Is this June 2nd? Wait, Friday, May 2nd. What happened? Okay, I lied. So it's Friday, June the 6th. Yes. So Friday, June the 6th will be the next installment of the Dave and I have some stuff I'm going to give him. And I kind of already told him too, like these are the, the final ones that I really want you to convince me of. And we might go into a little bit more depth of my issues with them this time. And then really, if he can debunk those, it's going to be a position where I'm going to have a very difficult time categorically stating that we faked the moon landings. I think that I agree with what Big Tech said. I shouldn't use those words if I'm not sure of it. So if I don't have the evidence, if it's just on a whim that I say, wow, clearly it's fake, clearly it looks fake, those kind of things, I'm not sure that I feel comfortable with those kind of sayings anymore. I can say, in my opinion, or because they haven't gone back. So it's just one of those things that's kind of sensitive, but I want to approach it correctly, which is I'm not going to say it until I believe it. And that's just that simple, is that I'm not going to say, oh, now's a good time to say it. Now's not a good time. No, I am not convinced as of right now that the moon landings were 100% as presented. Although many things that I used to have in my categories for a reason for not believing in it have disappeared. Some things just don't make sense anymore. Going the 6 times doesn't make a lot of sense if it's faked. It just doesn't really jive with what you would think. Having different astronauts for each one. Again, if you're going to fake it, why not use the same astronauts twice so that you don't have now you're introducing new people into the scam. That's just more holes in the system. Usually people don't do things like that. They don't introduce things like that. There is things I still have problems with, areas that look like, I can actually show you real quick just because I mentioned it. And I thought when I mention things, people always say, like, you just said it, you didn't mention it. I mean, you didn't show it. I'll show you the place that I'm talking about where it says the height of it is 1,000 feet. I mean, if you know how tall 1,000 feet is, that's a 100-story building. And I'll show you what they claim. And then, so this is the question I have, is that can it even be proven wrong? Because if I show things that don't match and they can just change them, which is clearly possible, they can change the size of that gully, they can change the size of mountains. So then maybe it's just time to admit that it cannot be shown to be fake. Because maybe there is situations like that where if NASA's the only one in charge and they can change anything at any time, then it really is impossible to show that it's fake. You shouldn't even have to show that it's fake, right? Show me that it's fake. What? No, you should have to prove to me that it happened. And if you can't, then that's on you to show me or to convince me. So, you got that's cool over there in the little window. Let me actually do it larger, just so you can see where we're going. Left screen. That's the wrong one. That's Mr. Okay. A little bit. All right. So we're gonna go to the moon. Moon ball. There we go. Moon. And we're gonna go to Apollo 15. APOLO 15. Hello? Apollo 15. Thank you. I want to show you this gully here, and we'll talk about it. Okay. So here's us down on the ground here. Okay, we gotta use this thing. Okay, so at this gully here, let's see if we can get it any better. Okay, so let's go down here. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to this. Oh boy, I don't want you to open. Thank you. This thing. Okay, go there. Okay, so this, we're going down to look at this panorama picture here, and we see this cliff next to us here. Okay, so this cliff, which is, oops, can't go that way. Sorry, that's not a good picture. We can't even get there. Let me find a different one. It's right along this gully here. Like, looking at this, how deep do you think this gully is? What does it look like to you? Right. Look very big. It's if we go here, get a picture from here. Get in there. Okay, so let's just spin around here, and what the hell? Where's this at? Okay, so this is it right here. You can actually see it bending around this corner. I'll show you this corner. But if we get close, like, it's just clear. You can see the bottom of this. Look how big this guy is. Imagine he walks over to this cliff and goes down there. Not very hard. Look, he could just walk over here and go down there on his feet, and he would just be walking across the base of this, right? Okay, let me try and find one more better. That's what it looks like to me, at least, and I think anybody would have to claim that. So why I think this is important to the whether or not they faked it is because if you're building a set, one thing you couldn't do would be to incorporate a 1,000-foot trench. Doesn't even make sense. How would you do that? On a set? No, on a set it would have to be much, 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 much smaller, right? So let's go over here. Oh, shoot, this is not going to be the one that show it. Go back this way. I know I've seen a better picture. Let me find where we're at here. And so we just did that one. Okay. Oops, where did the gully go? There we go. Which one do we do? This one yet? I don't remember if I did this one. I'm going to do, so 9A is next. One of these that's close by gives a good, real good view of it. So we're going to do 9A next. Okay, so it's kind of the same. You can see here, this going down. You can see the rocks down there as it goes down. Okay, so, I mean, if I told you, as we exit this, let me show you. Watch my mouse. Oh, you can't see. I hate this thing. Let me move this up. See if we can get this on screen. Come on. Still can't see it. Hold on one second. I'm going to have to do this and zoom it out. We want to use Alt. I got to let you see the elevation. Let me open this up a little bit. There. To there. And to that. Okay. And how low can you go? How low can you go? Come on. Lower. Nope. Lower. There it is. All right. So we've got this and this. Okay. So this shows here where we're at. Oh, you're not looking at this. Okay. So I know it's a little bit smaller just looking at the bottom of the screen now. But watch this elevation. Okay. Which they have it set for the entire moon. Okay. So it's, if somebody wants to tell me like, oh, it's just broken or something. Okay, so here's the, you can see we're at 6,030 feet, okay? That's negative 6,000 feet. So remember, if we start to gain on that number, it means that we're going down, right? So if you're negative 6,000 feet, now we're going to be 6,100 feet. Now, how we just went 100 feet going here, who knows? So we started at what, 60-30. Here we go around the corner. Now we're going down 61, 62, 63, 64, oh, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 7,000. What are you talking about? So look where I'm at. Oh, wait, you can't see. Right here. I mean, that's 7. What are you talking about? This is not 1,000 feet ever. Just isn't. 1,000 feet? Do you know how big 1,000 feet is? The World Trade Center towers were 1,300 feet, weren't they? I mean, it's actually ridiculous. That, like, and again, this doesn't mean it's fake, but it means that, like, somebody's just putting fake numbers in here. And we're just supposed to buy it. I mean, this right here, look at this hill. And just picture that this is 1,000 feet. Now, I'm going to show you pictures from, we're going to go real quick just so I can show you. And this is what I want, again, but I know what Dave's going to say. Dave's just going, well, you know, maybe they got it wrong. Yeah, but this is what the thing is that if they had to fake it and put it in a studio, these would be the things that maybe when something flew over the moon and it was able to see that there is a huge trench there, the problem is they can't recreate that in a set. So where these guys were was a set. So the set is much smaller This is why I say that mountain isn't 13,000 feet high. It doesn't even look close to that. Now, again, I understand that that's not evidence. Me saying it doesn't look like or it doesn't do this, but it is okay to be questioned, and it should be questioned. If something says, hey, by the way, this is 1,000 feet down, and you're able to say, that's not 1,000 feet down, it should be brought up, in my opinion. Now, anybody else that's in science, anybody who's messaged me and said you're a dum-dum and all this stuff, they wouldn't bring it up. They close their mouths. They think it's so perfect, they wouldn't even look into it. So I do think people that are skeptics are important in the world, even though others may not, and others may think that it's we just must believe everything we're told. That's what I guess their belief would be. Because obviously they have a problem with me saying, well, I'm going to look into it. I'm going to ask Dave some questions. Oh, you're a dum-dum for 10 years. You're going to be a dum-dum for 10 years. Okay, whatever you say, guys. You're actually doing more damage than you even think. Okay, so I'm bringing up Apollo 15 on Flickr, which is the entire magazines, just so I can find some good pictures of that gulch. Here's one. Let's see what we get here. I'll bring it over for you to see. Hopefully you can see this. Let me get back over here. Okay, so this is Apollo 15 magazine. We're just going to go through till we see that ditch, which I did see already, so it is here. Okay, this is just some rocks, more rocks. Don't even know what that is. Okay, so this is where we just were. If you remember, we just were here, looking down here on. We were looking down over here. I mean, this right here is not 1,000 feet deep. It just isn't. So this, to me, is a set. This mountain here is not 13,000 feet taller than where we are. Look how ridiculous that is. 13,000 feet? To me, that's just yeah. Dave can try and make excuses for it, but I think that for me, this is probably the last big one. And this is my first one I talked about, that those mountains, I've always had a problem with them. But look over here. I mean, this is, we'll find a better picture here. Get out of here. Let's go back to the album. But I want you to see them. There's no way that anybody can claim that, oh, yeah, that's 1,000 feet. Let's go until we find a good picture of it. Okay, I don't really see any good ones here. What's this? No. I don't see a good enough one. These are all pictures of it, but you can tell they're all kind of the same. Just see, let's go see if there's a better one. Back to albums. We're looking for Apollo 15 magazine, mixed app, EP, Apollo 15 magazine. I don't know which one I just did. I think I did. Oh, that's crazy. This is the goalie here, it looks like. But let's see. Apollo 15 magazine. Is this from Orbit? Yeah, I don't want that one. Okay, let's go back. Apollo 15. Let's try this one. I've seen them before. There's pictures of them standing right. I just saw them the other day. I just didn't save any. They are standing right next to that goalie. We will find it. It was kind of on the side of them the whole time, or should have been. I just don't remember which magazine it was in. Actually, you know what? I might have saved it over here. Let me try something. If I go here, go to raindrop. Raindrops keep falling on my head. See the auction. Okay, wait. Hasselblad image from film. Is this one? That's a pretty good one. So I did save one. Let me bring this one over. Okay, so this is a picture from the edge of the crater. Now, first of all, which I couldn't figure out is, I was just trying to figure out, what are these shadows from? I guess I'm a little bit lost as to, so the sun is over here, correct? Shining this way, hitting the ridge, causing the shadow. So then why would this be bright? Maybe I'm tripping on that. Just we had a question about that. If you see what I'm saying, that this looks like the shadow ends here and begins here. So this part here is not in shadow, I guess, because it's not as steep as this. Okay, anyway, now we can look at the bottom of this gully down here. See this? These rocks over here, these rocks, that tall rock. So this is supposedly 1,000 feet high, 100-story building. Let me go see here. And again, the only reason I bring this up is because if you are talking about a set, on a set, you wouldn't be able to have 1,000-foot deep trench, but you would be able to dig this, which is what? How tall is that? I mean, we saw the astronaut standing. Oh, we'll look at it in a second. But when we see him standing by the side, he's probably, this tall here where my mouse is, kind of like that. It's just 100 feet at the most. Let's see something real quick. I want to show you a. Just want to see what a 1,000-foot building looks like. And I might have been wrong about World Trade Center. I remember saying earlier, I think it was 1,300. It might be like 1,700. I don't remember. What is that one? Okay, I really don't see any good pictures to show you. This one here just is a big list of a bunch of buildings. I don't know if this will really help us. We'll move it over here. 1,000 feet. So the Empire State Building. I don't know if you've ever been to New York, but look at this building. This building is freaking enormous. Look at it. That's how tall that gully's supposed to be. So anybody out there, the science guys are like, I can't believe he's questioning this. There's so much evidence and so much evidence that it's true. And yeah, so what? It says it's 1,000 feet deep and it's only a 60. Who cares? You're going to be a dum-dum for 10 years. Nobody else has looked into that. You're the only one. But yeah, those people don't impress me. This is not 1,000 feet. Get the F out of here. Get out. How could that be 1,000 feet deep? And again, if you don't believe me, then the whole thing is lying on the Google Earth, because you can take this mouse and I can drag it along this gully and you're going to see that everywhere is the same. So we got 68, 69, 75, 68, 75, 71, 69, 78. So all along here, 67, 68, 69, 69, 7, 71, 69, 7, 69. So all along here is 7,000 feet deep. And yet, if we just go to the top here, so I'm just right here where we were, we're just going to go right to the top, and all of a sudden we're at 6040. So from 7,000 here to 6040 here. Does that look like 1,000-foot drop to you? Now again, you could easily come back and say, well, they just didn't have the sizes right, Jern. Yeah, I get that, but the problem is that all these distances don't seem to add up. They don't seem to make any sense. This mountain over here, as I've pointed out numerous times, is said to be 13,000 feet tall and only 6 miles away. What? If we went down to let's go to one of these pictures, because these are actually ground size. Let's go to here, and let's get in here and go with, where's the camera? There? Okay, let's go here. So we're going into this panoramic shot so we can get a better idea. We're on the ground now. Okay, and that's not a great picture because this thing's over here. But this mountain here is 13,000 feet taller than where we are. That is not a good picture. Yeah, thank you for that. Let's see if we find a better one. So we just did that one. Let's do this one. So to me, this is questionable because if you were going to fabricate this on some sort of soundstage, by the way, from what I've heard or what I've seen, is all these mountains are supposedly projected from the back of a screen. Okay, and they did that. Well, I'll show you the articles that talk about it, but it kind of is crazy because they put you on the screen here. They show you that. But let's look at that mountain. Okay, so this mountain here, and again, we can see how these are tire tracks. So obviously we're not very far from that location because we can see how big they are. Let's go up here and see. Oops, back out a little bit. Okay, so now imagine this. What you're looking at right now on the screen. The Burj Khalifa, which is the tallest building that there is in the world, okay, would be about from my hand to there. That would be the Burj Khalifa. The tallest building in the world is going to be about here, which is what, 22,500 or something, right? So it's about there. Then you got 5,000, then you got 10,000, then you got 13,000. So if we were standing here, where we're at right now, let me pull this up a little bit. We're standing here. Look, we can see the tire tracks, so that we're about the right height. We're about the right size of a person standing there. how could it be that this is 8 miles away? First of all, we can see things on these. We can actually see what are they called? These craters. We can actually see craters on this mountain here. It does get a little bit weird. This does look very computer graphic-y to me. It doesn't look very real. But anyway, this is 6 miles. And then from this point here, where my hand is, to the top of the mountain, 13,000 foot change. It's just, again, the answer is always, oh, but it's the moon. You can't tell that things look different on the moon. Well, isn't that a good answer for if they were going to fake it? So sometimes the answers are good. Sometimes the answers are like, well, yeah, that would be the answer I'd expect. That if you had to fake all these mountains, you would say things like, well, they look different. Well, of course they look closer. Of course well, yeah, because they're on a backdrop. So they're going to look closer. So I have questions about all these mountain heights, the ones that we can see. I mean, this is crazy. Let me just show you. We can go back here. If we just take ourselves over here. So you'll see right here we're at 60, 90. Okay, so we're going to move. Can you move in the right direction, please? So over to here, I'm at now, let's go back a little bit. So 60, 90, where were we? That's 63, 64, 63. Okay, right there is 5, 7, 7, 2, 5, 8. So right here, about 69. So this right here is the same height that we just were, still at 60, 90. And now if we go up, we're at -5, -4, -5, -4. Sorry, I have to back out of here. -3, -2, -1. Come on. -1. Now it's getting off the line here. What is up here? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. And it turns off. 4,000, 42, 4,400. So right here I can get 4,400. And we were at -6,000 a second ago. So that's like 10,200 or something right there. Now this is 3,000. This is 4,000. Why does it turn off? Let me try and get on top of this real quick. See why it keeps doing that? It keeps turning off the altitude thing. All right, so here, yeah, now this is 556, 57, 6,000, 6,300, 6,400, 6,600. Okay, so if this is 6,600 feet, and we were just at -6,020, so you see that's 13,000 feet, or 12,500. So it's just kind of nuts. And then I've already pointed this out, that everything else works on Google Earth, but if we try and use the line tool here, so we use this and we go path, and you can tell it to make a path with a elevation profile. Well, watch what happens if we know, we just were told that if we went from 6,000 feet, where did the mountain go? Oh, down here. So I'm just going to take a marker. I'm going to go from where we were by the lander and then across that mountain, and you watch what happens. Remember, we were just told how tall it was, so we're going to go from here, and we're going to go up across this mountain to the other side. Okay, so now we should get an elevation profile. You saw it there, then it just disappeared. Okay, so it tried to give me the right elevation profile, but now look at what it did. So we'll move this over here, and these numbers that they give you here, completely fabricated. These have nothing to do with anything. They don't coincide with anything in any of the paperwork. They don't coincide with Google Moon. They don't coincide with what NASA claims. Look, it's saying that we started here at 2,000 feet, and then we went jagged, 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 lower, jagged, jagged, and then we never got higher than that, even at the peak of the mountain. We were still below where we started. So this is all wrong. So, I mean, the whole thing is a garbage thing. Why even have this? Why put it on there and it's just wrong? It's not even close. And no matter where you do the moon, it does that. And if you do, I'll show you what happened at the beginning. It originally did show me the truth, and then it erased it. Watch. So I'll do this. Let me clear this again. Clear. So watch when I draw this. You're going to see it go. Okay, so I'm going to draw from here again across this, and watch when I do. It'll immediately show me the truth. As soon as I click this, here comes the truth. See it? There's the truth, and then it's gone. So what is going on? So I think that people have the right to look at things like this, and they have the right to bring them up and say, this is weird, even though everybody in the science community, well, I can't believe he's bringing this up right now. I can't believe he's saying these things about the NASA's. Yeah, well, get over it. It's actually a needed thing in the world because I don't see you doing it. So somebody needs to say, hey, this is garbage. Why even have an elevation profile on here? It's completely wrong. It's made up. I mean, it doesn't even coincide with the images that we see. There's no mountain here from 1,400 feet to 2,300 feet. Where? What? Look at that red arrow on the screen. It says this is 1,400 feet, and then this is 2,400 feet. So now we went up 1,000 feet, but we never were in that gully. Oh, let's go see what it does with the gully. So if we go, we're just going to go back and forth across this gully, like here. Oops, clear that. Let's go here to here, and then back to here, and then here. So let's see. It did show it, then it went away. Now it has nothing to do with what's on the moon. So you'll see here we're going across. We have to go in that gully, but it already crossed it. Now it's showing a gully, but we're already past it. Now it's no gully, but it's showing one. Shows it going very high, and we're nowhere going very high. Now we go back to the gully, and look at the gully's where? Here? It just doesn't make any sense. It's not correct. Did it show it correct at first? Let me just try some more time. Is it doing the same thing where it tells me correct and then it changes it? Let's see. Yep. What is that, man? I wonder why that happens. Let me see if I can get it to, I'm going to try and, if I screenshot it, will it, I won't have time, will I? Yeah, I can do actually control. I'll do something. I just want to see if it'll give me this actual truth here. If I go here, and then we're going to pop this over here and try and do a screen capture and real quick. Let's go do it. Oh, it didn't work. Oh wait, I can have this ready. We try again. We're going to go clear. And that screen capture tool is ready. So we're going to go from here to here. Go. No, I couldn't get it in time. I don't think I'll be able to. How would I get that in time? I could put it right next to it. Maybe let's try that. Last try. We're going to put this right. Nope, this side. Ah, what happened? What is going on? Okay, put it right here. So I'm ready to hit that new button, and we're going to clear it out. You mother trucker. Okay, so we're going to do line to yes. We're going across this mountain range. No, I need that thing up there. As soon as I click it, it's going to go away, isn't it? You mother. I think it is. Yeah, shit. I don't know how you can put it over here then. We'll never get over there. Oh, I can move this way. You go this way. You go this way. Okay. Should be good, right? So we're going to draw this and see if we can capture it. If not, we're done. All right, go from here to here and get over there quick. Go. I can't get it. Forget it. Forget it, I tell you. Not even going to try it. Not even try. I was just trying to see if I could see if it actually is correct on that, but then tell Google, hey, hello, can you make it stay true and rather than lie to us? Excuse me. So anyway, that's a problem, and I see that problem. I can't even verify anything with the mountains because everything's off. So it seems to me that if you faked it and then realized you were off on the mountains, all you need to do would be to change the height of the mountains to match what you need them to be. But then if that doesn't match the photographs that you have, then there's a discrepancy. And that discrepancy would be what you would expect if they faked it, because you could never jive. You could never, unless you built the scale model of the moon exactly like the moon, then you would always be off somehow. Again, this is, let's see if we go to like Apollo, and I showed that, right? I showed every time. I showed Apollo 11. We have issues because, I'll show you. And actually, it's even worse than I thought with Apollo 11. Because Apollo 11 is that close to 15? Remember that. Okay, so here's where they landed, supposedly Apollo 11. Remember, we have a picture of the lunar lander. Sorry, the lander has a shadow that just goes behind it, and it touches the horizon. So then people might think, well, it's because there's some sort of like this. Looks like there's a gully there, but look at the height there. Come on, don't do that. No, I can't see it. Come on. Down, move up. Okay, can we see that now? Yes. Can we move over a little bit? Yes. About to there. Okay. So if here's look at it, 6312, but look at, we go across this thing, 6312. So that's what, fake? Or what? Or just we can't put in the real heights of things? I don't get it. It's like baffling because it's like we're supposed to, it's science and you can go verify. We can't even go to the moon, but if we can't verify it on this map, we can't verify, then what are we doing? It's like, it's futile to even think you could prove the moon landing fake if they can't even give you real data. How could you prove it fake? Like Dave said when I pointed something out, he's like, well, it could be this, could be, well, it could be this, could be that. So it's just very easy for people to stay on the side of science and never have to question any of this stuff because it's there for you. And if it doesn't match, it's not like anybody cares, you know? So you got 6,300, then I went 6,340, 6,350, 6,300. Now it makes more sense. That one looks to be about a 50-foot crater, does it not? See here. Again, I'd have to go back and look at Apollo 11. I don't remember even seeing something like that there, that close. But if we go down here, I just want to see where the flag is because that's how I know where we were. Is the flag on this side or this side? Like the flag's there. So they were taking a picture here, looking this direction, and there's supposedly some gully that is causing the thing to get black after that. But if you think about it, we don't see that on Earth. If you're on Earth and there's like a dip, let's say there's a cliff, well, you would still see the land behind it. You wouldn't just have a cliff and it end at the horizon, because there's more land behind it. So the same thing would be true here. In that video, it just shows this is the edge of the, or that picture. I just want to see how far is that? Yeah, so that's only 0.3 miles. Get back here a little bit. This is 0.079 miles. This is 2 miles, 3 miles. And I think you can figure out if we do, what, 29, I think it's about 30 inches per mile squared on the moon. So what are we at? 3 miles? So at 3 miles, you would have, that'd be 3 times 30 times, no, 30 inches per mile squared. So if that's 3 miles, we'd have 30 inches times, okay, gotcha. So we want to go real quick to, we got 30 inches per mile, which is 3 equals times 3 equals divided by 12 equals 22 and a half feet at 3 miles. And then you got this. Yeah, I don't even know where they're getting. Look at this path is completely wrong. It's showing up when it should be down. And then it went down there. Why did it show right here? Like sharp drop there. But the numbers are all wrong. If I go out here, look at the number. So it shows here 6335. You can see that? Yep, I think so. It's below my, can't see it. Can you? Oh, it's up here. Sorry. So we're looking here at 6335. Let's look at right at this start position here. So 6327. But if we go here to the starting position, it says it's 1822. I mean, it doesn't make sense. If it's 1822 versus, that's a 4,000 foot discrepancy. So I think these are the kind of things I think are important, and I guess I have to be the one to do it. Somebody needs to contact Google and say, can you explain why this whole entire apparatus is broken? Because you should say, don't use the line tool or don't use the path tool on Google Earth or Google Moon. It doesn't work. But then if we can't even measure things, then you can never prove that they didn't go, because it means that their pictures are the ultimate source. Whereas we usually have other methods of saying, does the picture actually show the real source? But if there is no other source, it's just NASA and then a website that's broken. I mean, I don't know how you can really ever claim that they, because again, like I said, if you want me to believe that they did go, then you just prove it to me. And one of the ways you could prove it is by showing that I'm wrong about all this. Say, no, Jaron, you're wrong for this reason. It actually does work, and it actually does coincide perfectly, and that mountain is 1,000 feet, that trench is, but it's not. Anyway, just wanted to bring those things up because I know I brought them up earlier. And let me see real quick if we can get one more image of, these look like these are supposed to be that gully, but again, this looks very much to me like the painted version of the moon that they show in all NASA's footage. You know, the one where the guy's laying on it, painting all those ridges. Do we do this one already? 5 photos. Maybe the one we just were on. I mean, like this to me, this is where it kind of looks real, but it looks like they're painting that painting, or they're taking pictures of that painting. But what is this? All these super bright pictures of the moon, like where it's white like that, I don't think those look even remotely, unless it's like kryptonite or something. But I don't think they look anywhere near looking like real. I don't see any gully. What is that? Weird. I don't know what that's up. All right, well, let's go try one more. If not, I'll have to do it on my own time. We got Apollo 14, Apollo 14, 13, 13, 13. Apollo 15, magazine. Try this one. Taking a shot in the dark. That's a funny looking craft, isn't it? Okay, so we might see some stuff here. I find this baffling to me. So we're told that the reason we can see the reason we can see Buzz Aldrin's when he's coming out of the thing is they're like, oh, it reflects off the snow. The moon is such reflective that it reflects. Well, then if that were true, we wouldn't have black mountains like this. What is going on with this computer? Hold on, you're not seeing my side again. What is this? A British screen? Guess you guys. But you notice that this mountain back here is just black. So again, you think you'd get some brightness from it from the ground. That's how you're supposedly lighting up the entirety of Buzz Aldrin. So like some of their stories don't really match. And then I wonder, so I'd have to go through and look at all this, but what time was this picture taken versus the one I was just showing you? How can they be there for the sun to be out and then gone? It's not like for us, it goes by every day. For the moon, it takes 14 days. So wouldn't there be a progression of the sun going behind those mountains that would give you some photographs of it? I don't know. Let me go back here, see what else we got. Is that supposed to be a mountain there? What is that? I have no idea. It's not a mountain. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Let's go this way. This way. So one of the issues that the guy had, what is going on with this thing? Why did it, one of the issues that a guy had is he says these are way too big. That the sun is way too big, that there's no apparatus to have that big of a blowout there. What is going on with this thing? Why would you do that? I know you can't see it. I'm trying to fix it, but it's just not working. Let's go down here a little bit. I can actually see some of the mountains back there. So anyway, it's just a weird looking mountain. And if we go back, where's the sun? Wait, what? Can't really tell what's going on there. Sorry. I would like to be able to tell, but I cannot. And let's see here. What is that? Yeah, now to me, again, it's I'm pointing out that it's to me and to my eyes and my understanding and my beliefs that I cannot even gather that these are real. It just doesn't fit. Everything inside me is like, well, clearly this is a set of some type. Clearly it's not them wearing pants and then going to the restrooms and stuff. Oh yeah, this is good here. So this is that gully again. You can see rocks. So here's the thing: you can see rocks down there, right? Well, if it's 1,000 feet down, you're actually seeing boulders the size of houses. Now, again, they don't look like that from here. They look like rocks. But if they can just make it whatever they want, like, oh, Jaron actually is wrong. It is 1,000 feet. What do I say? No, it's not. Because why? So this is a position that I think NASA is in that many people don't recognize, and they take it to mean that NASA went. They take it by the fact that NASA can just be kind of cocky and they can only do what they. Well, the reason for that is because they have to be. They have to be able to sift out the people that might start to come to the knowledge. Maybe that. I mean, that's just my guess. I don't know. Let's go back one more time. So you see, that's the little gully there. See if we can find one with them standing next to it. Another one. Oh, here, this one's good because you can see the guy there. Okay, so here's this guy standing there. So again, this is the bottom of it. See where my mouse is? Oh, you can't see that. Why is that thing so small? Let me go do this real quick. Go like that. Okay, now. So I was looking at something, but I mean, we can see these mountains down here, and we can see these rocks. I mean, again, from here to here, 1,000-foot building, half of the Empire State Building or something, or all of the Empire State Building. I just can't do it. So I would like to be that kind of guy to be like, oh, I'll do it. I'll just believe what you want me to believe, but I can't bring myself to. This mountain, 13,000 feet high, 8 miles away. Burj Khalifa would be about this tall. Not that tall. This tall. So that's kind of crazy. Okay, here's another gully picture. We can't really see it. Yeah, a little better. That's crazy to me. So what they're saying is with 1,000 feet, and this guy's 6 foot. So if it was 1,000, so it's 500 of him, right? Is that correct? Can't be right. Makes it even sound more absurd. 1,000 feet divided by 33 equals what? 1,000 divided by 33 equals 30. Okay. Just writing some stuff down here so I get some idea. So again, that's 1,000 feet divided by 33 equals 30. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to do 1,000 feet divided by 6 feet equals. All right, so 166. I mean, that's crazy. So I mean, they're saying you can stack 166 of this astronaut from the ground to the top. 166. So they say. Anyway, I'm getting tired, and it is Friday night. You know what that means? It means it's bone down with the phone down time. So looking forward to it. Got to enjoy yourself in life, and one way to do that is my wife. Not for you, but for me. You don't get to do that. Knock it off. All right, I think that is pretty concrete, overdone. Again, people out there, I know Joel is somebody who looks into this stuff really well. Joel, if you want to check into some of these things and take a look at the sizes that they claim. Size matters, but you don't want to lie about it. And I don't see any more trenchy. So anyway, there is another couple magazines here for Apollo 15 that you should be able to find more of that hill. Let's see if we got anything. Apollo 16, 16, 15. That's from when they're leaving. Huh, those are weird pictures. And be gone. What is that? I don't know what that is. Looks like a white dot. What is that? The moon? Huh. Bad pictures. Very bad pictures. Very bad. Yeah, it's garbage. Garbage roll. Don't look at that roll. All right, so here's what we got coming up. What I wanted to mention. So next Friday, this coming Friday, you're going to see the show start popping up on my channel in the next couple of days. There's going to be basically FTFE gave me all the details of what I need to do, which is have a bunch of live streams ready to go. So there's going to be probably, I'm going to have high hopes, and I'm going to go for 1,000 members, which is impossible, but we're going to try it. And if it's 1,000 members, it would take 1,000 members. And if we added, what was I going to do? 3 minutes? If we added 3 minutes for each member, that would be 3,000 minutes if I got to my goal. And what is that time? If we go 3,000 minutes divided by 3,000 minutes divided by, so if we want it to go to 3,000 minutes divided by 60 would give us our hours. So that's 50 hours. So that seems about right to me. So 50 hours would be 2 full days, which would be a lot, but that's what it should be to get to the goal. So that's probably about right. I would guess it's going to be 3 minutes added for each member, which is $4.99. And that would actually support me for the entirety of the next month. And that'll allow me to keep going. I won't need to bail right away. So the hope is that people want to see me stay, and that'll kind of be my catalyst to stay. And I want to start providing a couple things. By the way, I don't know if I told you this, but the radio station's off. It is gone out of my mind because I could not get anywhere near the amount of radio show hosts I would need to run a station, which was something I didn't really think about. Well, I did kind of think about it, but thought I'd be able to find them. But we had people who had claimed that they would have a show who started bailing, like 3 or 4 of them, which left literally like 3 people who wanted shows. And I was like, okay, we're not doing this. So I'm going to try something a little different, which is to kind of, see if I can get some members on the channel. And then for VIPs that are out there, and there's a VIP level on the member channel, I'm going to bring back Raw the podcast. And also, I think there's going to be a new show called Debunkism. And the point of that will be to go through things that I formerly believed, Stonehenge is fake, things like that. And to really dig into them in real time, kind of research online in real time in front of everybody, and come to a conclusion about some of these things with a new set of eyes, with a new mindset, and see if I can walk back some things that I got wrong, or to expand on things that I got right, and to get a better understanding. I think last time I had this goal, I'm going to be truthful, I'm going to be honest, and then I became a flat earther, and then you start pushing flat earth. So I'm in a position now where I don't have to push anything. In fact, I don't want to push anything. I don't want to push pro science. I don't want to push pro flat earth, because both would be a lie. So I want to push the truth. And the truth means that I'm going to review stuff and come to a conclusion. So that's kind of the goal going forward. If I can afford to do so and still do it, that's great. I don't buy extra things, just so you know, so you don't think you're giving money to things like, I don't have credit cards, so we don't have any credit card bills. We don't pay car payments, so both of our cars are paid for. Basically, we live a very basic life, not a lot of shopping as far as clothing, things like that. We live I have the most basic diet of anybody in the world, but I also lost a lot of weight and look fucking fantastic, by the way, if you ask me. But it just is a matter of, it's one of those all-in kind of things where I really feel like if I want to do YouTube, it's got to be full in. I got to be full on it. That's got to be what I do, what I'm doing, as far as making documentaries, things like that, that could be on the side. So that's what I would want to do. But if I can't do that, then I need to get a job, and it needs to be full focus on that. So either one is going to kind of be the focus. It doesn't mean that you can't have another one. It doesn't mean I can't have a side job when I'm doing YouTube. It doesn't mean I can't also do the other thing if I'm doing YouTube, or if I'm using it. So it's just a matter of, I want to see what people think. We're going to have a lot of fun on Friday and Saturday. I've got all kinds of things planned. We already got, we're going to go through Dubé's 200 proofs and debunk every one of them, or at least the ones that we can. We're going to cover some Dave Weiss stuff that we haven't seen yet. I've got a couple things saved. We are going to probably do a couple AI songs where we will write them together for fun. We will have some people jump on if they want, say hello, passing by. We're going to try and get Austin Thompson to the top of his telescope fund. And it's going to be a lot of interaction with the chats. And I'm not going to be I'm doing it differently than FTFE did. FTFE would show himself sleeping, whereas I'm just going to get a bunch of sleep the night before, and we're starting to stream at 10 a.m., and I go to sleep when the clock hits Seto. So that may be 50 hours in, at which point a delirious Jaren is a funny Jaren. So I apologize ahead of time for all the things that I say in that time of turmoil and despair. Anyway, that is going to be starting. I believe I'm going to do 10 o'clock. Do I want to cement that? Oh, by the way, I'm not done yet. Do we have also, that's next week. Next week we've got, just making sure I have this right, stupid dates. Yes, so the first Thursday of the month will be Speaker's Corner, but that's on the 5th. So that's not coming up this week. The 6th will be, like I said, Dave McKeegan and I doing moon landing stuff. And then so Friday, let me get over here, for the Streamathon, is going to be Friday the 30th. Friday, May 30th. And I'm guessing the good time to start would be Friday the 30th, 10 a.m. probably. 10 a.m. Pacific time. And the stream will be going. Oh, so the weird thing is, and you guys don't have to worry about it, but FTFE told me how to do it, that basically I have to set up piggybacking streams. So I'll set number 1 up, number 2, number 3, number 4, or whatever, because I think you can do about 7 hours safely. So that's 7, 14 would be 28. So I might need to line up like maybe 5 or 6 of them. And then they'll all lead you to the next. So it'll be like a, what is it called? I don't know if it's called promote next video, whatever. So when my video ends, it will move you to the next video that's ready. And that's the way that we'll manage it, so that we can, every 7 hours, I'll just have a timer go off and it will be like, okay, guys, switch the stream. I will just move the new one into place, and then you'll go right along with it. So it should be easy. That should work. We'll also have a bunch of prizes. We got a bunch of prizes to give away in some form or another. We'll probably do some Flashback Friday stuff, because that's always fun to do. And that's it. So I hope that you support that. It'll be out soon, today or tomorrow. Tonight or tomorrow. Just the links to the streams for the marathon. And that'll be it. I think we're good. Enrique, you have a good time? Are we all good? You all good?
Oi, cabron.
Yes.
Ese Mark Sargent, he's still talking like he invented the fucking pancake earth?
Yes.
Like, bro, you not Galileo. You just got Wi-Fi that your mom pays for. The redhead jefe. She never liked him, I could tell. Plus, too good for him.
Who, Patricia? That is funny. That is funny. All right, get the hell out of here, Enrique. We're done with you. You have the rest of the night off.
You yell at me, jefe.
Yes.
But sound still no play. Maybe you yell at soundboard instead?
I was telling you can go. Go home. Thank you. Get the F out of here. All right, guys, it's been fun. I do remind you, please do your own research when you... Oops. Now, DP debunks, you're wrong. It's, again, I've already pointed that out, that the mountain in Antarctica was 1.5 miles from us and was only 1,000 feet tall. So that's, I mean, it didn't even look like that. I mean, that gray, it's just like, just doesn't look real. But again, it doesn't mean that that's fake. But it does mean that if it, then they should get the, well, why doesn't the elevation thing work? That's kind of weird. So is this Earth? Is it we're looking at here? I've never even seen these ones before. But no, I think, and it's good, because what will end up happening is and Dave already knows kind of my issue with that, and he's going to be looking into that. But if he can show me that I'm wrong on that, I was showing Joel and some guys in my VIP chat the other night, and they didn't like that I was comparing unlike things. But what I was showing them is I found a video of somebody filming the Burj Khalifa from the same distance away, 6 miles. And the Burj Khalifa is like, I don't know, I can't, a third of the screen. Kind of hard to explain. I guess you'd need to know the focal length. But it's like a huge portion of the screen. Not huge, not half, but like a third. But it's only 2,700 feet tall at 6 miles away. So then we're thinking, well, then 13,000 feet tall at the same distance. And instead of it taking a third, that mountain looks like it takes half of the picture. So it doesn't seem to make any sense to me. It doesn't seem to jive. It doesn't look like what you would expect. I mean, we can go look at Shasta. You can go look at Lake Shasta or anything that's again, one more time. Let's look at this one more time. We're going to drop down here and see this. You guys can all take a look. And, oh, come on. Get in there. Just want to see, where's the camera view? Come on, cameras. There, we'll just go to one of these. Okay, so let's look at this one. One more time, then we're out here. Okay. All right, so, oops, where's our mountain? That's kind of hard to see here. I mean, like that. That is, so Mount Rossman was 1.5 miles away and 1,000 feet. This is 13,000 feet and 6 miles to the base away. So again, the Burj Khalifa would be about as tall as my hand here. Does that make sense? Doesn't really make sense to me. I can't picture standing there and seeing the Burj Khalifa. only as tall as that hand, the tallest building in the world, from 8 miles. People have seen the Burj Khalifa from 65 miles. Now, granted, they're a little bit higher up, but still. So, and you could tell, like, this is normal person height. If this is the length of the car, if this is the width of the car, then we're at regular person height. It wouldn't be like we're way lower. You wouldn't be like this tall. It wouldn't be like, oh, we're actually down here. No, doesn't make any sense. We just saw, oops. Right, so we would be way too low here. And again, I know that they have these overlaps and it's all, every picture, I mean, again, you have these weird, what's going on up here? Again, with these, the panoramics, I know that they're stitched together, so you really can't use them as an example, but they all have these weird shading parts. It looks like it's painted. Yeah, I don't really get these pictures sometimes. But anyway, it'll be good to hear what Dave's got to say. We're doing that in 2 weeks. And I think it'll be enjoyable. I've enjoyed the part so far. I've learned a lot. I still have not found, if somebody wants to look for it, because I was looking for it a little bit yesterday, but I didn't get a good time to look at it. If we can't find Kubrick actually making the date of that movie release the same day, I mean, see how we start to lose evidence that we all been repeating for 10 years? So Dave said he's never seen any evidence that Stanley Kubrick picked that date in the contract. So I was thinking back, like, where did I see it? Where did I read it? And it just sounds like, oh, you know what? I actually heard somebody say it. And I don't think I've ever followed up to see if there's any truth to that. It just sounds good, right? Oh, yeah, Stanley Kubrick. Oh, yeah, you wanted it on the date. No, and he died after the screening, but before that date anyway. But anyway, and again, Dave made a good point when he's like, well, it's July 16th is the day it took off. So why wouldn't he want it on July 20th? Why would it be important to him to put it on the 16th? Which makes sense. Why would it make 16th is the day we left for the moon. So that's not really what you would do it as. I don't know what these pictures are. Okay. Anyway, what is that? I can see a tiny little design on there. I just can't see what it is. Oh, get a little closer. I don't know. Look at it right now. All right. Much love to you guys. It's been fun. I swear. I swear. And the only thing keeping me alive in this entire stream is that no pants. It is the key to life, if you didn't know that. Nunca pantalones en esta noche. Porque no necesito cram everything. All right. Yeah. So anyway, it's going to be next Friday and Saturday, or hopefully it goes to Saturday. We don't know how long it'll go. Maybe we get 30 members. Maybe we get 3,000. I believe that when Craig does these, he gets like, what did he say one time? I forgot. I want to say 5,400, but maybe it's more than that. But 1,000 would be nice. 1,000 would completely fund the entire month for sure. So that is the hope. We'll see how it goes. See if people appreciate the channel, appreciate what I'm doing, appreciate the fun that we'll have on that Friday. We'll probably watch a movie. We'll probably do some Flashback Fridays. Definitely we're having a quiz. I already got a quiz going. Now, I did have it. I was trying to set it up and it might work. Doesn't it sound like fun? That I ask a question and then everybody in chat has to put just a letter, A, B, C, or D, right? It'll be multiple choice. And then what the thing does is it'll have a list of everyone who put their chat in there. So let's say everybody votes, half of them vote A, half of them vote B. So then what it would do is it would say, okay, everybody's locked in. Yes, great. And it's only the first letter you put in. So if you tried to do it again, it doesn't even pick it up. So then it takes everybody, let's say I reveal the answer is B. Then it takes everybody of answer A and kicks them out of the game. So now on the screen is just people who chose B. So let's say there's 6 people. So those 6 people's names will be on the screen. Now, when I ask the next question, the chat bot is only going to be looking for those 6 people's first answer with a letter. So again, you would do it again and again and again. What it's doing is it's eliminating. And again, it doesn't matter if you lost and then you try to answer again, you're already out. It's not looking for your answer. So it's only looking for the people that keep passing each round. And then eventually you'd end up with somebody at the very end who outlasted everybody by being right the most. So I'm going to try and do that and give prizes away for those who are smarter than a flat earther. Are you smarter than a flat earther? We'll find out on Friday. All right. Much love to you guys. I do remind you that you should do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. Guess what? You can. And we are going to get out of here. Let's listen to Flashback Friday on the way out of here, just because I love it. Much love to you guys. We'll see you soon. I love you. Hey, support the channel. Cash App, $, Jeranism. How about bmc.link/Jeranism? How about PayPal, paypal.me/endlessj? And lastly, jeranism.com/support. And lastly, the new thing that I set up that I don't know how to send you there yet. We will get to that. And I don't know if we have anything else this week, but I'll let you know. It is Friday, so tomorrow we've got no VIP tomorrow. Oh, wait, or do we have VIP tomorrow? Great, I need to check the damn calendar again. So we've got VIP was on May the 3rd, then we did May the 17th. So we don't have one the 31st. Oh, wait. Oh, no, we're on the off week. Oh, I'm on Cat's channel tomorrow. Culture Cats is tomorrow. Okay. I think that is live. So I'll be on Culture Cats tomorrow. I'll be on David Stanley's show on Tuesday. I'll be on Todd's show on Wednesday. Then we go back to the marathon on 30th and 31st. And there'll be no VIP until the following week when the VIP will be Culture Cats. That is it. I love you guys more than you know, but not more than you want. I'm just right at your perfect level. We're like lovers on a perfect level. You're happy with me, I'm happy with you. You don't care I leave crumbs in bed, and I don't care that you pass out. All right? I love you guys. Till next time. This has been Jeranism. Let's listen to Flashback Friday. Till then, peace.
Flashback Friday, can we roll that tape? Let's rewind to when I thought I had it straight. I said some wild shit, yeah, to that there's no debate. Now I'm laughing at myself. Ain't growth great? Yeah, I said it, and I was wrong, I get it. Okay, that's my bad, I'm sorry if I led you all astray. But let's not waste time and dwell on yesterday. But if we must, here's a list of losers that I hate. Mark, Sargent, Pete and Peter, Dr. Zach, Eric Dubé, Flat Earth Dave, No Fanfare, Rory Cooper and P-Brain, Kyle Adams and Nathan Oakley, the mute button soulmate, QE and the crayon munching retards on Flat Earth debate. Princess Warrior, feed and seed and his bitch snatch a cat or two. Haters gonna hate, talking shit is all you two can do. Grandpa solving ratsoids panel are just lame and dumb. And look how unhinged 5'6" Jake the asshole has become. His baby dick is tiny, yes. His closet home is tiny too. I think rusted soul, something rusted cause she chose to sleep with you. Q and F-E, you gross, that dude's a piece of shit. King Nico is no king, the guy sits when he takes a piss. Karen B lost a thread, so did Orphan Red. Alan and Shane have the answers, well not really, but they said Slow Sanchez is the slowest that ever did exist. Drop a 1 in the chat if you expect the stupid to persist. Egghead Anthony Riley is so smart but still says flat. I'm not saying he's big bone, saying sleeping warriors fat. Conspiracy music guru is going down with the ship. He and Steve Falconer block me cause they both a little bitch. Retards, Russian vids and banjos say Jesus is the shit. Ronnie and Jason are so dumb they seem the perfect fit. Stipulation explains how level-headed William is rising up. So will the real Deltardians please shut up? Iron Horse, K, Podgy, fittest flat earthers on TikTok I hate. While Caleb thinks he's winning by modding his own debates. Taboo Conspiracy won't get it and Marty Lees is too weak. Brian's logic, take the shit out your mouth before you speak. Rick Hummer on Strange World now, a puppet that's his role. Joe Hanvey got the whole world in an upside down salad bowl. Who said all flat maps predict a 24-hour sun? I know who. Liar, pilot, doctor, Professor Grifter, Steven, I lie so much. Alonzo, PhD, that's who. Allegedly Dave, Sean Griffin, and Zen Garcia makes me furious. Steve from England, Phuket, Word, Matt Long, and DJ Curious. Pastor Dean blames Satan while he throws little fits. Lowry agrees, Nicole and Daniel Pratt have some great hits. Nathan Thompson is lurking outside of a school. Scary. Santos Bonacci is at Lowe's cause he's a fucking tool. Harry. Many more to blame for lying to the masses. Flat Earth is over, it's done. Pack it up, jackasses. But Flashback Fridays isn't for us to worry about the past. But Flashback Fridays, it reminds us that Jaren's great. Earth is a ball, it's a fact in a fact.